another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. There it is, one name. So good day to you all. Good day. This is probably one of the latest we've ever started yet. It's only because I have a live in between these sessions. And this is going to be a fairly short session as well. I have no anticipation that it will go over 4 hours. So a short session, this one, just to really, to fulfill all righteousness is really what we're on. But a good day, good to see you. Always a delight in your company. So thank you for joining us. To the headline. No, before we go to the headlines, the administrative stuff first. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Maybe one of these days we'll actually get the likes to actually look anything like the viewership, because the likes, they bear no relationship with the viewing. So it must really be that people are watching in anger and resentment. That can only really be what's going on. So maybe one of these days the likes will mirror the viewing, but we live in hope. So click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. If you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on it. It brings you, so that's what's highlighted on the screen now. So all of those voices that you hear all the time, all they did was to click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that also brought them to the studio. So if you want to come join us on the studio, click on that. And as ever, the invitation to lubricate your host. So if you feel that your host needs lubricating, click on that link that says buy your host cups of coffee, and go there and go wild. So buy your host cups of coffee. If you and cups, by the way, not a cup, but cups of coffee. And if you look at the bottom of the screen, you see the dollar sign. If you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform by way of super chat, you can do that. So engineer did that even hours before the session started. So some people do that. They just leave comments even before the session starts in super chat, so that it can be highlighted when the session starts. So engineer kicks that space off with a super chat. He says, hello, one man. Greetings from Birmingham. Please help me tell my brothers on the platform to welcome our humble president, Atiku, and let us start focusing on the new Nigeria. So there it is right there. 5 more days, and then we'll find out just how true those words are by engineer. So there it is. Click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me on the studio, and the coffee thing if you want to do that as well. So to the headlines. Court grants Labour Party's request to block MC Oluomo from transporting election materials for INEC. So there it is right there. I wonder what bright spark within the INEC space came up with the idea that MC Oluomo was the best person to transport electoral materials, because MC Oluomo, of course, and by the way, you have to understand that the contract, anyway, when we do the reading, then we'll find out just the details of it. But the optics, just from the headline, it doesn't really look good. Court grants Labour Party's request to block MC Oluomo from transporting election materials for INEC. So exactly what went down there, we find out shortly. Adamu El Rufai, others in closed door meeting with Malami. So it's still now that jostling around the Naira note. So we are now on the 21st of February officially, where I am. I'm not quite sure if you've broken into Tuesday where you are. So TikTok, we're now a literal 5 days away from the elections. So just as soon as the elections take place, I'm anticipating that by the 26th of February, Buhari will reverse position completely, but he wants to squeeze the financial space, to squeeze that money out of our influence in these elections. That seems to be what is playing out. So if it's not broken by tomorrow, if they've not succeeded in breaking Buhari by tomorrow, then that stance will hold all the way through. So he's willing to sacrifice, by the way, however many people go down as collateral damage to this battle that he's playing out. So Adamu El Rufai, others in closed door meeting with Malami. So quite what the theme of that closed door meeting is, we can only really speculate. So now the build up to Tinubu running for the presidency, what exactly happened? How we pressurized Tinubu to join presidential race. This is Oshoba and Olusi, others are telling us now this narrative. So the Tinubu train, of course, it has moved now to its final destination in Lagos to have what is expected to be a mega rally later on today, the 21st, which will be their final rally, of course, because the campaignings have now come to an end. So all of the storylines to build up to that event are how we pressurize Tinubu to join presidential race, Oshoba, Olusi, and others. So quite how they pressurized him. How can he be pressurized when he told us it's always been his lifelong ambition? So how those two marry up, we'll find out shortly. Relax, we have done all we need to do. Tinubu to support us. So that message then, keep steady and hold firm. That's just the sort of message you hear from, you expect from leadership to the followership. Relax, we have done all we need to do. Tinubu to support us. So quite what is being read into that, we'll find out shortly. His most prepared Southwest leaders declare support for Tinubu. So, of course, a lot of stories wrapped around the Tinubu space because, of course, the biggest event now in this particular next 2 days will be the Tinubu rally in Lagos State. So the preamble to that. But now, some of the fallout of that Naira swap policy, and these are the innovative ways that our space is adapting to the Naira swap policy. So innovative ways that space is adapting to the Naira swap policy. Family of kidnapped Nigerian asked to pay CFA 10 million Cameroonian currency as ransom amid Naira scarcity in Nigeria. So the Naira swap, apparently, it has not in any way dulled any of the business of the kidnappers because, of course, they've pivoted to the Francophone African currency. Family of kidnapped Nigerian asked to pay CFA 10 million Cameroonian currency as ransom amidst Naira scarcity in Nigeria. So, and that is how the space is adapting to Buhari's move. I thought one of the key spaces that he was looking to catch off guard, with this Naira policy was especially that kidnapping space. But of course, it's always been the expectation that they would just go for CFA, and they've done exactly that, and they'll start demanding ransoms in dollars. So everything changes but remains the same. So there it is, the menu. And as I said, it's going to be a fairly condensed, a very short session this time around. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you're subscribed if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio, and the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee invites you to do exactly that. So let's go to the care guides before we come back to the readout.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is. And by the way, can you indicate in the comment section if you can't hear me? Somebody is saying my voice is not coming out, which obviously defeats everything we're doing. So can somebody indicate in the comment section if you can hear me? Hold on. Thomas, can you hear me? Oh, all right. Okay, yes. They're saying they can't hear me. Oh, all right, brilliant. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe you should increase the volume where you are, whoever that was. Who's that? Daramola. So Daramola, maybe increase the volume wherever you are. So Daramola. So up to it and straight to it. Amen to that on behalf of you, my friends, and myself. So court grants Labour's request to block MC Oluomo from transporting election materials for INEC. The Lagos State Division of the Federal High Court on Monday barred the Independent National Electoral Commission from engaging MC Oluomo's services for the transportation of election materials. The court placed an injunction against INEC on the matter following an application filed by the opposition Labour Party in the state, which said Mr. Oluomo's allegiance to Bola Tinubu could undermine the security of election materials for voters across the state, correspondents report. The controversial Lagos Transport Union chief, real name Musiliu Akinsoya, had secured a contract with the Electoral Office to play a critical role in the upcoming general elections. Widespread criticism followed the announcement of the deal between INEC and Mr. Oluomo earlier this month, but the resident electoral commissioner Segun Agbaje shrugged off calls to rescind the decision. This prompted Labour Party leaders, led by the federal level presidential candidate Peter Obi, to approach the court for urgent relief on the matter. Justice, so we're now getting to where it really is. Justice Chukwu Jiku. So this is the justice that adjudicated then. Justice Chukwu Jiku Aneke. Justice Chukwu. Let me spell it for you because you know I struggle with names. CHUKWUJEKWU and Anake. So that's the justice that adjudicated then. So Justice Chukwu Jiku Aneke said INEC and other respondents in the matter should submit a response by February the 22nd, although it was not clear whether or not the parties will be able to do so before then or in time for the election slated February the 25th. A spokesman for INEC did not immediately return a request seeking comments from correspondents on today's proceedings. Mr. Oluomo, who has continued to openly express his allegiance to Mr. Tinubu, the ruling APC presidential candidate, did not return a request seeking comments. So there it is. So this is a complex space actually, because MC Oluomo, the lead person in the transport sector of the Nigeria, I think the local transport union associations, because you have to understand that there's a build-up to everything that is going on. The localized Transport Union Association of Nigeria, the Lagos branch, they've broken away somewhat from the national figure because there was a battle a few months ago between the Central Space and the Lagos faction, which then led to the recreation of a localized transport union structure by the Lagos State Assembly, which is arrowheaded by MC Oluomo. So MC Oluomo, being the premier transporter within the Lagos State space, has bid and won the contract to transport electoral materials for INEC. So that you say is just a logical sequence. It's a logical sequence of business happenstances. So somebody, of course, with the best expertise in a particular area has been awarded a contract that expertise is needed in. But then the caveat in it, the thing that spins it on its head, is MC Oluomo's relationship with Tinubu. So that's the one thing. And MC Oluomo, of course, a notorious tout within the Lagos State space as well. But should the court give consideration to those associations outside of the merit of that contract? So a lot of that convoluted and complex. But the panelists will just unpick that for us. Adamu El-Rufai orders in closed-door meeting with Malami. So it is still that Naira swap or Naira confiscation now space, because it's not a Naira swap, as El-Rufai excellently explained to us yesterday. A Naira swap is if I take my 100,000 Naira to the bank, I hand it over in old currency. They then in return give me 100,000 Naira in the new currency. So that's a Naira swap. If I take my 100,000 Naira to the bank and hand it over in old currency, but they give me 10,000 Naira back out of my 100,000 Naira, that means they've confiscated my money. They've confiscated a good 90,000 Naira of my money. So it's not a Naira swap, a Naira confiscation, according to El-Rufai. So to that space, Adamu El-Rufai orders in closed-door meeting with Malami. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Abdullahi Adamu, on Monday afternoon held a crucial meeting with the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, and the 3 aggrieved governors who sued the federal government at the secretariat of the party. So let's pause there for a moment, because there's an element of untowardness in that gathering. So you have a partisan crew having conversations with a federal figure, and a federal figure should be non-aligned, no matter what political party he comes from. It should be non-aligned. So there you have a partisan crew, which is an APC crew, having meetings, closed-door meetings with the Attorney General of the Federation, who is meant to be a federal figure, on matters pertaining to upcoming election, to the absence of other political parties. So that the optics of that and the legality of that are certainly all questionable. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Abdullahi Adamu, on Monday afternoon held a crucial meeting with the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, and the 3 aggrieved governors who sued the federal government at the secretariat of the party. The governors were Nasir El-Rufai, Kaduna, Yahaya Bello Kogi, and Bello Matawale, Zamfara. The closed-door meeting is coming on the heels of the leadership of the APC and the Progressive Governors Forum on the let's take that again. The closed-door meeting is coming on the heels of the leadership of the APC and the Progressive Governors Forum on the AGF and Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, to respect the verdict of the Supreme Court in the Naira redesign policy. Recall that the 3 governors filed a suit against the federal government seeking a restraining order to stop the full implementation of the Naira redesign policy of the CBN. The friction between the governors and the president reached an unprecedented or unprecedented height on Friday, when the APC Campaign Council was compelled to release a statement to debunk claims that its presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, asked some APC governors to disregard the directive of the president. The meeting, which started at about 1:35 p.m., took a little over an hour before all the relevant parties departed. Efforts to get them to address the media proved abortive, as they left without discussing or giving a hint on the agenda of their meeting. They won't tell you anything. The national chairman was told to ignore you people, a source at the secretariat said. He also expressed the belief that it is not unconnected with the position taken by the governors and Adamu-led APC against the federal government. So there it is right there. The pressure continues to mount, but is it really subterfuge? Is it really subterfuge? Is this the really optics just to play it out to the Tinubu space that, look, we're making this effort. Because if you look at that gathering, it's Aboki Central, isn't it? Zamfara, Kogi, and Kaduna State, with the fundamentalist Abdullahi Adamu and the far-right extremist Abubakar Malami. So all discussing the fate of the Nigerian state and the Southwest, especially the Yoruba man leading their ticket. How we pressured Tinubu to join presidential race. So this is a down memory lane sort of an article. How we pressured Tinubu to join presidential race. So it is Oshoba, Olusi, and others. So exactly what went down there. Our former Ogun State Governor, Aremu Olusegun Oshoba, and other political leaders in the Southwest have revealed how the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu was pressured to vie for the president of Nigeria. Pardon me. Oshoba and other political leaders in the region revealed this while speaking at the Yoruba and Southwest Leaders of Force Summit in Lagos on Monday. A chieftain of APC and convener of the summit, Prince Tajuddin Olusi, in his welcome address, also revealed how late Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, initiated the summit before his death to rally support for Tinubu's candidature. Olusi disclosed that all Yoruba traditional rulers were involved in the project to make Tinubu president of Nigeria right from inception, noting that the monarch's involvement was the reason Tinubu is accepted by the majority of the Yorubas and other ethnic groups. So this is a thing that a lot of people have speculated to, but have never really taken a position on. That because one of the things that one of the things that has puzzled in the back recesses of my mind is the absence of our senior monarchs from the Southwest in this particular political cycle. Notably, of course, the Alaafin of Oyo already passed on. I'm not sure that they've yet found his replacement, so that place somewhat vacant. But other seniors, Awujale, more notedly, the Ooni of Ife, we're not hearing his voice in this political cycle. People go to his palace, he gives them their blessing, the traditional things, but he's not taking a sort of Yoruba stance in this political cycle. But then, of course, we know that it is the will and want of all of these monarchs that the presidency comes to a son of their region. Olusi disclosed that all Yoruba traditional rulers were involved in the project to make Tinubu president of Nigeria right from inception, noting that the monarch's involvement was the reason Tinubu accepted, noting that the monarch's involvement was the reason Tinubu is accepted by the majority of the Yorubas and other ethnic groups. I'm not quite sure if you should make so bold to assert that the majority of the Yorubas, but perhaps that is the truth. Oshoba, in his address, said Tinubu joining the presidential race was not his own making, but the making of prominent and progressive politicians from the Southwest who pressured him, Tinubu, in 2007 to join the race for president. So pressured him in 2007, which is to tell you then just how long this process has been going. The former Ogun governor said the idea of Tinubu should let me take that entirely all over again. It's too staggered somewhat. Former Ogun State Governor Aremu Olusegun Oshoba and other political leaders in the Southwest have revealed how the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu was pressured to vie for the president of Nigeria. Oshoba and other political leaders in the region revealed this while speaking at the Yoruba and Southwest Leaders of Force Summit in Lagos on Monday. A chieftain of the APC and convener of the summit, Prince Tajuddin Olusi, in his welcome address, also revealed how the late Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, initiated the summit before his death to rally support for Tinubu's candidature. Olusi disclosed that all Yoruba traditional rulers were involved in the project to make Tinubu president of Nigeria right from the inception, noting that the monarch's involvement was the reason Tinubu is accepted by the majority of the Yorubas and other ethnic groups. Oshoba, in his address, said Tinubu joining the presidential race was not his own making, but the making of prominent and progressive politicians from the Southwest who pressured him, Tinubu, in 2007 to join the race for president. So it's quite pertinent to note that date that he's put out there, 2007. The former Ogun governor said the idea of Tinubu, the former Ogun governor said the idea of Tinubu, that should be the idea that Tinubu, the former Ogun governor said the idea that Tinubu should aspire for president of Nigeria was mooted at a dinner organized for him after he ended his tenure as Lagos State governor. So there it is right there. So when Tinubu says this is a lifelong ambition, so it is a lifelong ambition, by the way. So just as soon as he handed over the keys to the State House in Lagos State, is what Segun Oshoba is telling us. It was immediately, that is his departure dinner, or whatever, however that dinner is termed. His departure dinner, it was at his departure dinner as a Lagos State governor when he had his last day in that office in 2007. It was from that moment that they started to plot and strategize for this moment. This is what Segun Oshoba is telling us. The former Ogun governor said the idea that Tinubu should aspire for president of Nigeria was mooted at a dinner organized for him after he ended his tenure as governor of Lagos State. According to him, many prominent and progressive politicians were at the dinner held at a popular hotel along Awolowo Road, Ikoyi, to honor him for his outstanding performance. It was at the gathering in 2007. We all pressured him to aspire for president, and he agreed. Since then, he had worked tirelessly to justify the confidence we have in him, Oshoba said. So we all know the journey of Tinubu, by the way. It's no mystery to anyone, though. It is not fortune or faith or money or anything that has gotten him to where he is now. It is relentless politicking, strategizing, alliances, friendships, recalibration, and all of that, all the way from 2007 till this moment that we are now. So that's the journey. It's not fortuitous. It didn't happen on it. It's not by chance. It's not by chance. It was at the gathering in 2007 we all pressured him to aspire for president, and he agreed. Since then, he had worked tirelessly to justify the confidence we have in him, Oshoba said. The summit, which was attended by many prominent politicians and elders, market and religious leaders from the Southwest, was also used to endorse Tinubu as the sole candidate for president. Former Ogun State Governor Otumba Gbenga Daniel, chairman of the summit, Archbishop Ayo Oladigbolu, Oluwo, oh God, did they let this guy in? So it was interesting until we got to this name. They let Oluwo of Iwo in, the one that likes to smoke Colorado, that was married to the Canadian Jamaican. Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Abdulrasheed Akanbi, Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbadabe-Amila, etc., etc. They all pleaded that Nigerians who feel Tinubu has offended them should forgive and forget, the candidate and rally. It's badly written, that's why I'm stuttering. They pleaded that all Nigerians who feel Tinubu has offended them should forgive and forget. They should forgive the candidate and rally behind him for the best interest of Nigeria. The host governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, also charged Nigerians to support Tinubu and vote for him massively. He said Tinubu is the right man for the job of president due to his track record, achievements, and plans for Nigeria. Specifically in his address, Oba Akanbi, so this is the Oba Akanbi that made himself absent for Peter Obi's visit, of course, but there he is. Specifically in his address, Oba Akanbi said all the traditional rulers in Yoruba land have endorsed Tinubu as president. I'm not quite sure that Oba Akanbi has the seniority to speak on behalf of all the Obas in Yoruba land. I think that space belongs either to the Alaafin of Oyo or the Oni of Ife, but certainly not the Oba of Lagos, who is not even a full-blood Yoruba, by the way. Is some Tapa from, maybe it's even from Benin Republic, some Afla, it's some Tapa, isn't it? It's not a full-blood Yoruba, it's a Tapa, Specifically in his address, Oba Akanbi said all the traditional rulers in Yoruba land have endorsed Tinubu as president, and they were already working and mobilizing for the APC candidate. He charged all the sons and daughters. He charged all the sons and daughters, that should be of Yoruba land, of course, but they didn't add that. He charged all the sons and daughters to vote massively for Tinubu because of his contribution and commitment to the development of Nigeria. He said, we in Yoruba land, we cannot leave our son and go and vote for another person. The pronouncement of the king has erased whatever they are saying. Nobody is above the kings in Yoruba land, no matter who they are. They are the subjects of a king in Yoruba land. If they refuse to listen, we, the traditional rulers, they will place on where they belong. So that's how they've written it, just a total. The APC presidential candidate arrived at the event late from Abuja, entered the venue at 4:30 p.m. and left for Abuja at 5:40 p.m. So it's a flash and dash. So still within those parameters, relax. We've done all we need to do. So just note those words, though, because you see, you see, these words are not just abstract words pulled together. These are deliberately chosen words to impact a message. So usually people will say, we have done all we can. That is the traditional, usual saying at the end of a process awaiting a result. Us, we have done all we can. But listen to how this is worded. Relax, we have done all we need to do. Tinubu to support us. So all we need to do. So there it is right there. Now, let's see now if I read too much into that. All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu has advised his supporters to relax ahead of the February 25th election. The former governor of Lagos State spoke on Monday at a meeting attended by first-class Southwest traditional rulers. Tinubu was accompanied by his running mate, Kashim Shettima, a senator and former governor of Borno State. We have done everything we need to do. Keep your mind at rest, the APC co-founder said. Also at the event where House of Representatives Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila, Lagos State Governor Sanwo-Olu, his deputy Femi Hamzat, Ekiti Governor, so the usual accoutrement of the Yoruba personality. So there it is right there. He's the most prepared. Southwest leaders declare support. So I think it's still within the same parameter. So I'll just give you 2-3 paragraphs of this and then we move on. Political leaders from across the Southwest zones have declared their support for Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC. The decision was announced on Monday at the Yoruba Leaders of Fourth Summit, which held at the Eco Hotels and Suites in Lagos. In a communique by Tajuddin Olusi and Adebayo Aina, convener and secretary of the group, respectively, the Southwest leader said, Tinubu has what it takes to lead the country well. Yoruba and Southwest leaders made up of Yoruba groups who believe in the oneness of Nigeria based on equity, fairness, and justice, a nation where no one is oppressed, held an interactive session with the presidential candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, at Eco Hotels, Victoria Island, Monday, the 20th. So yes, pretty much, same or same. So let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. So now this is how the space is adapting to the Naira swap. Pardon me. Family of kidnapped Nigerians asked to pay CFA 10 million Cameroon currency as ransom amidst Naira scarcity. So that's how they wrote the headline. Quite odd. Bandits have placed a demand of 10 million CFA, Central African franc, approximately 8 million naira, which is spent in Chad, Cameroon, and 4 other countries to free one Mukhtar, a Nigerian kidnapped 2 weeks ago in Yola, the Adamawa state capital. A family member told correspondents on Monday that the family was able to raise half of the demanded ransom. He, however, said the terrorists had not released the victim. They asked us to bring 10 million in Cameroonian currency. We were able to raise 5 million and deliver to them. They assured us to go, he will be released afterwards, but they later reneged, insisting we must complete the 10 million CFA. We pleaded with that we don't have any more money, but they argued that we should sell his house and make up the balance, the family said. The terrorists had resorted to collecting ransom in foreign currencies because of the cashless policy of the Nigerian government. As of Monday morning, Central African yes, I wondered how this would impact on those kind of currencies. So we get to find out. As of Monday morning, Central African CFA 1000 was exchanging for 800 at Yola Bureau de Change. Last year, the Central Bank of Nigeria announced that it will redesign, so it takes us through all that. Following several appeals made by Nigeria, so a week after the Supreme Court ordered the Nigerian government to allow the continued use of 200 okay, so we know all that. So the rest are what we already know. So the rest are known. So there it is. So that is the conversation. So that is the conversation, and here are the speakers. Thomas joins us from Australia, the majestic Ajan Lekoko from the South in America, Patoski. I wonder if this is Patrick rebranding himself, and the elegant Zita. So is that you, Patrick? Yeah, Patoski. Look at that. Is that your guy name? Look at that, Patoski.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So then, the guy name, Thomas. You don't have a guy name, Tomoski. Let us all go.
Sake. Call me Sake.
Sake. All right. Just for the effort of coming up with a funky name, let's go with Patrick first, if he's ready to go. But Patrick, before I come to you, actually, let me play you 2 quick clips, both less than 30 seconds. This is what is going on in Osun State.
Wọ́n máa gbà lọ́wọ́ yín, kì í ṣe ní mo kì yóò gbọ́n ni wọ́n máa gbà lọ́wọ́ yín, ẹ máa ná so ó máa gbà lọ́wọ́ yín. Ẹ dúró ó ti sọ ẹ dúró ó ti promise pé ó máa gbà á. The government is coming back. Any mistake, we are coming back. So what do you say to the governor for this? What do you say?
So that is Dapo Abiodun, the governor of Ogun State, handing out his stashed loot to his indigents. They are now throwing the money around. So there it is. Let me play you this one as well. Oh, no, so hold on. Let me play you this one as well. Yeah.
See how bad this stuff is. Like, the money literally smells. Like, it smells so bad. I just have to wash my, after holding this note, I have to wash my hand. Like, the money stinks. See how bad it is. As I'm opening it like this, I can perceive Jesus.
So that's monies that guy got out of a bank. Those are the old 200 naira notes that Buhari is telling them to hand out. Look at that. Look at that. How can this? Look at it again. It's just so shocking. This is the old 200 naira notes that Buhari is asking you to be spending up and down.
See how bad this stuff is. Like, the money literally smells. Like, it smells so bad. I just have to wash my, like, after holding this note, I have to wash my hand. Like, the money stinks. See how bad it is. As I'm opening it like this, I can perceive. Jesus.
Oh, all right, so there it is. So we kick it off with Patrick, and in this session, I'm expecting that the super chat space should go wild because our engineer has already kicked that space off. So I'm expecting like a minimum of 20 super chats in the course of this session. But to kick off the conversation, Patrick kicks us off. So Patrick, let me take you. Do you want to respond to those video clips, or should I just take you directly to the kidnappers now demanding ransoms in CFA?
Yeah, let me respond to everything. I think the second video is a mutilated the note.
Yeah, but the shocking thing is he got it out of the bank. That's the thing.
That's wrong.
Yes,
Yeah, even if there's no currency swap or anything, the banks are not supposed to pay out such mutilated notes. That's the truth. The bank is supposed to return the notes to CBN. There's usually a reserve for mutilated notes. As a bank, you have a reserve as part of your limit for mutilated notes. Start building it up, because if you have like maybe 1,000 mutilated notes, you want to build before you take CBN, you probably want to build it up to a box. You understand? And a box, I think, is about 5 bundles. Yeah, I can't remember now. A box should be about 5 bundles. Yeah. So you want to build up the mutilated note until you get to 5 bundles. That's a box that you can take to the bank. A bundle is 5 packets, and a packet is 100 pieces. So maybe the bank is short of cash, and then they've spent all their money paying people now because of the pressure.
No.
I
mean, it's certain that they don't have the cash in circulation now because
so the mutilated note was supposed. I'm sure they have kept they were building it up to be able to make up a box to take to CBN to get a new one. So maybe the manager just felt, this pressure is too much. Just pay them anything, even if it's mutilated. Let them go and wash it. But that one is really, really bad. Nobody's going to take it from that guy. So I don't know.
All right, take us to the space then. The kidnappers demanding, they are not demanding monies in CFA.
That's what we expect. That's the response we expect, and that's how desperate people are. People are actually desperate for cash. I will tell you something. You know, before now, Thomas said, was it Thomas or this my Brian? That I think must be Thomas. That I said the mother said, "Look, don't send us money because there's no way we are going to spend it. We can't really."
You are right. You are right, Patrick. Yeah.
Do you know when you said that? I was wondering, why would somebody say, "Don't send me money"? Do you know that happened to us today? My father-in-law were talking to my parents and I said, "Look, Emma send the whole don't send us any money because we can't withdraw it and there's no way we can spend it." So he said, "Don't bother." I said, "So how are you going to feed?" He said, "Well, thank God, my mother is always stocking food, bags of rice when they are expensive, when they are cheap, to be able to sell and share to people." So they had all that food stuff currently in stock. So the woman is at least eating. They can't buy chicken. He said the woman is now making meat from soya bean. You know, I don't know if people make meat from soya bean. So the woman, because now she has some my late brother-in-law's children are with. They are schooling there. One of them is in the university, and they are with them. So the woman has to look for a way of getting protein for them. So soya bean is meat. But what really attracted me was this. I think this Naira design thing that was meant to get at Tinubu is beginning to get a spin. These were people, my friend, when I talk to them, they say, "Oh, look at you people, APC, Buhari people, you people have destroyed Nigeria. We don't want you again." Especially with when the Catholic Church school crisis with Muslims in Ilorin. You know, there was a time like that. And my parents-in-laws are Catholics, very strong. The man was like the late leader of the Quara Catholic, and there were just 3 prominent families that are Christian in Ilorin. three prominent. He's one of them. He's the leader of the family. So he's like a leader of the Christian community in Ilorin. So he said, "Oh, we are not going to." But when I heard him today, he said, "Look," he said, "they want to cheat that man." Can you imagine the sentiment? This somebody has PhD in linguistics, and the wife has masters in geography, as educated as they are. They said, "Oh, they want to cheat Tinubu," and now they are spinning it. Say, "By God's grace, we are going to vote for him, and he's going to win." You understand? Suddenly, these were people that were supporting Obi because they were Catholics, and they felt that these people didn't choose the man, was choosing Muslim. Now they were ready to just let all that go. Oh,
It's funny you should mention Muslim. We've not even. Do you think this Naira swap has now superseded the decision space of Muslim?
absolutely, and is not even giving them the kind of results they expect. And with what I heard today, I said, so this was a man I've always been talking. Say, hey, go. The man is the one that say, your friend, we must, because I always call it Tinubu my friend. He said, look, he must win. By God's grace, we are going to try. If at that his level and with the opposition he used to be before, he's beginning to think that way. So I can imagine how that thing is happening to people within that space and say, look here, they don't want this guy to come in, and maybe because he said because he's a Yoruba man, say, and we are not going to allow that. We are going to vote, we are going to mobilize for him, we are going to. I was like, wow, this is very interesting, and I was really impressed actually.
All right, Patrick, take us to the to the Peter Obi space. He's gone to court then to prevent INEC from using MC Oluomo as the transport facilitator for electoral materials during the election. So begin from why Peter Obi would have done this. Is there justification for him to do that? And then take us through the process to land on how this judgment was reached. But was Peter Obi, is there an argument for this lawsuit that somebody that is as aggressively partisan as MC Oluomo should not be allowed to handle sensitive electoral materials? Is there an argument for that, for Peter Obi's lawsuit?
Actually, I was just wondering what was INEC thinking to have even
It's
allowed that.
ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, it's like saying, okay, let us appoint Tinubu's son as INEC commissioner for Osun State or something. You don't do that kind of nonsense now. So I mean, they just made that guy spend money for lawyer and everything, and start having to start doing that. Ironically, if he didn't do that, they would have left him. They would have allowed MC Oluomo to. I'm a Tinubu supporter, but that would have been a disaster. That would not have been a free and fair election. Even though Tinubu will still have one Lagos state.
Can I interject, Patrick?
Sure.
You see, that is the practice across the federation. In each state of the federation, it is the transport association that handle the logistic transportation of their material from the local government to each ward and stuff like that. So, trying to single out MC Oluomo, I just think that it just doesn't make sense, because in Anambra State, it is the same NURWT that handles this transportation of what do you call them?
Election material.
Election material from the local government to each ward, and then transport it back to what do you call it? To the local government at the end of the day. And all these NURWT officials.
But do you not think that MC Oluomo is too obviously partisan to be in such a sense? Yeah, everybody knows who MC Oluomo is now, and we all know what his politics are.
No, hold on one minute. All of them.
I agree with you.
All of them are aligned. All of them are aligned to one political party or the other,
Exactly.
particularly the governor of each state.
Yeah,
particularly the
exactly.
governor of this. So what the OB people are doing, they're just trying to score a point that, oh, look at the way we hit them. We make it impossible. We are going to make it impossible for them to
So
rig election in Lagos. I mean, transportation of material and official from local government to each ward of the Fed. Those drivers have nothing whatsoever to do to influence the election result. They can't do anything to influence the election result. There is just to get paid for their job and then do their job. That's it. They have nothing to do with the equipment, and they have police with them that they follow them from the local government to each ward of the to each ward in the local government and then back. Police follow them. So what are they talking about? They're just trying to make a point.
Hold on, Rational Mind. I think Charles wanted to come in. Charles, did you want to come in?
Yeah, let's be honest with it. Even in business practices, there's what you call conflict of interest. Even before any contract is even awarded.
Look at that.
Even before any contract is even awarded, there are meant to be checks. If there's any form of involvement or closeness to any of the business dealings, either family-wise or anything, you are automatically withdrawn from that contract. So initially, and again, if you are saying that if all states practice the same thing, use their transport drivers and whatever, I'm sure you can't mention any chairman or road chairman in the eastern or southern or northern, even northern part of Nigeria that is aligned to any political party by name.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
I am not an obedience, but I agree with Peter Obi on this one. You can't have MC.
No. Look. If others candidates you want to stand up as well, say, okay, we don't want NURWT around the country to transport this thing.
It's not NURWT now. Is that particular character and its association with Tinubu?
It is not. No. Look, let me tell you this. What I'm saying is the Transport Association of each state either align with NURWT or not align with NURWT that handle the transportation of this election material from each local government to the world in each state of the federation.
Hold on.
You have to remember that Rational Mind, you have to remember that the Lagos State NURWT has divorced itself from the national figure. Go on there. Rational Mind.
Rational Mind, please give me 1 minute. What my main point is NURWT in each state of the federation, their headship or their leader aligned to particular to the governor. It's the governor of the state that appoint them, that favor whoever that got to be the leader of the NURWT. So automatically they align with one party in that state, particularly the ruling party in that state. So
Like
if they are allowed, if they are allowed in Anambra State to carry that vehicle, to transport those election material, I will be far away from concluding that yes, ABGA can easily influence them as well. What is the point? All over the federation, NURWT affiliated group also are the one that carry out this thing across because INEC doesn't have the facility. They don't have the facility to transport this thing across the federation. So they hire the service of NURWT because they know they are in every nook and cranny of
let's even probe this thing you're talking about. This carry. What kind of trucks do they have that is secured? Bullion van. They use bullion van to carry not just only money. They can use it to carry important items and all of that. So, are you telling me that have you ever seen when they transport WAEC materials?
I'm not sure that they'll be using bullion vans.
Exactly. So my point is this. I don't know what I would fault INEC for this. if you're transporting a sensitive material, such as ballot papers and beavers and all that kind of stuff, it must be in a more secure van that you cannot.
Are you saying they should buy bullion vans just to transport, just for one use in 4 years?
What? One man.
Nationwide.
That is why
nationwide.
Nigeria is. I keep saying, I don't like saying this every time, but I will often say Nigeria is a banana republic.
No. Hold on. Before you go. No. Hold on. Before you go. Oh no. Hold on now. Steady down. Before you go on that, we know where you are going to launch to. But before you launch, are you saying that INEC should buy security vehicles, hundreds of thousands of them, for transporting electoral materials nationwide, just for use once every 4 years? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's not what I'm saying.
They could use
Let
federal
me say something real quick.
vehicles. In the US, they use the
Can I say
postal
something?
vehicles, don't they?
Can I say something real quick? They are logistic companies. Even some of these companies that transport something for CBN, there are contractors among them that transport these bullion vans are not owned by banks.
Yeah, can they handle the volume?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, what kind of transport, a secured transport van does NWRT has that can transport such a?
No, but they back it up with security now. They don't just put it on a down phone now and say go and deliver at Ikeja Center.
So, what did they put it?
They put it in downfall. The security ring fence it to transport. Is that not logical?
No, rational mind.
Of course, that's what it must be. They must put it inside downfall. Get me. They must put it inside downfall. So what is the even with all the police around it or whatever the security? What is the possibility that these things cannot be tampered with at some point?
Well, let me tell you.
They're in secured boxes. They're not in polythene bags. They're in secured.
I don't know the secured boxes you're talking about. How it looks like this material, because you can't tell me say.
Well, it stands to reason, does it? Do you think they'll put it in a carrier bag? Like supermarket carrier bag?
Are you put inside down for? Or you must have to take out all the old seats there.
Rational mind. You see,
if you have to probe all these things, it makes no sense. Hold on.
It does make sense. It does make sense.
Transporting them.
Hold on, rational mind. What you don't know, let me enlighten you the way this thing works. Hold on. In every local government of the federation, every local government has said they have INEC offices in every local government in that country. So maybe a day before the election malaria overnight will arrive in that local government. And in the morning, before voting begins, transport by NURT, we collect this thing with the assistant of police officer or with the escort of police officer to each ward in that local government. So it's not too complicated the way we want to see it, as if it's a very complicated thing. No, they will transport it with the police escort to each ward, and in each ward they will deliver this material. They will move around in each ward, polling booth by polling booth. Remember, on election day there is no work, there's nothing. The road is clear, so the security of these people is guaranteed to transport around. So they will transport this, they drop them in each polling station, from one point to the other in each ward. That is the way they will do it. That's the way they carry it out. And at the end of the day,
I understand what you're talking about.
They will transport it.
The argument. Hold on, the argument here is that why NWRT? But you said
when they don't have another.
Now you said they've been antecedent of using NW. Well, I'm here to confirm that.
They are the one they've been using.
I remember now. I think I remember.
They are the one they've been using. They've been using them. This is not the first time they've been using NURW.
They've been using them for.
You mean this present INEC, or even from the 90s when we have election in the past? Is that how it is, or just this INEC of Mahmoud?
No. Even Professor Jega used them.
Even Professor Jega.
Yeah, I remember
using them.
NWRT.
Yes. They contract them
that is where we
each
have the
state
problem
of
in
the
our country.
federation.
So
No,
it must stop.
but
It must stop.
alternatively, rational mind, who do you think they could have used? Let's practically now.
That's what I'm telling you. There are so many logistic companies in Nigeria.
No, that can handle the volume.
What volume are you talking about? You keep saying volume.
No. Okay, listen, rational mind. They are transporting electoral materials to every 774 local government areas, polling units, all of that, the wide expanse of every single state. What other facilitation other than the NWRT can support that?
What
logistic company has that capacity?
Woman, do you know that the electoral material?
Can I answer the question?
Hold on, Patrick.
I right off the bat right here, I can give you like 5 different logistic companies in Lagos.
Right, in Lagos.
In Lagos with the capacity.
No, nationwide.
Well,
okay. How do you know they have the capacity in Lagos?
They do because.
Do you know how many? Hold on.
You know,
we are getting to. You are being funny, man.
To see all of this.
Hold
this
on.
Is why we keep having.
No, don't go off on a tangent. Stay on topic.
This is why we have irregularities in our election.
No, forget that. Hold on. INEC has to contract out the transportation of electoral materials to all the 774 local government areas in Nigeria. They have to be able to work with one central pool that has tentacles nationwide. So which central pool has tentacles nationwide? Or are you suggesting that they hop from state to state, forming local relationships? Well, the only logistics is NWRT now. So why are we even having this as a...
sorry.
Hold on. Let Rational Mind follow through.
Even this NWRT people are talking about. Most of apart from the one in Lagos that I know of, most of these buses and whatever that possibly be used, they are owned by individuals.
Yeah.
That of Lagos, hold on. Let me land. That of Lagos, most of those guys are collects, even MC Oluomo, he has his own buses. He has his own vehicle that applies those roads. And each of those guys that work with MC Oluomo, they too have their own buses too. So now this is there's a conflict here because all these guys that you're trying to use, they work for a godfather of Lagos. So you cannot use them. That's conflict of interest there.
How many local governments do we have in Lagos?
Their own godfather is a candidate in that election. So if it were to be NWRT or by individuals who own I'm a member of NWRT because I have bosses. I'm not a full member. I don't collect money, but I have bosses because I'm a transporter. If they contract me, no problem. I can understand. But if I have dealings, I have interest with a person or a candidate, then that's a conflict of interest there. So I don't fault Obi for doing what he did. But we can say
in Ogun State.
All right. Ajanle, let me bring you this article from INEC. It says Lagos elections, we have to work with MC Oluomo-led park committee to distribute materials. This is INEC. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it has no option but to engage Lagos State Park Management Committee to distribute election materials and personnel in the state on election days. The INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner in Lagos State, Olusegun Agbaje, said this during the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security meeting at the INEC office on Tuesday in Lagos. Mr. Agbaje was responding to questions on controversies around the engagement of Parks Management Committee led by Musiliu Akesanya, aka MC Oluomo, a Lagos APC chieftain, to distribute election materials. The News Agency of Nigeria records that Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State had banned the operation of the National Union of Road Transport Workers and the Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria in the state and set up Park Management Committee to administer operations. The PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has, however, warned INEC not to use the Park Management Committee led by Akesanya, a former NURTW chairman and APC stalwart, to distribute election material in order not to compromise the election's integrity. Mr. Abubakar, in a statement on February the 2nd by his special assistant on public communications, Frank Shaibu, said that INEC must preserve the sanctity. Okay, let's go to INEC. Let's go. Speaking on the controversy, Mr. Agbaje said that the commission was not concerned about the person of Akisoya, but about individual drivers and vehicle owners to meet up with the huge volume of logistic needs for the elections. There is a ban on the NURTW and RETEA. We are only left with the park. Sorry, who's that? Who's that? Sorry, can you mute yourself, please, whoever that is? There's a ban on the NURTW and RETEA. We are only left with the park management system and NARTO, or whatever that is, and we are already working with NARTO. NARTO is not even able to meet up with 40% of our vehicle movement requirement for the elections. The commission in Lagos does not have any option but to use park management system. We are not dealing with Oluomo. We are dealing with the park managers, individual people that have vehicles are those we are going to use. So there it is. It's the logistics of it. That's just and that logistics can only really be provided by MC Oluomo-led organization. So that's what INEC is saying.
That's in Lagos, right?
Yeah, that's in Lagos. That's in Lagos. Yeah.
So if it's going to be just ONG on Loma, that's a conflict of. I understand that if they don't do that, there's no way, because that is what we're talking about. When I go off tangent now here, start talking about how much I just done, I detest Tinubu's style of governance. You people will say maybe because that guy, the way he has hold Lagos State.
But what concerns Tinubu with what we are saying now?
Would you allow me talk? Would you allow me talk?
You just always go around.
Oh, carry on, rational mind. Yeah.
My point is this: you see, when somebody holds the state by the jugular, I mean, everything it controls it. This is the kind of thing we're talking about. This is the kind of time we arrive at a time like this whereby we'll just find ourselves in no other option than just to go by whatever flow or the status quo that's on ground. So,
okay, alternatively,
the point I'm trying to make is this: that I understand INEC's dilemma here, that there's nothing they can do in this system than to go with it, because this guy controls the park. He controls everything in Lagos. Virtually everybody there who are even independent transporters within that Lagos State metropolis there, a lot of them, they are indirectly connected to this guy.
That's not only restricted to Lagos. That's what we are saying now. Auxiliary is controlling your state.
Well, maybe that'll be also up for litigation. We shall find out how that.
All right. Let's hear from Stephen and then we move on. I'm not sure, but that's what INEC. They don't have a choice as far as I can see. But Stephen, you wanted to come in. Stephen, stay. Yeah.
I just want to say something that.
I can't hear you very well.
Yeah, we can't hear you very well, Steve. We can't hear you very well.
Is it better now?
A bit. Carry on.
Yeah, I just want to say something about the what being discussed.
You sound too faint. We can hardly hear you.
Yeah, I think he's driving. Are you driving? Are you driving, Stevie?
Yeah, I'm in the car anyway. I'm in the car.
Yes.
It's not loud.
Yeah. I think I think we should all understand that MC Oluomo, I think everybody knows that he's too much aligned with this guy. We can't deny that. Anyway. And there's just one example I want to make. When this guy, Emefiele, was trying to buy from all those kind of things that was going on there, INEC chairman has to come out that, okay, because traditionally, INEC, they used to keep their stuff in CBN nationwide. So when Emefiele was doing all those stuff, INEC has to come out that they can no longer keep their stuff in CBN because of what Emefiele was supposedly trying to do. So I think we should just try and see a link between these two. So we can't say, oh, because they are using this nationwide and this thing, but this guy, I think everybody knows he's too much in sync with APC candidates. So it would be a good thing for it to take him off him. Even not for anything, it just to even make the election even more credible. It's going to be to advantage of Tinubu because if this is taken off him, then people cannot say, Tinubu used this person to rig election. It's going to be like in the long run a good thing for him. So I think, in my own opinion, it's better he's taken off. There are a lot of logistic company in Lagos. Lagos have a lot of it. A lot of it. There are so
That
many.
was what I was saying. There's a lot of, yeah.
So if CBN, if INEC cannot keep stock in CBN nationwide because of just Emefiele is not controlling, or he has a this thing, but he's not going to be in all CBN this thing. So, but then because of that conflict of interest, they say no, we can't keep our material there, and that's what happened. So that's just what I want to say. Thanks.
All right, back to you, Patrick. So Patrick, now what the justice has said was that he or she has deferred the matter till the 22nd. So what happens then? What happens then in terms of logistics? What sort of contingency should INEC just abandon that contract, or they can't abandon it because they have to pay anyway? But should they quickly move then to make other arrangements just in case? Are elections even going to hold in Lagos the way this is going now? What's your
No,
reading of that space?
I think what is going to happen is that MC Olom will end up taking that. If by 22nd they don't give a judgment, that means the contract remains, they stay to status quo, and then the guy delivers. And if it's adjourned till after election, then the case is started back. You understand? Election has already taken place. That's one side to it. But if eventually they give a judgment and say, no way, INEC might appeal that judgment. Because I don't see, it makes INEC's job very difficult, almost relatively impossible, or very expensive. Very, very expensive. And so they might, if they give a judgment on 22nd, INEC might decide to just appeal the judgment. If they appeal that judgment and stay of execution, it also means that the contract will still run. And once the contract runs and the elections taking place, it becomes statute bar. So those are the issues. That is, it's a very tight thing actually for them, because I remember now. I think initially I forgot. I remember they used them in every state. I remember you used them in Ogun State when I was there, and all the NURTW men are loyal to different governors. Like in Oyo State now, Auxiliary and Elewe, all of them those days, they are loyal to the sitting governor, to Akala and all the rest. In Ogun State, we have one guy they call it Yeru, and they were just Amusun guys, and they used them. It's
Well,
just that
what about Ajale Sokoko's suggestion that this is just a publicity, it's just a stunt by Peter Obi?
no, I think the Obi did it out of a precaution, but we are saying that Ajale is saying that that precaution is not necessary because those guys have no influence. Given what is happening now, with the way the things are structured now, one, they can't go and take ballot papers and go and vote somewhere.
But Patrick, I'm sorry, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Is the obedience, are they not believing in beavers anymore? These people transporting this material to the to the center, do they have any influence?
Yeah.
Patrick, even
Sorry.
WAEC, let me
I
speak,
think
let me finish. Can I please finish?
they use
Can I
transport now
please
for
finish?
WAEC.
Oh,
Can I please finish?
yeah, land the question.
I noticed, I witnessed WAEC. WAEC officials, I saw WAEC officials on a bike. They don't have logistic to take everybody to the center. I've saw WAEC officials on a bike, on a transport, public, what they call it, on a motorway, on a bus before. So does these people have any
and he
influence?
was carrying exam papers.
Yes, with padlock.
Sorry,
Yes.
please let me interject, please. Everybody, I greet everybody that is supporting.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me. Rational mind. Anything I say, I'm saying the truth. You always say people are lying. I've saw that before.
I'm not saying it has never happened. Don't get me wrong. I've seen one like that. but it's never.
So what are you saying?
Sorry, one more
All right,
time. Can I interject? Because I want to interject, so I should let you finish. But Rashama is talking. I don't understand the part you are finishing from. I greet everybody here, the Peter B people and the Latify. I don't see any difference between you guys. It's becoming toxic sometimes for me, Everybody should calm me down. And it's becoming one-sided too much, and I don't like that. Anyway, what Angelica was saying was true. But the question I need to ask everybody here first, before we start arguing randomly, is who is Peter Obi suing? Is it NC Olomo or National Youth, National Road Transport, whatever? One man.
It's suing INEC
to remove it from MC Olomo or National Union of Road Transportation.
It's not actually National Union of Road Transport because the Lagos Park space has been removed from the National Union of Road Transport Workers and is now nested within a localized structure within the state. So It's still the same system, but localized.
Yeah,
but hold on. That you asked the question. That localized structure now has the contract to transport electoral materials for INEC. But that localized structure, the head of that localized structure is MC Oluomo, and Peter Obi's argument is that MC Oluomo is so aligned to Tinubu that there is no guarantee the safety and integrity of the electoral material. So that's the matter in court.
Okay, that one is just politics, by the way. But what Angelica was saying, people will not get it right. People will get confused. National Union of Road Transport have been transporting material. They'll be suing NMO to give to NCO. NCO is no longer in National Union Road Transport. They'll be suspended from that place. And it's now the chairman, Lagos Park, whatever. So it's right to do that. It will be conflict of interest to put it on the hand on a particular union, which is kind of a private union now. National Road Union, Transport Union is responsible to transport materials. That is for federal. And SLMO is no longer there. If SLMO is there and Peter Obi is going to court, that would be wrong for Peter Obi. But trying to segment it to Lagos State Transport Union, that is conflict of interest. So that we'll not be arguing like what did is wrong and what Batify is like this. That's why I said the Batify, obedient. That's why I said the Batify and obedient to me these days are same. They're same toxic people right now because they don't use their rational mind anymore. When it comes to Tinubu, the Tinubu soldier will flare up. When it comes to Obi, the obedient will start insulting people. Just to use common sense, they won't.
Hold on, World Peace.
Now me they attack like that.
Napon.
They attack like that. What Peace?
Now play of words. I not fear you now. Just to tell you now the truth.
I don't make you fear me. Hold on, no. I don't say make you fear me. But I mean they attack like that now.
No, I just joke. I'm missing for a very long time for this platform. I just give everybody time to enjoy their candidate because it's getting closer. I don't work on because me I sit down for friends. I don't work on carry enemy for.
Okay,
we all come together after the election. Now we all come to laugh here again.
I'm not sure the way it be so. Many people will not come together the way it be so. Yeah,
I don't die now. I don't die.
What Peace? Let me tell you, the point I am making is that what difference does it make?
It makes a lot of difference.
Hold on. Why I'm saying it doesn't make any difference is this. Every head of NURTW, or what do they call them, in each state, align with the governor of that state. They are boys of the governor of that state. So they are politically aligned with the ruling party in that state. So MC Oluolo as well in Lagos State align with the Lagos State government. So what difference does it make whether you are NURTW or whether you are MTOB or more Transport Corporation? They all align with the ruling party in that state.
Please
so
hold on there.
That is why I'm saying this is just an effort to score a cheap political point. It doesn't make sense.
Ajali Koko, hold on.
It's
Let me reply.
nonsense.
Let me respond to you so that I'll be able to understand where our base of argument. First of all, I'm not disputing the fact you are saying National Union Road Transportation people are not they don't have allegiance to their governor or their governor in power. Of course, that is true. But giving it to NC Oluomo now that is not longer a member.
No, hold on. If you agree that that is true, then that defeats the logic of Peter Obi's argument in court.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Let me respond now.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on? Because then that applies to every single state. The argument that Peter Obi presents to have MC Oluomo removed for reasons that is still compromised. That if you agree that what Ajanle Koko is saying is right, then that applies to every single state. Then that makes then a stunt like Ajanle Koko
let
was
me
saying.
answer again. Let me answer again. National Road Union is federal. NC Oluomo is no longer there anymore. It's on states. It's a conflict of interest.
No.
Hold on, Awama. No. See, sorry. Hold on, Awama. Sorry. Let's stop arguing from the top. Let's get from bottom to from up.
But let's go there quickly because
now,
I think you want to say it's localized because they've removed, but the same principles still apply.
Let me just tell you, in every state, everybody have their own NC Oluomo. Before in Edo State, we used to have Godedosa. From Godedosa, it comes Bobizwa. From Bobizwa, become Sony Kabata.
No, we know all that. No, don't take us on a long journey now. Ajale Koko just said, okay, go on.
Wait, hold on. What Ajale Koko is saying is trying to portray the fact because the national is there and is putting in NC Oluomo by the side by hanging on to it. No, NC Oluomo is not a member of the National Union Transport Road Association. Let's clear that one first.
No, but that's not the point, though. If you listen, no, you don't.
The point is this. Hold on, please. The point is, HINEC work with National Road Transport Union from ages, which is fact. But now, that's why I asked at the beginning: is this suing NC Oluomo or is this suing National?
All right.
You said it's suing HINEC for giving to NC National Union Road Transport. I said that case will not hold, except it's suing Lagos. If it's suing part of Lagos State Road Transport Association, that case will hold. Mama, please get what I'm saying.
I get what you are saying, but it doesn't apply. It's just what I was suggesting. All right, let's just move. Go on, John. Then round up that space after Patrick.
One man, there is no national in Lagos State anymore.
This is exactly what we were trying to
do. Who will they use now?
It's fine.
They already been disbanded. The Lagos State government have crushed NURWT in Lagos. They no more exist in Lagos. And what they have
hold on, because you're going to loop us around again.
Even Oyo State, same thing happened in Oyo State.
Yeah, hold on. What they replaced the NWRT with in Lagos is a park management system. So to all intents and purposes, that is the NWRT in Lagos. So the facilitation that NWRT could have given INEC in Lagos is what that space offers. So that's just it. It's still NWRC, but localized.
Let me add this before you can move on. If the case is in Lagos State High Court, of course Lagos is going to win it. But like what this guy just said, that who would they use? There are so many people. If they want to decide to use different people, they can use the police, they can use the night post, they can use so many other ventures. So
night post, what are you talking about? I mean, what are you night post?
I must move on. I must move on. Patrick, I want to move on. We're never going to.
They use Royal Mail or USPS.
I think it's been long that World Peace left Nigeria.
No. I don't like it. I want to move on.
All right. Thank you, World Peace. Only because you will say something, somebody else will have to respond to it, and then we go around for another half an hour.
It becomes practically impossible, actually, if you don't use the road transport worker that are peculiar to that place. Look at the riverine area; they need to use the transportation people that are running that kind of route, because like all those river area, they have boats and jetty that runs the place, and they have the association. So INEC cannot go and start buying boats, buying all those things to support themselves. So they have to just use it the same way they use for census people, for WAEC, for other stuff like that. That's the only practical thing. And I think INEC is going to just keep appealing that case. Legally, actually, I think that park union could be, they could get that. They could get that if they push further.
All right, a brief commentary on this, Patrick. Adamo El Rufai orders in closed-door meeting with Malami. So they had this closed-door meeting that lasted a good period of time, and they all kept their own counsel when they came out of that meeting. But of course, we all know that the meeting will be themed around the Naira swap situation at the moment. At that meeting, Yahaya Bello, Bello Matawale, and El Rufai are completing the APC set. Abdullahi Adamu, weighing in heavily on Abubakar Malami to redirect the Buhari administration to obeying the laws of the land. So, what are you making? Because what struck me is that a political party in the course of a presidential election is having closed door meeting with the Attorney General of the country to the exclusion of other parties. Is that even right for that meeting to take place?
No, they are not actually having a meeting with the Attorney General. They are having a meeting with a member of their party, in the person of Abubakar Malami. And they could be discussing things that are, one, very important to their party and also important to the country. From what I'm seeing, I think they are just creating a platform. It's difficult to say, let's give the president a soft landing. They are trying to say, okay, let's look for a way for the president to take a position in a manner that is not going to embarrass him. Because this thing has become an embarrassment to him. That's just the truth. And they have to now look for a way to do it in such a way so that it doesn't look like this guy is embarrassed. So, but I'm very sure that they are going to really look into this Naira stuff. And by tomorrow, Wednesday, they're going to relax things, and things are going to get to normal. And they should look at it. I think there's a group there trying to get article in. The bankers are involved. If you look at the banks in Nigeria, most of the banks are owned by majority of the people that own banks in Nigeria are from a particular state, and they are from a particular village. You'll be surprised if you look at it.
Yeah, name names now. Name names.
Zenith, the guy is from where? Tony,
But
the guy is from where?
State. So what's the point?
Tony, the guy is from where?
Otedola actually owns First Bank now. He's a Yoruba
No, that
man.
one is just recent now. The First Bank is mainly owned by Oba and these Northerners. You understand? Owned by Northerners and Yoruba.
One man, please. Let me challenge Patrick on this. What he's saying. What are you driving at with this whole banking thing?
No, what I'm saying is that
okay.
I was discussing with someone today. Said that that there's a particular group in Delta that are working for Atiku, and a large number of them owns banks in that group from that particular town. You understand?
Okay.
Right. So what are we making of it? Take us to where you are. Right.
And so that even if that with this policy and implementation, the way they have done it, they have the structure. It's just like the oil marketers too. It's not as if there's no fuel, but they have a way of creating artificial scarcity. My brother told me yesterday that do you know that because he lives very close to Badagry, he lives very close to Benin Republic, rather Idiroko and stuff like that. That do you know that at a point petrol became cheaper in Benin than here? That his neighbor that went to Benin quickly filled up his tank very well when he was coming because his neighbor's mother is in Benin. So and whereas we are the one they smuggle fuel from here to Benin. So it now looks like the oil, just like Tinubu said, this So there are some very powerful oil marketers that are frustrating and working directly for Atiku. I want to think that there are some bankers that are also working for Atiku.
All right. I'm not sure. All right. All right. So that's fine. So this damn memory lane thing that happened in Lagos State, Shegun Oshoba was inviting us to the understanding that this Tinubu project that we're seeing, it actually started the moment he put down his pen. I haven't signed the last thing as Lagos State Governor 2007. The goodbye dinner, whatever that is called, to usher him out of Lagos State as governor, out of office. It was at that dinner in 2007 that the idea was muted that his next journey should be to Aso Rock. And it looks as though then what is now culminating in a once and for all, one chance deal, yes or no, that is going to get on Saturday now. This journey actually started in 2007. So what are you then making then of Shegun Oshoba's down the memory lane revelation?
Yeah, they could be saying the truth, but it doesn't also preclude the fact that Tinubu had always had that ambition to run as president of the country. You understand? So I I believe them, and that's definitely going to now motivate the guy more and say, look, I have the backing of these people. The Yorubas, the Southwest, the Yoruba entirely we will actually miss Oba Lamidi Adeyemi actually. He was a very, very strong leader, even not loud, but very inspiring and able to rally people. And I think they respect him. He's respected in the Southwest, even in the South, even in Midwest. They still respect him and they love him. So he's going to be greatly missed. But now I'm happy that the Obas are rallying together. You mentioned the Oni that time. Definitely the Oni is going to be supporting him because I'm sure
Yeah, but it's
he
not
doesn't have the
supporting him.
strength of installing Oni.
It's not frontal in the support though, which you have the expectation. I don't think anybody will quibble if the Oni comes out to declare for Tinubu, because he's the
Actually,
custodian of Yoruba culture. So
One
what else
man.
would they? Yeah.
Yeah, he used to be until when Obasanjo, you know, told him publicly that he shouldn't be doing that. There was a time, you know, I think during the APC primary, Fayemi went to Oni, and Oni told him that no, they should stop he should stop what he's doing. That they should all stand behind
Asiwaju.
Asiwaju. The next day, Obasanjo came out publicly, started talking to Oni like a baby. Like, you shouldn't have done that. That many people are still coming. You still have to bless many people. Because Obasanjo was angry. Since then, he just tried to mellow that he doesn't want to be too involved in politics like that. He's still supporting Asiwaju. He was in Oyo State when Asiwaju went to Oyo State. He was there to welcome him. So he's
And
still
I
supporting, but it's just
because
reduced
Asiwaju
the
is
volume.
instrumental to
Mm.
his being coming the Oni. So I think, but I think Ashiwaju is good now. That takes us to what you said. He said we have done all we have to do. You see, um, all we need to do.
Sorry. Do you think I'm making too much of those words? Because it struck me. Because of course language is all everything always embedded in language. So you'd expect we have done all we can is what people usually say. But this is quite pointed. This is quite deliberate. We have done all we need to do. So am I making too much of that, Patrick?
No, no. You see, I think you're going to be you're talking. We are talking about a man who understands the job. For example, if I have a report to present to maybe Security Exchange Commission, for example, which I do maybe quarterly for my company, there are requirements that I need to make. There's requirement that the SEC expects me, that NASDAQ expects me to do, and stuff like that for my company, and I just do them. I just do them. And then I stand back after the auditor has signed and looked at everything. We stand back and look at it and say, yeah, we have done well. Then we'll go for the tradition for us, we just go to a restaurant, go for a party, go to a bar, have a drink. We're just sure that, okay, by the time we do our press release, the investors will see it and, something like that, So that's the point, because we know what is expected. This man understands the job. He understands what need to be done. And, I think we are just only aware of what he has done in the Southwest. When my brother sent me a video and a picture of Ashiwaju team in Ogoja, I was shocked. In Ikom, this is one of the places I went to secondary. They were interiors. In Edo, in Takum, in very ridiculous places. Then you know that this man did not only just go to major city like any other person. No. They went to the big town. After the state cap, they went to the big town, the other major cities, then went to some rurals. And his guys have always been working. Somebody like Yayi, Solomon Yayi, the guy has been going, as I know how many times I have been to Ilaro in the last few months. Ilaro is another major city in Ogun State. But not so you had the rally in Abeokuta, everybody shaking hand, we have had rally. In Ilaro, the population of Ilaro should be over 500,000. We have Ijebu, all those kind of places. Tinubu did not only go to the capital city. Tinubu went to those places, meeting people, getting their commitment. Now, it's not just going to rally and they say, he's not even talking. That's why when the man goes to rally, all he does is just pray. He said, the man has spoken to people. You know when he started by going to talk to the Obas first, the traditional rulers, all of them. He went as far as this man to meet Obas in Ondo State. He went round, then from there to all the former speakers. Anybody that has been the speaker in any state house or assembly before, he had this conference with them, with all house of rep, all chairman of APC. That's why it's very difficult to just take the party from him. He must have given commitment to
When
them.
did he do all of this?
You said?
When did he do all of this?
Because we're not following now. He had a meeting.
But sorry, Patrick. We're always saying this guy is the one that is working the work. It was not been off a plane since June. He has not now. You see him now, so you know.
He came from that London rest. The man, you just didn't notice. He had a meeting with all the speakers from House of Assembly and deputy speaker in Nigeria, and even all the ones that are not current speakers. Those that have been speakers before.
Hold on. You said in Nigeria, is it his own party or every?
In APC and the ones that are not in the opposition. You understand? If you are a speaker,
this is your story. Sometimes this on the stories, they're very, very good. I mean, it's very just.
And you need to check it out. It's just Google.
I mean, there's no way to check because I've not seen that on any news space.
No, I was
just this on APC, same APC news that
I will try and check
come here and
spew out. Send the link
to Rational Mind. He did. I can remember when he did.
But you have people saying all people are about the fight. So
I watched it. I watched it live. I watched it live.
But then it's not in the news space. It's not in the news media.
You won't know now because you are not.
Don't send me any link to any chat of your Batify. I don't want to see anything about.
No, don't worry. It's 5 more days. Rational Mind, and they will come to a head. 5 more days.
If it's not in the mainstream media, forget it. I will never go to this.
Sorry, Patrick. In 5 days, 2 things will happen. Rational Mind, and you have to be here. So you have to be here either to laugh at the Tinubu supporters or be here to be mocked. But you must be here, because somebody is going to get mocked on Saturday.
Most definitely,
yeah. So somebody is going to get mocked, But back to you, Patrick. But Patrick, it's just I'm not sure that anybody whether he wins or not, he has certainly given it his best. This is what you have to say about Tinubu.
Yes, he has. He has. You know, they say just do your best and just
Hmm.
believe God for every other thing. Just hope for the best. So I'm sure what they have done, when they say we have done, is that we have done everything to make sure we can win. We have done as many damage to our opposition as possible to make sure that they don't really move. And we have also done everything to secure any attack, secure ourselves against any attack that the opposition can give to us. These guys have done a very good job. Each time I call my guys in Nigeria and say, hello for Kobale now, hello for Kobale, madam, don't worry yourself for Kobale, just go and rest. They are so sure it's going to happen. Today, I still looked at the registered voters and the PVC collections. The numbers are not adding up for the other parties. That's just the truth. The numbers, I looked at it again today. I still have it opened up on my laptop. Yeah, I'm actually in front of my laptop now. The numbers are not adding up for them. So it's sure. I have a younger brother in the US now. That guy is going home tomorrow to go and vote with his wife. That's how committed the party fighter. The guy is flying back to Nigeria to go and vote with his wife. So people are really, really committed to this Tinubu thing. And these are people that don't know Tinubu personally, but they are just ready to go out for him. That's how it is. So if you say it's not only Obi that has organic follower.
Oh, okay. So what's propelling your brother to make that journey? Is it tribe or competence? And don't lie to us. Is it
Okay,
because he's
I'll
a
be very
Yoruba
honest
man?
with you. When I asked
Yes.
Ayo, I said, look here. I say, what's happening? Why are you? He said, Egbon, of all the lords, he said Tinubu is not the best that we have in Nigeria. He said, but of the lords that have made themselves available, Tinubu is the most qualified. And that I said, but when the question, he said, look, I don't even listen to them. He said, I don't waste my time. He said they just say rubbish, all those other. He said they are just saying rubbish because they don't have a point. He said if you say that they say, suffer never do you, suffer never. This guy works in an oil company. He's been an accountant in an oil company for over 17 years. So he says suffer never do you. The guy is not suffering. This is an elite. That's a group that will be think, oh, they are going to vote for him. You understand? FCA, he works in a multinational oil company, an American oil company in Nigeria. The guy said, Edmond, I'm going to Nigeria to go and vote. And that's just the point.
I encourage him not to. If he were my brother, I'll ask him not to. But
No, I mean, it's
don't die in other people's war.
he said, I'm going to vote. I said, what if things are tough? He said, yeah, if things are tough, if it's not possible, then I'll stay at home. Say, but if I see that it is possible for me to vote, I am going to vote. See, one of the reasons
Would you like to be in Nigeria for the elections?
Woman, in 2015, I was living in the US. I went to Nigeria to vote for Buhari. In 2015.
Oh, you were going to Nigeria anyway, or you went specifically?
No, I went to vote because of that. I went to Nigeria because of that election.
Because you feel that your one vote is worth the $5,000 that
I did everything. It was not even up to 5,000 to fly there now in 2015.
Yeah, but plus all of the whatever it is that they stay there.
I was very committed. You know those times that they say why does not have a certificate. I wrote letters to you know that it was not Cambridge that used to organize the exam then. I wrote letters.
Cambridge.
They said that they could have given to me, but I'm not an institution or a body. I'm writing as an individual. So if I was writing on behalf of an NGO that has public interest, they would have released the Buhari result to me. And I would have just published it. That time they say he had NEPA bill, and that's how far some of us are willing to go. I was even ready to pay for it, to get it. So it's very interesting. I would have loved to go now also to vote, but I don't know if I need to revalidate my PVC or something, but it's okay.
Oga Patrick.
Yeah.
In 2019, who did you vote for, or who did you permit
No, I
to vote
didn't
for?
go. I was in Canada in 2019.
I
But
know. Who
I
did you
campaigned for
permit to?
Buhari.
Huh?
I campaigned for
2019,
Buhari. Yeah,
2015, what?
Buhari.
And now APC.
2011.
Okay, understand. It's okay. Thank you.
2011
You
Buhari.
were with Buhari also in 2011. You know, there was a
Yes.
time I used to believe in Buhari as well, but then, you know,
I still believe
it,
in
it,
him, actually.
it's not turned out to be who a lot of people thought he was. Yeah, certainly for me, he's not on.
One man,
Yeah,
I've got a confession, please.
go on.
Before I don't normally come to on your program. I just used to watch you from afar because I love Buhari, and anytime I see you bashing Buhari, all those kind of, I'm like, what's wrong with this man? I never even knew you were a Yoruba man. I'm like,
He
oh,
thought he was a
all the all
Biafran.
the all this all this hip hop, what's this
With
man
that
saying?
song, I
Bàbá
What
ẹ̀ sì
this
believe
máa
man
him.
saying?
bàbá ẹ̀ sì máa ṣépè fún one man.
Yeah,
I pop
yeah.
about this, so I pop about oh, tell
For
me,
one man.
man, you would have been better. I pop.
Yeah, every time you say Malam Buhari, you see
The
what's wrong with this
Jagaban
man?
dynasty
I
of
never
Lagos.
knew. I'm still one of your top fan.
Don't worry. A plague on all their houses, but I hate all of them, to be honest with you. But I'm just hopeful that, because we've missed so many opportunities in that country. It's almost, it's ungodly. But thank you, Patrick. For time, let me go on from you to Thomas, who, as you know, will depart for work anytime soon. So, Thomas, as always, a real delight. New haircut from Thomas. As always, coming here is trying to impress. I've heard it from reliable sources that he's trying to impress Bonksma. So this is what is going on. This is what my sources have told me. But Thomas, to it though, somebody that is certainly not impressed. Court grants Labour's request to block MC Oluomo from transporting election materials for INEC. There's a part of me that actually agrees with that judgment. Just the association of MC Oluomo, what we know him for, and who we know him with, it just lends itself that it's not the type that should be in charge of INEC materials. What says you, Thomas?
Oh, thank you, one man. Morning. Good afternoon from Australia. It's the one here. Like, share, and subscribe. I think Peter Obi is just a mischief maker and their party. This suit is nonsensical suit to me because it has been for decades. I'll repeat it, decades, that the NURTW has been distributing our election materials, because for now they are still the only one that have the capacity to distribute the election material throughout the whole local government and the look and cranny of that country. The federal will bring it from their truck to the state. Then from the state, the NURTW distribute it to the local government, to the wards. It has been there for ages. Ages. So this nonsense suit to me is a nonsense suit to me. There is no going back. INEC will still use those guys.
But the objection of the Obi lawsuit is not to the association itself, but the person that arrowheads it, who is a notorious thug in Lagos State, who everybody knows is Tinubu's henchman in Lagos politicking, who is extremely partisan, very violent, and is known to be prone towards election rigging. So all of the reputation of MC Oluomo, it doesn't lend itself to him being in charge of sensitive electoral materials. This is the argument being presented by P2B.
Excellent put. You state it excellent. Oluomo is a criminal. It's this. I agree with you 100%. But one man, are you asking this question from the Peter Obi and the Obedience and the Labour Party?
No, I'm asking. Not. If you remove Peter Obi from that, is there some sort of validity? Is there some sort of sense in this lawsuit? is there merit to it? Just knowing what we know of our MC Oluomo, that's just what I'm
Yes,
thinking.
yes. MC Oluomo quotes to say, we know him. Everybody knew his antecedent. I agree with you 100%. But who are the people distributing this thing? They are just mere Baba Senobu, Baba Mulika, that have their own private bosses, that they are distributing this election material.
One
Even
man,
though
are we
we
allowed to
know.
interject?
No, hold on. Let him have a good go. Carry on. Carry on. Let him have.
Yeah,
Carry on. Yeah.
even though we have the big one up there, which is MC Oluomo, but they are still, they are just Boda Nuru, Boda this. They distribute this thing. They've been doing this for ages. One man, what is the risk of these people distributing this election material? Are Nigeria are the obedience and the Labour Party, are they not believing on the beavers anymore? Are they not believing in this new electoral act? Their job is to take the ad hoc members and the NUR and the.
Is that an hypothetical question, or is it the question that we should answer because it's directly?
No. Because what he's actually saying is that the system is so fail-proof in its description that how can MC Oluomo compromise it? Is what
All right, okay. You know me very well. I like to give antecedent on things. We've had Oyinlola as former Lagos State government governor, during Abacha. During 1993. When you look at the precedents in that state,
this your laptop is a wonder.
It's still
carry on. Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that
wonder.
You have to go and get another one.
I have another one here.
Go and get another
I have another one here, but it's just that
send it to Lagos, please.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Carry on.
Well, so I mean, Oyinlola, we never heard of Oyinlola using NWRT like this. So you see, it's easy for you to sit down there, Thomas, and say it the way you want to say it. But the point is this: that it is not right that an APC member should be given a contract to transport electoral materials. That's what we're saying. If it's like what you say, Baba Monica, Boda Rashidi, all those kind of, well, no problem. But we're talking about give a contract to this guy. He will bring the guys that will transport those electoral materials. He's more like he will not subcontract it to people. It could be his own vehicle.
But rational mind, what is the risks? Can you mention the risks?
That's what I'm saying. You cannot
what
give
is the
risk? You can't use cats or the fee or logo for sure.
I understand.
So the point is this: this guy is the Olobo here in this sense. The material that we're talking about is the fish. So the point is that he works for the Babai Sadler of Lagos, which is Tinubu. He wants Tinubu and his party people to win from top to bottom, from bottom to top. He wants them to win their election, and you are giving him to be transporting these things. Now he will subcontract it to maybe his boys. They're not giving it directly to Baba Mulika, as you are saying. No, he is the contractor. He will bring contractors.
No, hold on. Let it just go between Thomas and Rational Mind,
so you
and then
understand
we move
he is
on.
the contractor. He's the main contractor that INEC is giving this contract, but he will not subcontract it. So he dictates to the subcontractors what they're going to do.
But rational mind, you are just rational mind. Wait, you are just beating about the bush.
No, this is not.
Let me ask, please. Yeah. This contract given to FC Oluomo to tell his boys to distribute the election materials.
Sorry,
what is the risk?
No, hold on. Let the conversation take place between Rational Mind and Thomas, and then we move on. Yeah.
So what is the risk? Risk will new connect more election. What is the risk? What are they going to do? Are they going to wait? Let me finish, please. Let me finish that you come in. Are they not going to distribute the materials? Are they going to kidnap the ad hoc members and what is the corpers? What they normally call this corper? Youth corpers. Are they going to kidnap them? Are they not going to deliver them to the world? What are they going to do? Are they going to thumbprint on their way to the distribution? What is the risk?
Okay, I want to answer your question. I'll answer your question with the same the WIAC thing. You remember, I mean, I said to you, I was a teacher. Well, I'm still though, but then I don't teach anymore. So let me say this to you. Do you know how WIAC materials get leaked out? Papers like GC and WIAC days before the actual papers. It is through that means. That's how it leaks. It leaks through that means when they transport it in between. On transit, they get those papers and they leak it out. So that's what we're talking about here. That, like I gave you, Eja.
I understand.
Like I said, so that's the point. And also, this guy is a confirmed APC staunch member who is routed. We've seen him in.
But rational mind, you are beating about the bush. What is the risk?
What is?
Can you mention a risk?
Didn't you hear what I just said? Japanese.
But you haven't seen anything.
One man, please.
I said you are giving something.
One piece Japanese.
Is he speaking Japanese? One piece, please tell us.
I mean,
what is that?
I'm very clear to you. It's just because you don't want to understand it or you don't want to accept.
No. Rational mind. Please let me reiterate my question. What is the risk? Please. Let's have this conversation.
Yeah. So answer the question. A rational mind. What risk are you identifying?
I said I gave him an example how WIAC materials.
Forget WIAC. This election.
Why you can forget WIAC? But you were using WIAC. You said WIAC.
No, we're not talking about WIAC now. We're talking about MC Olomo handling. Yeah.
Hold on.
What risk have you identified?
The risk is that these guys, they can get access to the materials.
But they can't do anything to it.
Well, you can say that. We don't know what these guys they have up their sleeve. We don't know. Maybe they have some.
One man, please let other people interject now. This topic is not only for Rational Mind and Thomas.
We know
now.
You guys will interject.
No. You know, when the interjection gets too much, it scatters up the whole.
But what they're saying is getting too much. It scatters our own mind too.
Please now.
One man. At the end of the day, this suit may stop the election. Because if they stop MC Oluomo, it will happen to Oyo State as well. Because the chairman of Oyo State Park is what's this guy? Forget his name. And he's auxiliary and he's working for Makinde as well. So he's gonna go around Nigeria.
I see a lot of
wait, you guys should understand one thing, eh? INEC using a transport union, whatever, it's not a policy, it's a practice. And they can decide whoever want to transport their material. They can decide it's piece or whoever. So please, we should stop causing operation like, oh, they don't use this no more. There will not be any election. It's no, the election is looking for the best suitable way to carry their material that will get to the cricket or what how they say those all those kind of
remote areas.
Hello.
So don't please, my guy. I know you are.
All right, John, mute yourself.
Don't say things like, no, if you don't use SEO Lomo or use this guy in Ibadan, materials will not go. No, it's just a practice. It's not a policy.
But INEC said it will not go if they don't use him. That's what they said.
What?
But actually, what piece?
You don't understand
you know
me.
that if they actually use those people, they can compromise. Do you know you can reload the validation on that beavers? All I need to do is, if I know beavers that are going to places where my opposition will have upper hand, I can reload the validation and vote on it.
Patrick,
let's talk about one risk. Let's talk about one risk. Sorry. Let's talk about one risk. National mind. Let's talk about one risk.
But please, I beg you, before I forget this, have you guys heard about a press release by INEC? That's what I heard. That they said some people from either I think from Russia or from Turkey, they were hitting their server.
France.
Oh, France. Okay. So who are these people trying to do that? So now, we just heard Patrick now said they can reconfigure that beaver.
I'm just thinking, I'm not saying because I've not worked with beaver.
Well, I'm not saying, but I'm saying. So the point is this: anything is possible. So we don't want to give room for anything, any possibility of that nature. That's why we were saying that let this not thing be transported by an independent person who has no affiliation to any political party. That's what we're saying, Thomas.
Oh, all right, Thomas, round up that space, and then I'll move you on to another talking point. And when I move you on to another talking point, I want you to have the space to have your expression, but I round up that space, Thomas.
You know me very well. I haven't identified any risks unless they kidnap the ad hoc workers, they take them to the bush and reprogram that is nonsensical to me. They are just a logistic member or logistic company transport people to the polling booth, and that is it. That is it. They don't have any influence. They will not tell the ad hoc members that we have put something there. No, the ad hoc members will not even agree to do that. So Labour Party is just mischief maker to me. Anybody can have their opinion. You are entitled to yours. I respect yours, but mine, Labour, they are just doing nonsense. Come rain, come shine, the NURTW will still distribute the election material in Lagos this Saturday. Go and write it down. So that lawsuit is a nonsensical nonsense to me. Let's move on, one man.
All right,
man, if
sorry, do you mind? Please now, help me out now. Please. So sorry about that, Thomas. So family of kidnapped Nigerians asked to pay as 10 million CFA as ransom amidst naira scarcity in Nigeria. So the innovative ways that people are trying to circumvent this naira swap policy. If trying to catch the kidnappers off guard is one of the reasons, I don't think that is working, because of course even when El Rufai was on his broadcast, he's saying nobody is stopping anybody from vote buying, because these people, they'll just get dollars, get safer, and the vote buying carries on. So all of the loopholes in terms of attacking illicit or illegal or criminal spaces, this space is easily able to circumvent that, as exemplified by this example.
Oh, excellent. Ajale Koko will remember that I make one comment one day. One man, you brought it here for us. Kidnappers asking for recharge card, bag of rice,
and a motorcycle, yes.
and Okada. It's one man. Nigerians
and vegetable oil and pepper.
Remember they asked for Igbo as well. They asked for Igbo.
I think people quick forget. Maybe I've been on this platform for so long, so I know many things that you've brought to us. Kidnappers will have their way. The obedience that I'll still go back to obedience. I will never leave them alone, because their narration is, I remember maybe to Nigeria or something that, what of the kidnappers? The kidnappers have stopped. Kidnappers will still have their form of collecting their ransom. And if you are a family member, you will find any means, even if it is possible for you to launder money from Nigeria to Cotonou, to go and change to their money, to bring it back to Nigeria. You will do every means to save your family members. So this election, this monetary aspect or this policy, it doesn't have anything to, it may have some things to do with the kidnappers, fine, because it will be difficult for people to pay ransom. One man, even thank God, they never kidnap anybody here before, and family members, I never know. If they kidnap your family member, you could go extra miles. Even you can even use your land, dead property, if it is possible, the document, to pay for ransom.
I think Des said he has been kidnapped before. Is it Des or who? Who said
yes,
Des? I think it's Des.
Yes.
He said he was kidnapped before. And he probably have to pay millions.
So kidnappers will find if it is dollar, they will demand dollars. If it is pounds, they will demand pounds. If it is possible for them to demand euro, they will. And you, as a person that love your family members, that you don't want them to be killed, you will find all means. One man, one of my family friends from Australia went to Nigeria. Our father was kidnapped. He just told me yesterday, he will narrate to me how they pay ransom. I haven't heard from him. If I heard from him, I will give you how they pay ransom. This month, one man, this February, they just released the man, old man in his age. So that's what I said. I agree totally with El-Rufai with what he's doing. This policy is nonsense to me. It's good to me, but the timing is totally wrong. Totally wrong. So kidnappers will find their means to have their money being collected, and you will not want your family. Have we not heard about people paying ransom? They still kill their victim. Have you not heard that before?
That happens more often than not. They collect the money and still kill the victim anyway.
Yeah, that's the most painful.
Yes.
But even though people know of that, they will still find means to pay the money. And one man, let me just digress a bit. One of my friends, his junior sister, his husband just disappeared 5 days ago. Even they thought they've kidnapped him or something happened to him. And Yomi, Patrick, do you know what happened to him? The guy came from Dubai. He has been liaising with some Yoruba nation members. Nigeria has been tracking his conversation. Immediately he landed in Nigeria, my brother. He's in Eleyele now. Eleyele. Even people thought he's being killed or kidnapped. They were expecting them to call, the kidnappers to call for maybe for ransom or anything. They finally find him in Eleyele, Ibadan. What is his?
For people don't know.
What is his crime? They said he's speaking with some Yoruba nation members in Nigeria. So Nigeria governments are not laughing. If you are with Yoruba nation, well, you have a choice. So I just digress a bit. So Nigerian governments are not lying. They are not smiling. They caught this guy. They arrested. I forgot this English. Patrick, help me now. Some fake call. Come and collect a parcel.
Con.
They called him.
Like con.
They drew him. Yeah.
Yes.
They tricked him into.
They tricked him. Yoruba nation. The guy has gotten UK visa. He's going to UK. He's in Eleyele now. So
he will use that to fly to UK.
Yes. So it is well, one man. Let's just move on. And I wish everybody a nice day, one man. Thank you so much. Rushing to work. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the advantage to come on earlier. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thomas. You know they are the fans' favorites. If they don't hear from you, nobody sleeps well until they hear from Thomas. He's a fan favorite, just like you are. Jealousy. Look at jealousy.
Who is Thomas Miles?
Me, I'm Thomas fan.
Why? His wife in London is making money.
Yes. All the obedience, they worship and adore Thomas. All the
one
obedience.
Man, Queeness is coming for you. Queeness is coming for you.
Don't worry. They should put down some sort of calming something. She needs to be calmed down. All right. Thank you, Thomas. So let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, and then I'll make my way to Zita, who joins us as well. Super chat Buchi Okafor. It says Obi will win this election. Mark my words. So well, there you are. Daydream, believing, and then I don't think anybody really still believes that Obi is winning anything anymore. I was watching another platform just earlier on, and they were phoning themselves from River State, from the interiors, telling how the instructions are filtering through to the interior that they should vote for the broom. So I don't know. Thomas often says that Peter Obi might not score more than 3 million votes on this in this election, and people mock him. That's back in play, by the way. What Thomas said is back in play. Peter Obi might not even score up to 3 million, contrary to Kulata's projection. Kulata, speaking of, he comes in with the super chart. Rational mind fit convulse for Saturday. I suspect that I suspect that Friday will be the last day we'll see Rational Mind on social media. This year, it will disappear. It will move to Mars or something. It will move to Mars. Colata continues with the super chat. Now, one person for every 10 votes in each polling unit. So that pertinent to where he started date. Kulata still carries on. Tinubu will gift Rational Mind a laptop on Saturday. Yes, we're going to start a GoFundMe for Rational Mind's laptop. Ayo comes back with the super chat. Ayo, of course, haven't already done the coffee, as you know he always does. He continues. Now, one man went to more as sponsored by Ayo. So, haven't I been introduced by Ogbeni to that newspaper? I wonder, should we, for the rest of up to the end of the week, be bringing you articles from Igbo Times magazine? Maybe we should be bringing you articles from that space just as the comedy relief, because it seems as though your delights from that space. It says from these were the ones that brought us that Tinubu's house was raided and 400 billion naira found. So this is their latest now headline from the stable of Igbo Times magazine. Breaking news: Ghanaian Nana Akufo-Addo, president, gives all Nigerians in Ghana 24 hours starting from Tuesday to return back to Nigeria. And guess to do what? Guess. What do you think? To vote for Peter Obi. Now, so we must now be. It's going to be one of the talking points now. So the news, according to Igbo Times magazine, we have from tomorrow we have to be doing this because what else? There it is right there. So when they are telling you Obi will win now, so there it is. The whole of the Nigerians in Ghana under strict instructions. The Ghanaian president go and return Peter Obi. Ayo continues to ratchet up the super chat space. One man went to more sponsored by Ayo. It says Buhari ordered ICPC to raid Peter Obi's house in Anambra. Documents of paid salaries, pensions paid in full, and documents of 86 billion naira he left for the next governor with 700 road contracts paid fully was discovered. So that's, of course, from Igbo Times magazine. So there it is. That has to be something we have to be enjoying now. So there it is, Igbo Times magazine. Look at that. Unbelievable.
One man, I beg, before you move on to the next person, let me quickly say this. Sorry, I've not been around for a while. Not like I was chatting, sending you information and all that, but I decided to stay back for a little bit because what's going on in this election. I don't think we can heal after the election. We might heal on the surface, like just pretend that we heal, but the division this election brought to us is too much. Here in Japan, you see the Igbo people or Southwest people are in one way, the Batify are in one way. It scares me. I was in a club it's about 8 days now. I went with one of my American friend and we were like, the Nigerians were like 9. And 5 were like Yorubas. Because 2 were navies. They came from America, from San Diego on cruise boat. So I think about 3 other guys brought them out to get out to club, and some other Igbo guys we met. So they were separated, Those Igbo guys, obviously, they are obedient. But the Yoruba guys are also obedient. In Amod, they are obedient. They want to vote Peter Obi. But there was still this distinction between both sides, They were not agreeing at all. So I could see a lot of danger, And ever since then, I've been seeing so many hate speech. Now I don't even know what to believe again in news media. There's so many lies from the obedient, and there's so many things from the Batify too. So I decided, like, man, I think it's a hard time I chilled not to go and get enemy from These two people, I don't know them. If of course on a Saturday, there's more being winner on Saturday. There must be a winner on Saturday, but it will go beyond Saturday. This thing will cut deep beyond Saturday, and that is my fear. Because we might pretend like all is well, it's only politics, but it's more beyond this for some people. I think you should look into it, one man. So that's why I just took it.
I don't think I don't think it depends on how the aftermath of the election is managed, and then that then comes to the leadership qualities and seniority of the people that are straddling the key spaces. So after the elections, you want to be hearing languages of reconciliation from the voices of people like Kwakwanso, Atiku Abubakar, Tinubu, and Peter Obi. So if they are using languages of reconciliation and pulling the country together, then maybe a good complement of their followership will rally around that. And then, of course, whoever wins that election should really push that narrative, because Nigeria has the capacity. There's never been it. We've bounced back from wars before, and I think we'll bounce. We'll pull together very quickly after the elections. Then we'll be joking around again and talking about babes and whatnot. But
I hope so.
I don't think the divide has caused because people are in entrenched positions now, fighting hard for a prize. But once the prize has been won and lost, I think people will come back together.
Man, my senior brother is Batify. Some of his close allies are Igbo. Now they are not friends. That's how deep it is. This is what I've seen in Japan here. It's serious, man. It's serious. I'm not talking about the northern. It's really the south, and the south. There's gonna be a lot of division, even though they come together and say in their mind that we are together, but that thing will run in their mind for a long time. One will feel robbed, one will feel something, but there will be a winner on Saturday, whether they like it or not. But we should try and understand it's beyond election. There's life after election. That's why I just
you see one of the ways of managing this. Let's say for instance, Tinubu wins. The abiding feeling you might want to get from the southeast is that yet again they cheated them out of what should be their turn, because they've been pushing that narrative that the southwest should not even be in the race, to leave the coast clear for them. So if Tinubu wins, that will cut real deep. But then you have that Pa Adebanjo element that weighed heavily in favor of Peter Obi, so that will counterbalance that as a narrative. And if Obi comes out very quickly to try and douse the tension, then people can rally around that as a pathway to coming back together.
One man.
Thank you.
All right, but I get what you mean though, because it's so high. I mean, in fact, we have felt the brunt of it as well on this platform, as you know. And even when we dare to peep out of this platform, they just behead you very swiftly.
Yeah, that's why I stopped coming to the platform. Yeah. That's why I stopped, because I started getting enemy from both sides, from the party side, from the Obi. Like, who am I? I'm just here speaking. The anger is too much. So I was like, okay, let me chill and let me just allow them.
It's not anger though, it's passion. It's passion.
It's going to obsession, one man. It's going to obsession, So I just came in today just for just one reason. Like, okay, let me just come in and talk about this SEO because I wanted to just wait after the election. Then I'll be the first to jump on your platform the next day and start talking of reconciliation, because the hatred is too much. The anger is too much. I'm sitting here on ground in Japan. We are so divided.
And by the way, I'll send you something. You know that piece we did about the Yoruba relationship with the Edos, which was that conversation that was arrow-headed by yourself and Kulata. Somebody just sent me a long essay about it on Instagram. So I'll forward it to you. So a lot of those things will still go back there. So but I share your concerns though, and they are legitimate. But let's take the cover.
If I can I douse your fears a little bit?
Okay.
Now let me tell you this: if Tinubu or Obi wins, nothing will happen. Where the problem will be if it's an article victory. Even with an article victory, I think we will still soldier on. You feel me? So
Yeah, I
just
feel you.
these are pre-election. It happens everywhere, even in the United States. It happens everywhere. But I just want to assure you that I don't see myself going to fight a Yoruba man because Tinubu won, and I don't think that is going to be the case. The only thing that we are only asking for is just a free and fair election. Do you feel me?
Yeah, I
It's
feel
just
you.
a
I
free and
feel
fair
you.
election. If the process is free and fair, I don't think anybody will bat an eyelid. Everybody gave you their best shot. Obi did, Tinubu did, Atiku did. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't think it's going to be an issue. Just to douse it, all these things are pre-election issues. I think
Yes.
post-election we should be far better.
You know, Joel, the best thing to happen really will be for Peter Obi to win. Because nobody really fully objects to Peter Obi winning. But some
No,
people actually viscerally object to Atiku or Tinubu. But
Tinubu,
nobody,
yes.
but nobody really from every pore of their being object to Peter Obi. The
Eh,
people will put up with it. It's not. We know that he would do okay. You know,
yeah.
we know he would do
Mhm.
okay if Peter Obi
Mhm.
wins.
Mhm.
But maybe people don't want okay. Is the thing. But we know he will
Eh,
do okay. You know.
I don't think it's about like I said it in the past that any of them that gets into power, be it Atiku, Tinubu, or Obi, is
He'll do
going to
better
be
than
a far
Buhari.
upgrade. It's going to be a far upgrade from what we have today. It's just as simple as that. One man, remember when I told you something? I said when we were talking about endorsement, I told you something. I said what the elders see sitting down, than when the kids stand on an Iroko tree, they won't see that stuff. Now it has come to play. This is part of what I was telling you about the endorsement. No matter what happens, even if Tinubu wins, everybody knows that the Pan Yoruba group endorsed the Igbo candidate against their own. So one man, I do not think that if Obi wins or Tinubu wins, there will be a war. I think where there is going to be a problem if it's an article win. If it's an article win, yeah, there might be maybe one or two violence here and there, but at the end of the day, it will still die down. Or we're going to do that, and I told you earlier on that I said if Article should win, then probably the South will learn a lesson. You see, that's the only reason why I want an Atiku presidency. The reason why I want an Atiku presidency is that I feel that if that happens, that the South will unite. The unity in the South is needed so badly. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So you are talking about Yoruba Nation and Biafra, of course. If Atiku wins,
They are the two major. They are the two major ones. They are the two major problems, right? The one Zita was talking about with the inquiries and all that. Those ones can be doused. Those ones that have been repairing their relationship over the time. In fact, there was a meeting they had about 2, 3, 4 years ago, a handshake across the Niger. We've been having discussions with these people. So the major people in the South are the Yorubas and the Igbos. If both of them get it right, every other person in the South, I do not think will have much issues as long as there is fairness and justice. And we have never gone to anything that we did with unfairness. I'm talking about the Yorubas and the Igbos. Forget about the illicit level. When it comes to the street where we're dealing with each other, we've not had this issue of, say, maybe oppression, or it's based on what you have to offer, what we can enjoy together, how are we going to live life better. It has always been that way. So I do not see any reason why someone from a minority from the South now will have an issue with whatever process that or whatever peace process that we are going through, because it has always been on fairness and competition in the South. So if you're competing, you're good. Thank you.
all right, brilliant, brilliant. So coming in, Zita, as you take the floor. So Zita, good to see you. Always a delight in your company. So I suspect that you concur with what our Joel of Nashville just said.
Yeah, I concur with Joel. War Peace, how you day? Is War Peace still there?
It is there. War Peace is probably doing daddy duties. He has a little son that is taking care of.
Okay, what's going on is just passion. Although some people take their passion too far. if you have been a football fan, I'm just trying to address what he said. If you've been a football fan, you know, like Joel will understand. In Chicago, when the Bears are playing, we keep screaming, I got you, Bears. I got you, Bears. Even when they're playing rubbish, we cry, we scream. And if the opponent come that time to tell us, can't you see they're not doing well, you can get shot. So it's just the passion. After now, I believe we will be all right. Then coming to what Joel said about alignment, the southwest and the south, I think already the south is aligning with the southwest. I'm already seeing that happening.
What Joel is suggesting is that the major alliance that will pull the southern region through is the southeast and the southwest. So if the southeast and southwest are come to some sort of a commonality of purpose, then the rest of the south will just converge around that.
Leave that southeast. That southeast is my area. A lot need to be done. A lot.
The south can never have one voice if that voice is not the southeast and the southwest voice.
Yeah, the southeast, there is a lot to still be done. When you discuss with them, sometimes I'm their sister, but I get swept up my feet. Some certain things I get shocked to my nerves, the things they say, but it is what it is.
Like
But
what, man?
a
Like,
lot of
Madam Zita, like what?
work need to be done in that area. I pray that very soon that work will be done. But as of today, as we speak, the south and the southwest are aligned. They're aligned.
All right. So let me take you to the politics of it then. The lawsuit by Peter Obi insisted that somebody like MC Olomo should not be in charge of electoral materials in Lagos State. So there's eminently infinite sense in in Peter Obi's stance. Because somebody was using the analogy of putting a cat in charge of fish. This is exactly what is going on. So do you then, are you on board with Peter Obi's lawsuit that that association of having electoral materials being handled by MC Olomo is not something that law should allow?
Before I align with any of them, I want to ask a question. What is the job of those transport workers? Is it to monitor the election or just to transport the materials?
Well, to transport the materials and personnel, by the way. So to transport the materials and personnel. But then, of course, yes, that little portal can be compromised.
And the concern now is why MC Olomo, if you might explain. I like to hear from
who is an associate of Tinubu openly and to everybody's knowledge, very, very partisan and criminal by nature. A political thug is a job description.
Okay, what about the guy in Kano?
Which guy in Kano?
The one transporting in Kano.
I don't know him.
No, they should find out. Because you see, one man, when I say some certain things, people seem not to understand me. Why Lagos? That's just the question I'm asking. If you have to sue, if you have concern or politicians that transporters that are aligned or have personal relationship with politicians in their state, then you go around and pick them and sue them. Why Lagos? What about Rivers? And the one in Kaduna, you know who he is? You see, these things are the things I say. Sometimes when I say it, people will say, Zita, why are you talking like this? You begin to do as if you have a personal problem with the Southwesterners. I don't like it.
Can I interject you?
Wait.
Hold on one moment. Let's carry on, Zita. Yeah.
If he is saying Kaduna, Kanu, at least I know why I'm calling these things is that I know who is transporting. The people who are transporting. I know the alliance they have with this same Tinubu. So if he's saying Kanu, Kaduna Rivers, is it, I think, one other state in Yoruba land, I am not happy because these people have some relationship with one of the presidential candidates, and therefore they should not. I think I will be okay with it. But the simple question I'm asking is why Lagos? That's just the question I ask. Why Lagos? Because the one in Kanu has a person, in fact, I don't want to call his name. The one in Kaduna, the same thing. The one in River State, in fact, he wasn't the one doing it before, but now he is the one doing it. So why didn't he go around to pick all those people and send it to court? And say, so, and so is my reason. Why Lagos? So that is the only place I have issues. I don't want to go to the nitty-gritty of what they do. Are they going to pick? What about the beavers? What are they going to do? Is that the only people that can carry it because they know the terrain, they know every nook and cranny of this. I don't want to go into that. Let me go to somebody is not comfortable. There is a conflict of interest, and therefore, but before now, if a company is using a third party, they are bound to be conflict of interest. So if you are somebody who is working in a company where you people do projects, you will know that most of the projects are being executed by third party. Somebody gonna win that
But do you not think that the Lagos State space is somewhat peculiar because MC Oluomo is uniquely and notoriously partisan. He has been Tinubu's political thug since 1999.
Go and ask for the one in Kano State. In fact, that was the guy that served Ganduje in 2019. You should just go and ask. So what is picking, singling out one? That's where I have problem.
Madam
Get me
Zeta.
right, though. Singling out one, that's where I have problem. If you are suing all of them, at least these four now that I have mentioned, if they pick them, and I know they know, and they know that the man and those people, he has helped them severally in their life. I know they know. So if they can go for four of them and say, I'm not comfortable with it, there is a conflict already for a company using a third party. There is always a conflict of interest. What the company can do is to give you a conflict of interest form to sign. In case anything happens, they can use it to take you to court. So this one, you are saying he's personal. What about the Kanu guy?
Zita, take a question from Joel. Joel, you wanted to...
Okay.
You need to comment now.
Hold on. Let Joel go on, Joel.
Okay. Zita, two things, and quickly. The issue is that MC Oluomo has been notorious for election violence and manipulation in the past. So if a group of people, now if you are staying in Lagos, Lagos is not just an entity. Lagos is occupied by people. And if the people living in Lagos are saying that this person has history of criminality and we do not want him to be in charge of transportation of election materials, I do not think that it is wrong. Let me tell you some of the things that they did on election day, apart from the violence. All that is that they did was delay transportation of materials to areas where they feel that they are not too strong. It is systematic. So if those people are coming out to tell you that we do not want this person to transport, meanwhile, and one man, I think we have talked about this MC Oluomo thing in the past. MC Oluomo's NU National Union is the state one, right? Because I think there was a time.
Have you made your point? Can I respond? I don't want to long. So you have already made your point. You say What
can
one
I
man
finish?
told me is that it's P2B, that is Labour Party, that sue. He didn't say people in Lagos rejected MC Olumo. One man. Which
Look,
one is
Peter
which one
Obi,
is which?
Peter Obi.
Hold on, Joel. Why are you making that distinction, especially Zita? Whether Peter Obi because and by the way, Peter Obi is directly affected by the fact that MC Oluomo is being put in charge of electoral materials. But what difference does it make? The principles still apply.
So,
The right and wrong is still
so
there.
what, he's giving away River State? Is he giving away Kanu and Kaduna? He's not affected in that area.
And Zita, Oyo State is there as well. Auxiliary is in Oyo State. They have it everywhere. Continue, my sister.
What I'm saying is, listen,
Sita, you continue. Let me just say something real quick.
Finish.
Let her land then come in after. Yeah, go on,
When
Zita.
you go to court, there is what they call technicalities. The way you present your case might make it being thrown away. And then you will say that the court is impartial. If you are saying that the reason why you want to remove the transport system, whatever, in Lagos State from transporting the INEC material is because their head or their manager has a personal relationship with a candidate, then you don't have a case if you are basing your decision only in Lagos. Because in other states, those ones transport, you have personal relationship with a candidate too. So why don't you make your case? Look, all the places that INEC is using, so places that has personal relationship with candidates, please drop it. If that is the case, I won't have issues with it. But singling out Lagos, that's why I have issue. I said, why Lagos? That's just the question I asked. Because
so why Lagos, right?
Hold on. The one in Kanu is even worse than MC Olumo. The guy in Kanu is worse than MC Olumo. Abiuna never lived for Kanu before.
Madam, I was born in Kano. What you're saying makes it makes. I mean, I don't want to say it makes no sense, but I just think you
How
don't
does
just
it
want to
make
listen.
sense? Don't
You
you
want
know
to
the
listen
guy's
to
name?
yourself.
No. Hold on, Joel.
Listen to
Hold on, Joel. It does make sense though, because what Zeta is inviting is that the MC Oluomo is not unique or peculiar to Lagos State, and it's not even the
Thank
most
you.
it's
God
not
bless
even the most powerful political thug in a state
Thank
that we have.
you.
It's probably not as powerful as Tony Kabaka and in Edo State or the example in Kano State. So what Zita is inviting is why especially MC Oluomo and why
Okay,
especially Lagos. Let Rational Mind come in before, and then you can counter back, and then we go back.
Okay.
Yeah. So Zita, you asked a question. Why Lagos? Well, like everybody has said, maybe before you came in, the reason why Lagos is because of we have a member of the NUWT, even though they've divorced themselves from the national, who is a known, notorious APC member. Is an APC member. Every governorship primaries is always there. Any APC program is always there.
You are repeating the
Hold
thing.
on
You
now.
are
Hold
repeating.
on.
I know that.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let him land. Zita.
Yeah,
carry on.
Now,
Carry on.
the point we're making here is this: that why Lagos is because I know from strategic point of view, for Obi, Lagos has a number of Igbo community, which is banking on to get a lot of vote from there. From history, from antecedent, we've seen that there's always voter suppression, a lot of shenanigans within Lagos during election. That could be another reason. Hold on, I will let you speak. Just allow me. I know you are itching to speak. Now, the general point I want to make, that why I'm interjecting you, beside all those things I've said, and maybe some other things I've not said about why MC Oluomo, why Lagos, is that if this case goes to court and the court rules in favor of of Peter Obi or Labour Party. That could set a precedent. And that, I mean, what I'm looking at here is that I'm looking at an election that will be challenged. The legality, I mean, the validity of this election might be challenged even after the election. What I'm saying, and even before the election, I might see there's a lot of litigation that might come up, because like we all said, like we all agree, which I agree with you, that in Kano, in Oyo, and other parts of Nigeria, these NUWRT people are being used by the governors or politicians to swing election in their favor or to work for them during the election. And so if that stands, if they win that case, which I'm hoping that they win, that could set a legal precedent for from buying INEC from even using other people in other states. I don't know how that.
All right. Let Zeta respond to that. I think you got the gist of it. So respond to that, and then Joe have a say, and then we'll move the conversation on. Zeta, back to you.
Rational mind. Maybe we are not on the same. I don't have problem with somebody complaining of conflict of interest. You made a point. You said he hoped to get more votes from Lagos State. That's why he's challenging that of Lagos. But on this very platform, most of you guys have said that Obi will win Rivers State. So why not Rivers? Added to Lagos. That's just what I'm saying. Imo State, why not Imo, which is his base? Added to that Lagos. Why Lagos? I will keep hammering on that why Lagos, because Lagos is not the only place he can whoop up votes. So why Lagos? These are moves you make. People will think you are after them. I'm just trying to be sensitive here. Why Lagos? Why didn't he make it around an open law case, citing 1 or 2, 3, 4 and 4 states?
Can I support you, Rita? Zita.
Yeah.
Madam Zita, can I back you up a little bit? Then you can continue.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the larger point you are making is that this is a national election. Obi is contesting in the whole of Nigeria.
Yeah.
He's not contesting for Lagos State governorship position.
Why
is he concentrating on Lagos alone?
Thank you.
No other part of Nigeria where his name is going to be on the ballot box or is contesting for presidential election?
Because none of them has an NUWRT that is divorced from the national.
God will bless you for that question.
Hold
God
on
will
now.
bless you for that question.
Oh God.
This guy is contesting for national election. He should be able to raise his question or base his question on national question. I mean, his question on national issue, and not concentrate on just Lagos State alone.
Thank you. That's my point.
It's mischievous. He's just trying to score a cheap political point.
You guys are the one
That's
making
it.
Sorry. Hold on. One voice. Yeah. Sorry. Let Ajanle Koko land. Ajanle Koko carry on.
Wọ́n pè yàn lọ́mọ ẹran ó tún gbọ́ ọmọ ẹran jó. Wọ́n pè yàn lóyè ó tún gbọ́ ọmọ ẹran jó.
Let Ajanle Koko land.
He's just trying to score a cheap political point. Whether it is MC Oluomo Transport Corporation Company in Lagos, or whether it is Ganduje Corporation Company in Kano. What we know for fact is that all these transportation union in every state of the federation are connected to the governor of each state. They have political leaning with the governor of each state. So what different is that of MC Oluomo?
They are not as violent. They are not as violent as
No. You are missing the point. If that's your response,
you missed the point. Let me respond to you. Sorry,
just continue.
Let me respond to you and Zita. Zita make a reference to the guy in Kano. The problem we in the South, we are very educated and we are very forward, but sometimes that seems to be our own doing. The guy in the North is a body of national, which have oversight. So if they give the guy in national,
the people cannot make argument against that because they have oversight whoever they give it to. So those people have the stand. But giving to SMO Oluomo in Lagos,
No, you keep on
obedient. Hold
making
on,
this
Ajadi
point.
Koko.
No, wait.
Hold on
Yeah,
now.
You
you've
are
Hold
already
on.
making
Let
made
me
that.
go. Let me land now.
you
You
are
spoke
making.
and
Look, you don't
Ajadi
know
Koko
how
now.
I
You
know
spoke.
the
I
way
didn't
these people
interject. Let me
operate.
finish now.
Hold on, I
No, I
know
cannot
how
hold
they
on. You let me
operate,
make my point. How will you now know what I'm going to say?
and I've participated in this before. Let me
No, no,
tell
no,
you
no.
how
Ajadi
it
Koko,
goes.
this is not right. This is not right. You are
Okay,
starting my
okay,
voice.
okay.
Let me
Continue.
make my
Sorry.
point. Come on now. The one in Lagos, obedient can go to court on that ground that he is not part of the national again because if it's not, since it's not part of national, it does not have oversight. Just like the state police we are arguing about. I'm not saying the case is going to win the case in court outrightly or they're going to throw the case out of court.
That's not why they have gone to court. They've gone to court because of his association with Tinubu
Yes, yes, and they're going to add.
hold on, and his antecedents in politics.
Yes, yes. Others they're going to add more that even though let's look past that and give it to him, they'll say this part, this committee is not part of national, which
No,
national
that's not
does
what.
not have the
Yeah, but
site
no,
oversight over.
are you adding to their case? What they've gone to court is MC Oluomo is partisan, but because of his association with Tinubu, and he has antecedents of electoral violence and thuggery. So that's why they've gone to court.
Yes, yes. One man, I just add that for my own opinion. For the people that is listening, why the one in Kanu can do that and can go away with it, he will say I'm partisan, but I have oversight. The national controls it. Not I have nothing to do about it. But that of Lagos, they can say, might say.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean the national has oversight over it? The lead person of the Road Transport Association in every local state is the coordinator of the contract with the NURTW with INEC. So the political fog in Kano that has a history of political thuggery, are you saying the national body will remove him and replace him with somebody else, or is he going to have oversight over the election? Because if he has oversight over the election, then it's no different from the Lagos State
Okay,
space.
what I'm saying, you see, NCN Olumo in Lagos was removed not by the state, but the national.
No. Don't take us. No, listen to what I'm.
I'm talking about the oversight.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, and then address it. I'm saying let's use Kano or whichever state as an example. So the chairman of the local branch of NUWRT in Kano State, he's equally as compromised as MC Olomo in Lagos State, who is the chairman, by the way, of the state's. So it's not a privateer; it's a chairman of a state commission. So if the objection is that, but the objection is MC Oluomo is too aligned to Tinubu and it has a history of interfering with elections illegally. So that's the allegation. So the man in Kano, he has the same association with Ganduje, and he also has a history of interfering with election illegally. So how does the two differ?
Can I answer?
But stay within the narrowness of
Yes,
that.
yes, yes. The two is not different. They are same.
Right.
But I'm just saying, on my own opinion, why one will get away with an excuse because it's still a part of national, and the other part is no longer a part of national. If Ensholmo was still part of national, the obedient case, this case will not hold water. That's what I'm saying. But they are trying to use technology like, okay, using a certain excuse because it's not part and standing on that, and is loyal to the governor and the godfather of Lagos. That might make them hear their case. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the two are different.
Let me tell you.
One man, do you know that Lagos State has a NUW chairman that is different
Yeah.
from Tinubu?
Yeah.
So, but then the question is, why can't they use that Lagos
Guy.
State NUWRT? Why MC Oloma?
There's no more national in Lagos.
Check Guardian. Hold on, I'm here. I have it in front of me here. Check Guardian of 04 April. I mean, that is April 4th of 2022. You will see there that they have Lagos State has national NUWRT chairman Alhaji Rafiu.
Yeah, but it's not in charge. Oh, hold on, that may well be the case, but it's not in charge of the park structures in Lagos.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not in charge of the park structure. So the one in charge of the park structure is a confirmed APC man. Now,
Yeah. No. Hold on.
Go on, okay.
You're asking why they could not use the NURTW man in Lagos. They can't because it doesn't control the infrastructure that they
Yeah, it doesn't have
want
a
to
structure.
use.
Okay, cool.
No,
So
yeah, it doesn't have the
They don't
vehicles.
use.
But other
Hold
states,
on.
maybe I answer
Can
you
I
now.
interject?
Hold on, Zeta. Yeah. Land
You
that point.
mentioned
Can
other
I
states.
interject?
Yeah, hold on. Let rational mind land. Go on,
In other states you
land.
mentioned, like Kano, Sokoto, all those places, they are NUWT. They don't have a faction like Lagos has. They don't have it, do they?
What they use for
They
the
do not have it.
transportation.
Don't tell me
Wait.
No, you're taking us completely off.
No. I'm just trying to make you understand that there's
Can
an
I say
NUWT
something?
in many states.
Can I
But
interject?
Lagos has one, but they do not allow him or allow that person to have control, like you said, one man, of that structure of the park and everything. So now the Lagos State faction or the guy, MC Olomo, he controls and is an APC man.
Rational mind, I think we are getting all this thing wrong. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you think governors of a state has a control over the national NURTW? That's the first question I ask. Now, if the governors have control over their NURTW, do you think for each state, including the state Obi comes from, do you think his own chairman of NURTW has control over the NURTW within that state? So if those governors can control, I think what Obi is doing by singling out MC Oluomo, I think is very ridiculous. And look beyond the election, look beyond the mindset and what is planning ahead. This is a situation where we've been talking about that. Okay, the only situation that will make this election fair and free and fair to some people is that if the candidate win. Otherwise, they will see that it's not winning. So whatever we are doing, all these things we are justifying, honestly, is just our political mind. If you can allow other states to run their own and you believe the state governors have control, then what they are doing in Lagos is ridiculous.
It's a wrong thing.
All right. Let's get back to so that we don't deviate too much from the topic.
One man, give me a chance later, please. Yeah.
Yes, maybe later, but I don't want to deviate too far from the topic. And but at Zeta, so you can see the divergence of opinion. But a lot of people they just they cannot stomach the thought, not even stomach, but they're somewhat apprehensive that a notorious political thug who has a long history of political thuggery and an association with one of the leading candidates in an election is going to be in charge of the electoral materials in one of the most high density voting spaces in the country. So that just doesn't rhyme with equity and fair play. Surely you concede that.
I don't. Since it's only one state that they're talking about, I don't. Because you cannot say you cannot sue Lagos because of a particular candidate. I will not sue something like maybe Sokoto because of a particular candidate. It doesn't work that way. Let's assume Sokoto is PDP. Somebody there is working for PDP. Lagos State is APC. Somebody there, according to what you people said, is working for the man in APC. So you are suing the APC people, believing they will disenfranchise you if that man do the job. What about Sokoto? What about Kano? What about Rivers? Are they not going to disenfranchise you there? Because all those people there are not for you too. So that's just where I have problem, and I will keep saying it.
Are you sorry, Zita? Are you suggesting then that if this objection is really legitimate, then it should have been taken to the central space and then object to all of the noted chieftains of transport unions associated with political stalwarts in their states?
Yes. That's just what I'm saying. That's just what I'm saying. I am not ready to say what they're doing is good, what they're not doing is bad, what is aligned to the why should they align to the state is this. The case was on a particular individual, related to a particular individual. If that is the case, it should cut across.
Can I say something, please?
One
Can I say
man,
something, please?
one man.
Hold on. Let Zeta land a point. Sorry, carry on, Zeta.
So if that is the case, if the case is a particular individual in relation, that is conflict of interest, the conflict of interest should cut across. It should not be in a particular state with one particular candidate and one particular individual. No. If you take a case like that, well, I wish them luck.
Are you on board with Ajan Lekoko's conclusion then that this is just mischief making?
Let's see how it goes now. Because if they have said what Pitt was saying, if they took the case from that angle to court, it would have made a lot of sense. But picking out one person and picking out one candidate, well, that's too.
Mama, let me add something real quick so that we don't mix everything up. Madam Zeta, this is the issue here. Out of all the recs, INEC recs that came out, the only one that came out and said he was going to use MC Olomo was the regulational and the INEC rec in Lagos was the only person that came out to say he was going to use MC Olomo. These other recs, can I finish? Can I finish?
Not that the one in Kanu said so for the Kanu guy now. It's where you're
No, he did
listening.
not
That's
say so. He did not say
weird.
so. The Kanu has stopped misleading people. He has not, the rec in Kanu has not announced anybody.
Oh my God.
He has not
No,
announced anybody.
don't
Can
say
we
she's
move on from
misleading.
this?
You are not
It's
aware.
misleading. It's misleading. No, I am aware. That is what I'm telling you. I'm
It
in the
has
faith.
gotten to this point. One man, can we move to another subject?
All right. Thank you, Joel. So yeah, a very complex space, but on balance, I would say I also object to MC Olomo being in charge of electoral materials. It just the optics of it, if nothing else, it's not a good look.
I object to all of them, not one person. I object to all of them. INEC should do something. Stop using third party for such things. But since they want to use third party for such things, I object to all of them, not only on MC Olomo. If I object to only MC Olomo or whatever you call him, I'm being personal about it, and I don't want to be personal. So go to the next topic.
All right, let me.
One man, please.
All right,
please.
just make a quick comment and then we move on. Yeah, go on now, John.
Yeah, what Madam Tita was trying to tell us is, before she came on board, we were discussing about Southwest, Southeast unity, and she said she can talk of the Southwest and the South, or she has reservation for the Southwest and Southeast. Then we came, you started discussing about the MC Oluomo issue, which brought to my mind one thing on Luli do like this issue, it affects the whole Nigeria, not only Lagos, and we want the unity. And what we Yorubas we keep hammering on is that Lagos is no man's land. All those kind of things in Lagos, it has been coming, and those are things that have been causing problem for the both of us. And if any little thing, the first person you come on is the Lagos space. So all those things cannot give us unity. Cannot give us in Oyo, for example, Oyo State, auxiliary is the chairman of the park and what's it called, the park of Oyo State, and is the main man to Makinde. There was an issue occurred about 2 months ago. The APC, they were having meeting. Auxiliary went there. They went there to destroy everywhere. They even injured so many people, and he was charged to court. You can't believe this man went to court with PDP shirt and and face cap into the court. Nobody said anything about it. But once it's Lagos, And we've been having this issue about this Lagos. What is going on? Lagos is no man's land. All this kind of rhetoric. We don't want it. So if all these things still continue, regardless if there is they have real motive behind it, we can never have any unity. There'll never be any unity between both of us. That's what this madam is trying to point out.
God
Please.
bless you
Thank you
for narrating what I'm saying.
Mr. John, can I just chip in 1 minute to what you just said,
Yeah.
then we can move on.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to let you know this, right? I'm an Igbo man, and I live in Lagos, and I want to tell you right here that most of these squabbles that you see is just a fiction of imagination. Let me tell you, we only see these things every 4 years. You cannot go and listen to someone on the street say that there is no, and that Igbo is Lagos is a no man's land, and you use it to judge the other Igbos. No, I stay in Lagos State.
No. So sorry. Let him make the statement, and then we move on. I'm eager
Lagos
to
State.
move on from this space.
Lagos State is owned by some people.
I have many Igbo friends.
Yeah. So hold on. Forget if you have Igbo friends or not. I'm just being honest with you. I'm a younger Nigerian, and I have lived in Lagos State. In the past years, there have been issues, but you see, with time has already taught us many things. There are many things that have happened in the past, many perceptions we had about each other in the past. Those things are whittling away. We are getting there. You understand me? Tell me the last time the Igbos and the Yoruba fought in Lagos. So if you are in whatever country that you are, and you castigate the governor of that place, or you castigate someone from that place, they will not say, oh, you're a Nigerian. No, they are castigating based on, these are people that live in Lagos State. Treat them as such. You do not see them castigate someone in Ogun State or in Ekiti. This is in Lagos State. This is where they stay. And they're telling you this is what they're going through. And if you now say, oh, it's because they're Igbo, and you start making it an Igbo versus Yoruba thing. No, this is the society they live in. So let's start seeing it from that angle. Madam Zita, I am sorry, but she is like she's older. So
how do you know she's older? Don't age her.
I listened to when she said when she went to school in I think in
all right, carry on.
I calculated it. So most of them in that age bracket, right, they have not let go. Whatever they know is what they still know. So whenever she comes from here to make it look like, oh, peace is impossible. No, we have gone past that level. So their own generation are those ones that are still firing these embers of discord and disunity. They still have it in their minds. Those ones that fought the Civil War, it has not gotten from their heart. So we, the younger ones, have to lead forward and do things differently. And that's what we are doing. I am on one man show today. It is being owned by Yoruba man. Maybe in 10 years past or 11 years past, it might not have happened. We are getting there. From listening to each other, we can now say, oh, it is not as bad as we thought or what we were being told. That is how we make progress. But this issue of anytime you see Zita will be like, oh my God, if you talk to my people. No, Zita. I'm an Igbo man too, a full-blown Igbo man.
No. Hold on. Joel, hold on. No. Zita is entitled to how, like you said, Zita is not a child of yesterday, and she's certainly far from an idiot. Highly educated, fully functional. So she can. But she can own her own thoughts. Now you don't tell her what to think.
I'm telling you that she holds on to their own belief.
Can I interject, please?
But of course you can disagree with what she has to say, though.
Let me just finish my line of thought. One man, there are many things that happen in our parents' time that in our own time today we accepted. And if our parents had that we are accepting it, they'll be like, wow, in our own time we did not do like this. It is also going to be like that for our kids. There are things that they will be doing, something that they will accept, and we're going to be like, no, it's an abomination. But in their time, it will be okay. That is the point.
One man, please give me a little window. Let me.
All right.
Joel, have you ever crossed the word? If you don't like it, leave it.
Yeah, he has. Carry on.
Have you heard of that word? If you don't like it, leave it.
Yes, I heard about the word. Yeah.
Thank you. The Constitution of
Yep.
Nigeria. Every Nigeria has the right to live wherever he or she wishes to live. You can turn it the other side. They still have the right to vacate anywhere they wish to vacate. I think I've answered that your question. That way
All
we
right.
have peace. Move to the
All
next
right.
question,
All
woman.
right, very quickly, because we are now entering territories that is going to get us into trouble. Adamu El Rufai orders in closed door meeting with Malami. So I was saying, because Patrick was trying to paint it as party members having meetings, but this meeting, of course, Adamu, who is the chairman of the APC, alongside El Rufai Yahaya Bello Matawele, having a meeting with the Attorney General of the Federation, trying to strong arm him to change our government policies to favor their candidate. Is this acceptable, Zita?
It's not acceptable. If they do such a thing, it's not acceptable. Were you there in the meeting?
How do you mean? What else would they be? They are not talking about how to fry eggs now. They are talking about him dropping, letting them get money to rig the election.
Oh man, it's not right for a party, a particular party, to go and have a meeting with the Attorney General of the Federation. I think that's his name, right? That's the man, Malami,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not right now. Other party members are supposed to be there. So why would they do that?
No, that's exactly my point. That other political parties should be present in any meetings, any closed door meetings between the Attorney General of the Federation and a political party. Otherwise, the
Attorney General of the Federation is supposed not to be partisan, right?
Of certainly not, especially in this climate.
He has no right to be in a meeting with them. But I don't know what your constitution is talking about. He's not supposed to be in a meeting with them. I don't know.
Why? Hold on. Let us get it clear. Is he in a meeting during the his official working hours, or
Yeah, that's what I want to
outside?
know.
Because
Yeah,
he's
you're
a
right.
party man. He's
He
a
shouldn't
member
be
of
in a meeting with them at all. What should he?
No.
Can the
One man,
president
you
be in a
can't say
meeting
that.
with them?
He
He
can
could
be
be
there.
in a
It can
meeting
be
with
a
them.
dinner. It can be anything. It can be a birthday. It can be a get together. It can be a friends hangout.
It can
Yes.
even
But
be a
if it's
party
an
meeting.
official meeting, it's wrong. But if
Yes.
they're having a friend hangout, dinner or something, that's fine.
Yeah, if it is during his
We know.
official hours, yes, we can say he shouldn't be having political meeting during his official hour. But outside his official hour, when on weekend or anything, he's from APC. If he got his appointment, by the virtue that he's an APC member. So what are we talking about that he can have meeting with his leadership of his party?
Adale Koko and Zeta, we know it's a political meeting because just as early as yesterday, there was a meeting organized where the APC adopted a resolution that the federal government should abide by the Supreme Court judgment on the Naira swap policy. We know that, and we know that the three governors in that meeting with Abubakar Malami, they are the arrowheads of a legal suit against the federal government around the Naira swap policy. We know that. And we know that Abdullahi Adamu was the person that came to give us the communique of the APC meeting that took place yesterday. We know that. And we know that the person advising Buhari on the legality of the stance that is taken around the Naira policy swap is Abubakar Malami. We know that. So from all we know that that is a meeting trying to strong arm him to drop a federal position to favor their political party. We know that.
Woman, if it's an official meeting, it's wrong. I said it on this platform. But if it is outside of official hours and there is no law stopping the man from having a hangout with friends, relations after official hours, then it's not wrong. That's all I can say.
All right, brilliant. Oh, you don't want to be drawn on that. So, okay, be drawn on this then. So it looks as though now the people are finding new and innovative ways to circumvent the Naira swap thing, the criminality that is at the heartland of the policy change. It looks as though the criminals are ever a step ahead of law enforcement. Family of kidnapped Nigerians asked to pay 10 million naira in CFA as ransom amidst naira scarcity in Nigeria. So what are you then making then of this now internalization of the banditry space?
But I said it here on this platform that saying that you are precoloring the naira and then seizing the naira just because you want to stop politicians from buying votes, as if naira is the only money in existence. There are bigger currencies flying around in Nigeria that have value more than the naira. So it is what it is. One man, people will get around it anyhow, because that policy, Buhari coming to on camera to say that he's doing it to make sure politicians don't buy. I don't get it. But he said it, and some people are jumping up and are happy. Let's watch now. Look, one man, the election is on Saturday. I hope somebody will not come and be showing us, do a TikTok and be showing us dollars that he or she was paid, or cefas, or maybe yen or pounds. I hope we won't get to see that on Saturday. I don't know.
All right. Certainly. Talking about the elections being on Saturday, let me show you something that somebody sent in via Instagram. I think maybe this is where Peter Obi should have concentrated his energy. Look at this. So that's Dinomila. We're talking about party agents in polling units and all whatnot. So So what you need is a complement of that much, 176,974. So to cover all of the polling booths in the country, that's what you need, 176,974. So PDP, of course, they presented 176,974. APC presented 176,974. Kwakwanso was only able to produce 23,460, but Peter Obi, that is going to be our next president, 41,234. So hold on. Sorry, do you mind? Hold on now.
No, this is a wrong information.
Right? How so?
This is a wrong information. The INEC published their data on.
This is coming from Dino Melaye, unless you want to.
No, this is not INEC. INEC publish their data on the go to INEC official page and see the real data. I think you're a professional journalist. Why would you be listening?
I'm not a professional journalist. I'm just an online blogger. So let's disable that.
Oh, you're a journalist.
Tell us the number for LP.
That's the number for LP, but
you should tell us the number for LP. The person talking, since he has
the number for LP
that's
LP. Wait, the number for LP is 134,000 something. Go and check it on INEC portal.
That's not what I saw. This one is right.
Check it on. I can send it to you. I can send the link. Check it on INEC.
Madam Zitana. Well, anyway.
Hold on. Saki is able, but don't worry. We'll double check that. But that's what's coming out. But
check it on INEC portal. Then another thing you will check. One person on INEC portal had 176,200 agents. Go and check
176,000. That's not true.
Check it on INEC portal. Now go to INEC portal and check.
Somebody has actually. All right, that's not true anyway. But Kwakwanso doesn't have those figures, but we'll double check that. Somebody sent me something, but I'll double check it. So Zita, then let me take you to the space. Then the eulogy. And by the way, oh yeah, people are saying you are lying already. So don't do that now. Don't try and obfuscate with lies. Because
One
we'll
man,
double check. So,
one
no,
man.
hold on. We will double
If
check.
I'm lying, wait. No. Let's
Yeah.
bet. If I'm telling lies, let's bet $2,000. I will pay for it.
$2,000. Look at
Let's
this
bet
guy.
$2,000. I will pay if you say I'm lying.
You make that bet with
No,
enigmatic.
one man.
Who's
If you keep
telling
saying
us?
I'm lying, I'll stop coming.
No, it's
Keep saying I'm lying.
enigmatic.
Like,
Hold on. Look at your screen. Enigmatic is the one saying it. I said somebody is saying
why
you are
would he be
lying.
saying that? I say go to Enoch Potter. He has not gone and saying I'm lying.
One man,
He's
he's not telling lies. He's not telling lies.
All right. All right. Fair enough. So you take that back then, enigmatic. It says LP is short by almost 10,000. No, but polling agents in Lagos. But I don't know. Okay, let's leave that space. But that space that's yet to be verified. And people sending me stuff on Instagram. Please make sure you verify it, because sometimes I put it up on Trust. But make sure you verify before you send it to me on Instagram. So back to things that we do know. Zita. So now this journey that Tinubu is embarked upon, it's not a journey that he suddenly woke up the previous morning, put on his shoes, and set about. So Tinubu is in Lagos now, preparing for what is going to be a juggernaut of an epic rally. That's the anticipation to take place tomorrow. So dinner's been held and all that, and old war stories being told. And Segun Oshoba is telling us that this journey that Tinubu is embarked upon, that as soon as he finished as the governor of Lagos State, and they were having his farewell dinner, it was at that dinner in 2007 that they started to birth this idea. They told him at that point now that your journey in politics is not over, because we want it to land at Aso Rock Seat. So this journey that Tinubu is embarked upon it's been since 2007. So he's told us that it's a lifelong ambition, and the people that know him so closely, they are able to add the details to that. So what are you then making then since 2007 to land at this spot?
I think he had that thing before 2007. Maybe he made it official in 2007 to them. If you watch how he has been moving for a long time, over 30 years now, if you monitor him, you will know that he's somebody who was just walking towards that place. He has had that ambition before then. Maybe he made it official to them that day.
How do you know he has had it before? Because if Oshoba, who has been his right-hand man, could be telling you that.
I said he made it official that day.
Zita. All right.
I tell you.
We did Chicago.
Oh my goodness.
No, Zita may be right, because Tinubu has actually been permutating to that Aso Rock seat since 1999.
How you know, one man? You didn't mind when they tell me say you don't
One man, information reaching me is that immediately his mother gave birth to him.
Oh no! Settle down, Joe. Settle down. But yeah, no.
See, do you know why I said that?
Yeah.
There are certain happenstance in a man's life, and he takes some kind of steps towards them. There are certain things that will happen. A man will come in forefront. If you are somebody who is politically inclined, you begin to wonder why the person is doing that. So from the days of Southside to the days of Lagos, when you look at what is happening and the step he took, you will know that when a man put his mind in something and walk towards it, he just made it public on the 2007. That's all I can say. I might be wrong.
When I was reading that piece, all of these political associations and relationships that are aligning in favor of Tinubu now, right from the primaries all the way through to this now latest set of drama that is going through. All of the alignments that align behind him. People are saying it's for his money. They just want to chop his money. No, these are political favors and relationships that he has been building pretty much from when Sheikh Oshoba is telling us till date. Because I'm not sure that a lot of these people, they are dollar billionaires by their own standing also. I'm not sure that there's that much more money that Tinubu can offer them. But I think it's all the favors that he has done, all the associations, all the children's weddings, all the this, that, and the others that he has been attending in all of those years that ambition has been birthed. The culmination of it is what is playing out now, both at the primaries and his propulsion towards the Asorok seat as Zeta.
Most of his classmates in Chicago are in the Congress in the US. They've been rolling this thing for a long time. They've been doing that. They've been working towards all these things. His classmates in Chicago is Congress. That Congress.
Name one of them.
Leave.
Name one of them.
He's asking you to. You don't have to carry on.
My congressman is his classmate.
There you are. That's
what's his name now? You can't just tell us your congressman. What's his name?
Davis.
Davis, and
I thought they said Tinubu didn't go to school.
Now, wow.
All right.
One man, I don't want to get started. I know you need to move on. I mean, see, when you allow people, I mean, you allowing them, it's a free word.
Hold on. Rational mind. We know that Tinubu went to university or Chicago State University. We have to get it right. So we know that he went to Chicago State University. It's not beyond the realms of reason that some of his classmates will be politicians within Chicago space.
But then just, you see, sometimes
no, is that beyond the realm? So is that even being questioned?
Hold on. Let me ask Zita a question, and you don't have to answer me. Are you an APC registered member?
No, I'm not.
All right. So, but Tinubu is your person in this election, right?
Never.
And then you're talking like this.
Listen. I don't have a vote in the first place.
Hold on.
I don't have a voice.
Hold on. We know where a lot of the batified.
Hold on.
No, you can't keep saying that anybody that doesn't align with your resentment is batified.
It's just people just don't like when people can come out and just own it up. Own it up that yes. I mean, hold on. I'm not obedient. But
on what? I'm not voting. I'm not campaigning.
I know you're not voting. I have PVC, but I'm not voting. But I'm just telling you.
I don't even have. Lucky you.
Hold on, Zeta and Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, is it possible for somebody to read the political landscape and see that it favors a particular candidate without actually being for that candidate? Is it possible?
I don't see any relationship in what you just said to me.
No. Answer the question. Answer the question.
That's what I'm saying. Your question to me, I don't even know how to even answer it. It's not possible.
Hold on, Zeta.
I can't come here and tell you that I'm for Obi and I'm not for Obi. What kind of
that wasn't. I wasn't asking you about for. No. That was no. Okay. Okay. Listen. Mute yourself for a moment, Zeta. What I'm asking you, Rational Mind, is it possible? Listen. Is it possible for somebody to read the political landscape? Somebody that knows politics to read and knows the all that goes on within, at least has a good knowledge of that space. Is it possible for somebody to read the political landscape and realize that it's going to land in favor of a particular person without actually being a supporter of that person? Is that possible?
It's possible.
Right. So I'm only really talking about collateral and laterally now Zeta, because when Kulata does all these permutations to land on a candidate, so that's reading the landscape to land somewhere. Because when you are reading the landscape, you have to land somewhere now. And if the landscape reads to land on one person, then that's where it lands. So you may be for or not for that person. So, but if you read the political landscape, so this is what Zita is doing now. She's reading the political landscape and telling you that this is how it reads for me. But she's not telling us that she's for Tinubu. She may well be, she may well not be. But that's her reading of
All
it
right.
now.
Well, if that's what it is, well, I just want to say something real quick. Your Davis of congressman is not a U.S. He's not a Nigerian citizen. I don't know what you're talking about when you see. This is what I'm trying to say when you mention Kolata and her as an example of people who can read the political scene and not being well. I've not seen that to be the case in the case of these two people you just mentioned. Kolata, I know where his game is. I know how he vehemently he defends Tinubu in many things, even though he say he raised the political. I mean, we're not babies today. We're not just born today. We know when people are inclined towards somebody, even though they don't say they are. They are. I know. So I'm not a baby. So I just want to go to what she said lastly when she talked about Davis or being a classmate of Tinubu and routing for Tinubu. How can somebody who is just like a Nigerian saying that he wants Trump to become? I mean, he's not. He has no affiliation to Nigeria.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What did you say? What did you say?
Oh my God. That's not what I said. I said they asked me a question about the time. The woman was talking about the time frame in which he has started showing interest to become the president. I said no. Maybe he made it official at that time. That if you look at his antecedent, right from the way back in CSU to Lagos, you will find out that some things he did, the way he handled it, the way he put himself in forefront, if you are politically inclined, you will understand that that person is heading for something. And I said, by the way, that most of his classmates are in the Congress. So why did I say that pushing for him? It's like you people hear something else when somebody is saying another thing.
No. I heard you. Let us replay that clip. If we had to go back to what you just said,
that
you said some of his classmates
pushing for him. Why would I say that?
Yeah, he said he's pushing for him to become. They've been pushing for him to become president.
I said they have been. Their classmates going through this thing. It's like they have been going. All of them want to be in government. That's what I mean.
Oh, is that what you meant?
Yes, that it's been like. If you look at most of them that school that period, that year, they've all been in government. That's what I meant. And that's what I said. There are Congress people here in the US. And now you say I should give you a name. I gave you one name. Which one pushing for him? Why would they push for him? What business do they have with Nigeria? I mean,
no, that's right. Hold on, Joel, please mute yourself. Rational mind is on a special diet. We is on a special. So you have to have that in mind.
I think I heard
It's on a special diet. Yeah, no, that was just meant to be a light-hearted eulogy about the man. I don't know quite how you.
I don't know why he picked it up.
He built a controversy around that, but there it is. But no. It'll be an interesting time for Tinubu in his life's journey this Saturday, because this is a man that has dedicated 2-3 decades to just one singular objective, and that comes to a culmination on Saturday. I think this is going to. I think of all of the people running. It'll be most impactful on him, win or lose, would you say, Zeta?
He said what?
I said of all of the people running, it will be most impactful on Tinubu. Just looking at the journey that he has made up to, because if Peter Obi wins, which unlikely to, it will be just somebody coming from the corners to snatch at the finishing box. If Atiku wins, you will say that he's had the endurance to come through. But if Tinubu wins, he has been on a life's journey to get to that point. I was suggesting that of all of the candidates, if Tinubu wins, it will be the most impactful on him. He would be, if win or lose, it will impact on him the most out of all the front runners.
By the way, let me ask you a question. Why are you always saying Peter B won't win? Why are you always saying that?
You know, we have to feed something to the, you know, otherwise they will launch, you know. So we have to keep them, you know, we have to keep them, you know. You know how it is now. You know when you are eating meat and you cut a little one for your child, you know. So that you have to keep them a little something, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he worked for it. That's all I can say. He has, okay. Let me rephrase my statement before they query me. I will say that he has been working for it. ING. He has been working for it. That's what I will say. That's why I said the other day, it almost shot off my head. I said, being a president of a nation is not something you just wake up one morning and stumble into. You don't. It takes a hard work. Even if you come out within 2 years.
So it couldn't have been possible for Obama of US.
You don't know the story of Obama. Don't even
don't know
go
this
there.
story more than I do. You don't know the story more than I do.
Go there at all.
I will give you
think,
25 pages
listen,
of the
just
story.
hold on. That's my area. Hold on.
It's not by shouting. It's not by shouting.
Let me
hold on, settle down, Saki. I know you've been hold on. Hold on. Yeah.
This one, I am going to debate it with you to the end.
No
if
problem.
you think
Tomorrow we'll debate
Barack
about
Hussein
it.
Obama just wake
we'll
up
do the
one
debate.
day
I too bought the
being a
Obama
senator
book, so
and
we've
jump
already.
into the then
tomorrow
you
we'll
don't
do the
even
debate.
know what you are saying.
Do you know Obama personally?
Just don't go there. I beg,
Tomorrow we'll
don't
do
go
the
there,
debate.
please.
Tomorrow we'll do
Please.
the
He wake
debate.
up one morning, became a senator, and jump into the ring. And he was running on a party that is not a national party. And he ran on a party without the political party, members of his political party supporting him. And he ran with, don't even, I beg, no.
All right. I know. I think Saki
Please,
has been.
I'm too old for this kind of conversation. Don't even go there.
It's not about being too old. It's about having a frank conversation.
Let me repeat myself
Have
again.
a frank conversation.
Presidency of
The
a
essence
nation,
of conversation is to. No, the essence of conversation is to learn. It is a proposition, not an imposition. You have to share your own idea, or through proposition. You don't have to impose it on me. So we can argue on that. By tomorrow.
Don't argue. Debate. No, you can debate it, but don't argue. You can debate. You don't argue. Yes.
No, we can debate it out if you want.
Please. As I said before, being a president
and let me tell you, Zita.
Let me tell you, it's not something you stumble into. That's all I have to say.
Let me tell you, Zita. Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 18 says, run away from too much knowledge. It is worrisome to the soul. Run away from too much knowledge is worrisome to the soul. So, because I have seen how you have been making some biased presentations on this platform.
No, I thought you.
I will attack that space. I will attack that.
Yes. So I think you came into launch at Zeta. That's what you came to do. You came to launch at Zeta
because he never supported you.
Yes, that's what he's really talking about. He came to launch at her. He's come to. You say
coming with
this election is very toxic.
Looking for a woman with cutlass.
No, it's not because of Obi. Why she was talking about MC Olomo's space. I had her version of.
They've been talking about her in their WhatsApp group. In the echo chamber.
Yeah, no, she's you know. Hold on.
That was actually what really brought me in, because I wanted to contribute to that space.
All right.
The way she was.
Go ahead.
No, hold on. Don't go ahead just yet. Usually I encourage people to have their camera switched on, but I'm not going to encourage Zeta to have her camera switched on. Because I can see the circling already. I see them circling you in the comment section, and you are being circled somewhat now on the platform. So we must protect Zita. But let me take you to this clip, Zita, for a reaction. Watch this.
See how bad this stuff is. Like, the money literally smells. Like, it smells so bad. I just have to wash my, like, after holding this note, I have to wash my hand. The money stinks. See how bad it is. As I'm opening it like this, I can perceive. Jesus.
And he got that out of the bank, by the way. So that's the 200 naira that Buhari has asked us to be spending.
One man, I said this from day one. I said, if this Buhari's policy will bring a peaceful, what do they call it? After the election, if it's going to bring peace, let it go on. I have said it several times. People are hurting. People are dying. There even a case, somebody called me and told me that a pregnant woman, the med transfer, the alert didn't go. She died. The doctors refused to treat her. She died. Somebody just told me that. I don't know how.
Yeah, with the baby. With the baby.
Yes. So
the baby.
if it's going to bring peace, but I know it will not, because at the end of the election, by Saturday now, people that didn't win will agitate, because they can only accept that this thing worked. That's if their candidate wins. So I don't know. From the one, the policy, the implementation, everything is totally wrong. The timing is wrong. But some people said it's working, it's fine. That's okay. If it will make them to be fine, let it be fine for them after the election. That would be okay. Election is just 3 days to go. It's just 3 days, so no problem. People should endure. I won't even accept that money from a bank anyway.
It doesn't even look like money. It looks like something you step on the streets and you won't even know. That's money. How is this legal tender? How is the how is?
See how bad this stuff is. Like, the money
I
literally
don't know.
smells. Like,
One
it
man, I
smells
don't
so
know.
bad.
I've said this several times. If this will make some people keep quiet after the election to believe that the election was free and fair, I'm fine and okay. But it's a lot of suffering going on in Nigeria. I don't even know why somebody should accept that money in the first place. I wouldn't accept it.
Yes. So finally, before I go on to our Janle Koko,
hold on, Mizita, they don't have any reason not to accept the result anymore now, because Buhari basically is in love with them now and they're in love with him, and he has basically given them everything they need or they want. So he has covered the ground for them. And then when the results are announced on Saturday, and then our brother from the Southeast, Gregory Obi, became, very third or fourth, they will gladly accept it and move on. It's considered the peaceful process now, I think since last week. So Buhari has given them that.
So
He has provided.
if he becomes first, will you accept it?
What do you say?
If Obi becomes first, will you accept it?
Am I running for the election? I'm just saying what Buhari has done. I'm not running on the election. You guys should get it. Don't get it twisted.
No. It's reversing your question on you. So that
of course, that's what I'm telling him. It's not about me. It's about Nigerians. If Obi becomes the number one, becomes the president-elect, of course, Buhari has done his job to make sure that nobody will complain. And if Obi actually becomes president-elect, then that's it. Everybody will jubilate and move on. If Atiku becomes the president-elect, nobody will have the audacity to say it's been rigged. If Ashwaju becomes the president-elect, same thing. Similar thing with Oshowore or Kwakwanso. So it's a level playing field now for every one of them.
I hope so.
Whoever complains now and want to foment trouble, then anything that the government wants to do with them, everybody will support that action.
Somebody is asking if
Why do we like the
why
stupid?
do you
Hold on, rational mind. Let Zeta have a final word, and then I move on to Ajande Coco, just to manage the time. Yeah.
Okay. Please, I want to say something on this platform.
Go on.
I only voted once in Nigeria, and it was my father that forced me to vote. I never voted again. As I speak now, I don't even have a PVC. Out of the 18 candidates that came out, I have a dossier on all of them. I am not supporting any of them. But unfortunately, one of them will be the president come Sunday, if that election goes. So whatever I say on this platform, if you keep the 3 candidates, P2B, 4 candidates, Kwankwanzo and this thing, at least if I don't know, the only one I don't really know among them is Kwankwanzo. P2B, Atiku, and Tinubu, I know a lot about them. So whatever I'm saying in this platform, all those obedient, you don't come after me to tell me that I'm APC. I'm not, and I will never be. But I know who will win. I know who will win this election, and I know who will not win. Thank you, one man. Bye-bye.
No, all right. Before you go, tell us who will not win.
Sorry.
Today is
One
what?
man,
Today is what? Today is Monday.
One man.
One man, you like fire.
I think I did Kurukoto, one man.
All right.
They've added
can I
that to the list of Kulata and enigmatic now, right? So let her just go, please.
One man.
All right. Thank you, Zita. Thank you, Zita. So have that say. Hold on now. Have that say. Saki, and then we go on to Ajahn Lekoko just to manage the time. So Saki, yeah.
I don't want Zita to leave. Has she left already?
No, she hasn't left.
Okay, so I want to quickly respond to him on the MC Olomo space. Please, just a little time. Something happened to here today, and please, it is high time we started paying attention to the worries, raised by someone like this guy from Japan. What's the name again?
War Peace.
War Peace.
Yeah. I think it is high time we started paying attention to that space. This is an election period. Let this election not begin to cause us to feel in another level of thinking. It is already generating that space. Zita has presented a biased view to the extent that even her presentation spurred up Ajahn Lekoko towards even tolling that line today. And I was quite surprised. Now, the question you asked Zita is a question of, is it right or wrong? Moral question. It is a yes or no answer. Is it right or wrong? Instead of telling you whether it is right or wrong, she started by asking, why must it be only Lagos? Why must it be only Lagos? So I think it is a very jaundiced way to spur up certain reactions, which even Ajahn Lekoko told that line, So, and we have to be very careful on the way we present issues. But then,
sorry, Sake. No, hold on, Sake. Yeah. I asked an open-ended question. So I asked an open-ended question, and then she approached it in the manner she felt was best. As she's able, she understood the question. She understood the question and gave the answer she felt was best suited.
One second.
Hold on.
Why I followed, because this is not the first time. Remember last week, she was trying to present the version of the Igbo people not wanting to forgive. Last week. Then today again, she presented another version of the impossibility of Igbos trying to align with the Southwesterners. She presented it today when she was saying
she did not.
No, let me tell you what she said.
No, please. She said it's a long pathway. Don't react.
No, let me tell you what she said. She said South and Southwest are already aligning. But the issue of Southeast aligning with Southwest, let's not talk about that, please. I don't really.
No, she said that would be a longer journey. She said that would be yes.
So now going further, when you now presented a question of MC Oluomo, she poured up an emotions. The way I understood it is, the Southeast are always hurting.
Are you targeting Zita? Because I would not recommend. I won't recommend that. Okay,
no,
go
I'm
on.
not targeting her, but that's what I'm trying to say, because when these answers was pouring up here, World Peace made a very important revelation, which we should not ignore. It's very, very important not to ignore those kind of things. We have to be very careful on the way we present issues. So, but since you want to know why Lagos, in the case of MC Oluomo, I think I have to contribute a bit. Now, of all the 36 RECs in Nigeria, the Lagos REC, the Lagos REC, the INEC REC in Lagos, there was an interview. He was called up on an interview to answer the questions of why certain people appear not to be seeing their PVCs in Lagos. He answered a question that created certain emotional reactions. The way he answered that very question, he said they are immigrants from the Southeast. So the Southeasterners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, let me finish. Are they not? Let me finish. He said they are immigrants from the Southeast. So the way the Southeasterners perceived that answer, they perceived it somehow. So in a Nigerian, we are treated as immigrants in Nigeria. Is that the reason we should not get our PVC in Lagos? Then 3 days after that very answer, the same REC again in Lagos, openly, made a proclamation that they are making arrangement with MC Oluomo. So I want you to make a connection between this thing that happened and this thing that happened within a space of 3 days. So if you were an average,
hold on.
Let me finish.
Let him learn.
No, if you were an average person in Labour Party that knows that the candidate is coming from the Southeast, and this thing is coming from an INEC REC, an INEC REC in Lagos, in a particular state, is coming from that INEC REC, wouldn't you ask questions? Why is it that this man made this statement some 3 days ago, and after 3 days time again, he started telling us, telling the public that he started telling the public that somebody that is affiliated to an opposition. Because if he had not said something about MC Oluomo, nobody will know. Nobody will even know that they are planning to use MC Oluomo, and this court case will not even emerge.
We know
but
that.
he was the one that said it, and the people started linking it to precedent, like things that happened before, So people started saying, is this REC trying to be biased towards a particular party? So quickly, the Labour Party, even the Labour Party we are talking about is GRV. It was GRV and some barristers that took up this case. GRV is the governorship candidate of Labour Party in Lagos. He was the one that took up this case.
Can I answer you?
All right. Brief response, Zita. A brief comment from Enigmatic, and then we go on to Ajale Koko. But I don't want it to spiral out of control. But yeah.
The lawsuit was based on what? Conflict of interest, right?
Right, correct. Of the pronunciation, yes, coming from the Lagos. The other states did not pronounce.
No. She asked you. No, don't. She asked you a yes or no question. So carry on.
The lawsuit was based on conflict of interest, right?
Yes.
And then, can you tell me one of the causes of some of the causes of conflict of interest.
I don't understand what you mean.
I said the lawsuit.
Yeah, take him where you want him to be, so he can.
Okay. One of the causes of conflict of interest is emotions. I'm trying to answer your question. You said I brought emotion into it. That case is based on emotion. It's conflict of interest. That's all I have to answer you on that. Back
So
to
are you telling me? Are you telling me no?
Hold on, she's responded. No, don't worry. She's not going to be where you want her to be. So yeah.
Conflict of interest. One of the causes of conflict of interest is emotion. So I have answered you. You said I brought in emotion into it. Why Lagos? So that's why I said why Lagos. It would have gone to Central. That case would have been as a central case. That's one. By the way, nobody on this platform told me that is the gubernatorial candidate. They said LP. Okay? That's by the way. Coming back to the Southeast, what I said about Southeast, I said, as I speak, Southwest and South are lying. Southeast, they need to do some job to work on them. They will go home to do some work. There is a long way to do, but they have to go home first to do some work. And I'm still saying it. I'm not denying what I said. They have work to do. Southeast, they have work to do. And again, I repeat myself again. The law, have you ever heard of you don't like it, you leave it? I'm sure you've heard that. The Constitution of Nigeria said you have the right to live wherever you want to live. You turn it again. It still said you still have the right to get the hell out of any part of Nigeria you don't wish to live. Thank you, one man. Bye-bye.
All right, brilliant. So enigmatic, you wanted to come in. Yeah.
Enigmatic called the Southeasterners immigrants. And
So,
you said,
I wanted to ask Zita.
No, thank you. But let's hear from enigmatic. Hold on, but before we hear from enigmatic, so sorry. Well, Saki, where did enigmatic call Saki? Because I want to. I don't like to end up in this spaces.
You didn't hear him when he said, "Are they not?"
You just made a statement now.
Sorry, do you mind? Don't do that now, Joel. Let this conversation follow a civil order. Otherwise, I'll just shut it down and go to Adane Koko. So, Saki, Saki.
Yeah, when I was trying to describe what the REC said, enigmatic said, "Are they not?" That is, are they not immigrants? Is what he asked me here.
Okay, do you want me to continue?
No, but they can be an immigrant in their own country, certainly. So unless Lagos has become part of Benin Republic, then no Nigerian can be an immigrant in Lagos. But just in a moderated tone, you wanted to comment to. Is it the
just let me within 5 minutes, I'll be done with everything.
All right.
First of all, right? There's an emotion already, going on in Lagos. If people do not understand that now, there is already a more or less like a definition of an audacity against Lagosians and against Yoruba people in Lagos as a whole. This election, apart from being a tribal election, is more or less like a referendum on Lagosians and Southwest people now. And that's why we say they have to be very circumspect, how they conduct themselves. Because forget about the fact that we are talking about general election or Nigeria. There is this perceived, let me say, quote and unquote emotion going on between the two regions now. One. Number two, MC Oleomo that people are actually want to talk about over here most of the time. Are you aware of the fact that in Anambra State, the NURTW was banned for almost 16 years? And the case has been in and out of court. The same thing happened in Lagos. When it was banned from the national body, the ingenuity of the Lagos government, right? They cannot leave the park just like that because they know what happened pre-99. So it will become a den of bandits again. So they basically had to couch them under Ministry of Transportation. INEC have been using Ministry of Transportation for years to transport their materials during electioneering processes, election period. But because now a department that supervises the parks and then whatever in Lagos, couch out of Ministry of Transportation that has been doing the same job for more than 20 years. Now, because MC Oluomo is the DG of that department, now it arouses emotion from Labour Party, right? Labour Party now, we don't want to know who is behind it or not. From Labour Party, quote unquote, they be crying and be whining about it all day long. But they forget about the fact that MC Oluomo is just one out of the thousands of the things that will happen. MC Oluomo that they see, MC Oluomo is not the main actor. You will never see MC Oluomo on the day of any election on the field. He's probably going to be in a secure room, in a control room, delegating and giving instructions. So they have to get that fact. So if GRV is going to call day and night to stop MC Oluomo, you are stopping basically somebody who will not even be on the field, that will not be effective on the ground, right? And then the Ministry of Transportation will still do their job that they've been doing for INEC for over 20 years. In Ondo State, right, they have the leader or the MC Oluomo replicate, right? The replica of MC Oluomo in Ondo State. They have it in Anambra State. They have it in all the 36 states of the Federation. But MC Oluomo is popular within a region because they keep singing and whining about MC Oluomo every time. That is by the side. Now, talking about the rec. The rec, first of all, they started making some petitions. Typically, just the way they do it every time. They started making some petitions around every social media that the guy should be fired, the guy should be removed, and whatsoever. And then they reminded them that recs in each state, they are not political appointees. They have a term they have a term of service, right? After that is open for renewal, or probably they can go. I think it's 5 years, and after that, it's either they get renewed or not. And then they refer them, right? One man, listen to this. They refer them to go to their states in the southeast. That each of the recs, they should go and check each and every one of them. They are the indigenes of those states. Each of them, anybody can Google it. Check the rec in Anambra State, check the rec in Enugu, in Imo, in Ebonyi, and in Abia State. They are Igbo indigenes and they are people from that region. So when you come with this kind of energy to Lagos State and you keep complaining about every damn thing in Lagos, that they should fire the guy, they should remove him, and the guy came to address the matter. He said, why are people not getting their PVCs? He said, one man, at the height of the IPOB and Biafra agitation, IPOB or nothing, or Biafra or nothing, Nnamdi Kanu ordered these folks that they should burn their PVCs. So most of them burned their PVCs, and then some that did not burn their PVCs, they got instructed, as they are getting instructions now from their WhatsApp groups or wherever, to come to Lagos, right? To come and register in Lagos so that they can swell the number of voters who can probably capture Lagos State for Labour Party and Peter Obi. So they came to Lagos. So that has amounted to double registration. And under the law, that nullifies your registration. It means you are zero. So that is actually what happened. The guy tried to explain to them. They released communique. They released statement officially from INEC. They did not take it. All they wanted was that man is affiliated to APC. He must be fired because everything that is in Lagos is either Tinubu or APC. They've forgotten that federal government have their institution and their branches in those states. That is what actually happened.
You didn't watch the interview. You didn't watch the interview.
Hold on. I saw the guy was.
You didn't watch the interview.
He has conducted lessons. he has conducted previous elections in Lagos
In
State.
the
Why is it
interview,
that
he
all of a
said,
sudden, hold on now,
he said
hold
they
on.
are immigrants
Why
from South
why is it that all of a sudden, because Peter Obi is on the ballot,
Enigmatic, that's not the point. That's not the point.
Lagos should crash for everything?
You've spoken well, and the way the way you spin
He
it,
said
I must give it to you.
No, I'm not talking to you, rational mind. I don't want to
Hold
talk
on,
to
we're
you.
having a conversation. It's not
No,
If you
I'm
don't
don't
want to
use
have a
that word
conversation with
spinning.
you don't
Go
have
and check. Go and
you
check
don't need to be
if
here
they had
now.
double registration.
Allow me speak. I allow you speak.
Go and
Can you
check
allow me
if they
speak?
have double registration. Now
And
that
let me
is
tell you,
what I want to
Can
talk
I
many
about.
of them don't have
Can I
double
address you?
And they have to
registration.
understand this
People
emotion.
that are
Can I
complaining,
address
they
you?
don't have double registration.
Saki father, you
Saki
are
father, can I address you?
One at a time. Let Enigmatic land. Enigmatic,
Yeah,
bring
I'm
it up.
talking now, one man now.
Let him land now, because he's actually giving us a structured narrative that runs contrary to how Saki father was trying to lead us. So bring it home, Enigmatic.
Yeah. So they've been talking about obedience being attacked here and there in Lagos. Kwakwanso NMPP, he was in Lagos. I think he was in Lagos 3 times. He even went to Agege, right, where Bureau de Change and Hausa people were. Nobody attacked him or his guys. The same thing with Atiku, right? You already have been in Lagos. But when you keep seeing recurring situation with obedience, they got to Lagos. The video was online. Anybody who has the video can show the video to the platform. They got to Lagos State and they were saying, this is Lagos, no man's land. Where is MC Oluomo? You came to Lagos State and you are demanding to see MC Oluomo. And MC Oluomo showed himself to you and you are whining and crying. Whose fault? Have you seen anybody go to Anambra State today and be wearing APC? You know you are calling for the beating of your life in some certain quarters in Nigeria. You have to use your kafa. You have to use your head sometimes. Know your formation. Election is emotional to a lot of people, and I've said it. Saki father is probably an elder within the obedient camp. They should tell their people during the election, right? Know your formation, use your kafa, do not do anything in Lagos. This election is different from previous elections in Lagos. Either they take it or leave it. They have their son, right, on the ballot. They have their son on the ballot. Election will go peacefully, but if you want to go and look for Oluomo, you want to go purposely to say, Oluomo, show yourself. Oluomo, when Oluomo come out to show himself to you, don't come and cry online. That is
Enigmatic. But the last time Oloma attacked people in the Festac area, they didn't go to Oloma. Oloma came to them. What I'm just telling you is this: you see this election.
Is an emotional stuff.
No. You see this election. Let me tell you something. This election.
It's like you are not getting how I started.
No.
Hold on. This
See,
emotion like Lagos belongs to nobody. Everything we do in Lagos.
Lagos belong to the Ilajes, right? And even the Tinubu you're talking about is not from Lagos. So let's keep it down. Nobody is dragging Lagos with you. Nobody is dragging Lagos with you.
So they need to be careful.
Can you calm down?
All right. Let rational mind come in. Rational mind.
There is something I wanted to correct.
Let's rational just to break it up. No, just to break it up in between the two of you. Let rational mind come in.
Yeah, I've had an enigmatic spoken, and sometimes it makes me I'm left wondering here why these the way he speaks. If you guys are so sure that Tinubu has Lagos to himself, I don't know why some of you would speak the way you speak. You speak like you're threatened by this guy. Tinubu has been the one holding sway in that Lagos. He has been reigning supreme. He dictates who gets in, who gets what within the Lagos state governance. And so I don't know why at this point you people are expecting tomorrow is going to be a mega rally or maybe a few hours time from now. I don't know why this venom that I hear every time, like you're so threatened by that.
Who is
threatened? Hold on, listen.
No. So sorry, you are misreading somewhat.
Yeah.
It's a counter narrative now. When a narrative is presented by the obedient space, which is such a high octane narrative, then of course you have to expect in equal weight the counter narrative. Now
There is nothing whatsoever that we've spoken today. One man, you brought the topic. You said the issue was Obi had to sue the REC in Lagos, the INEC REC in Lagos, because as we go on now, we keep getting more information as to who was actually sued. It was the INEC REC, and like Saki Father said, that he has been making some comment which is not supposed to be heard from somebody who should be an
So
independent.
you believe that, but you did not believe what I just told you.
That what?
Look, don't hold on to straw because you hate somebody. It is so clear that you are biased and you always have a biased opinion.
What have I spoken that is biased here?
You to go and read it, go and see what how would you want to register in Anambra State? And then they tell you to come.
Boy, you can't sorrow now. You don't
how do you want to do that?
You are walking over all over me. I won't allow you to do that. You spoke and I like to speak.
All right. The lady at the center of it all, the lady at the center of it also has left us because of our rowdy behavior, because of our we say we want women here, and when we have a woman here, we all act like MC Oluomo. So she left because she doesn't want to be a
Let me say something. I just need to. I want to get this off my chest. You know, if we want to attack ideas or challenge ideas, that's fine. But when we start kind of like all our comment is centered towards like, okay, this group of people, this tribe, that problem, that is where I have problem with such person who makes such comment on this place.
That's okay.
Because that is what you've said so far. Yeah, that's where you're going.
That's okay.
You said
now your life now. Can I control your life? That's your life. I can't control you, and you can't.
No, you don't have to speak to me like that. I'm not saying anything about. You see this guy. You have listen. You have a way of speaking, which is very, very inciting. You need to learn to speak.
Very, very.
You need to learn how to speak.
If the way I speak is inciting to you, comprehend it.
I've not addressed you in any way that is demeaning.
No, comprehend how I'm basically saying what if I'm saying it in the way you do not expect me to say it, or you are comprehending it differently, I can't control you for that.
And then you have to speak to that issue, not for you to be talking to me.
I'm speaking to the issue. I'm speaking to the issue. I told you.
No, you're not speaking to the issue.
You people
came. You said my life. That's what you said.
They came from the southeast. They told them to come to Lagos to come and do double registration. And you think that will why can't they go to River State? Why are they not going to River State? Why are they not going to Kano State? Why is it always Lagos?
If what you said were to be true,
why is it always Lagos?
Hold on. I'm not
speaking. I know
people that were complaining about their card. People that were complaining about their card. Many of them are those living in Lagos who did their registration for the first time. It wasn't double registration.
That is a lie.
I can tell you. No, there was a friend of mine. There is a friend of mine. Wait. There's a friend of mine. No, let me tell you now.
One man, go and find it. Go and Google this. Go and check this thing out for yourself. Most of them, these two factors, most of them, they bond their PVCs, and then their relatives in Lagos told them to come to Lagos to come and register. And then the issue of double registration. Go and find this out. Why are they not going to?
All right, gentlemen. I think we're starting to spin a little bit now around in circles. And Zita, who was Zaki father was hoping to launch out, she has left us anyway. So,
but then what I want to say real quick to Enigmatic is this: if really, like you said, that these people come from the southeast and they are registering massively in Lagos, mind you, INEC says that they have a way of sequencing people's fingerprint or whatever by bimodal whatever. You cannot do multiple registration. That the system has a way of canceling out or totally even canceling out the person's vote or not being able to vote. It will prevent them. So I don't know why this way you're making it sound like it's a real threat. I mean, and this for information, what you just said about people doing multiple registration is not only limited to people from the southeast. We've heard about it in North too. That they said I need to discover people doing multiple registration. Not even within even in southeast itself. There are like Imo State. We saw so many multiple registration, even people having baby's head on their PVC. So what are we talking about? Why would you have a single one ethnic group out of this whole thing? Like as if they are just like they are pestilence of people.
You are the one getting
Let's
it wrong.
stop this. Let's stop this whole thing. This is not right. This is not healthy for us.
The ones in the north, they are not coming to Lagos and be making.
No, don't say that. I won't agree with you on that.
Make excuses.
I won't agree with you on that.
Did you see what they did online to that man? Have you seen that thing? If that man were to be your father or your family, would you have been speaking like this? Go and check it now online.
What man? You heard him again? You heard him?
Yes, go and see what
all right. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, everybody. Thank you, everybody. So yes. Thank you, Saki, for opening up that space. I told you it was going to end up like this, and see what you have called Saki. But very quickly, rescue us, Ajanle Koko, please. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
But then you want to address that?
What did he say? What did he say?
I mean, he said if he's going to be my father or me, I mean, can this guy not speak without even just involving? I mean, just attacking people itself. I mean, people themselves that are speaking to him.
I said if you were to be your family member or your father, would you have been talking like this? The man was harassed online. Go and check it out. They are harassing.
Can you say it? Can you say it differently?
He's been harassed by these folks again, and we should just take it like that because it's election. What is wrong with them?
Who's being harassed?
Who's harassing who?
Go and check Pastor Adefarasin, the way they are harassing that man, a man of God. What is wrong with
what did he do? What did they harass him for?
I'll find out now. If you want to speak.
No, you tell us. We don't know. You tell us. Yeah, tell us. We'll find out later.
Go and check it out. But you
know he's married to you know he's married to a Igbo woman. You know Adefarati is married.
That's not the problem. That's what I'm talking about. Why would they be lashing out to everybody? Are they the only one in this election? Is Kwankwaso not there?
This is
all right. This is heading.
Yes.
Oh, after the election, people will learn they will know what they are.
All right. No, please. That's enough. All right, thank you. Ajanle Koko, are you there? All right. Let me move. Yes, I mean, it's I don't know, man, and it's not even 5 hours yet. We can't blame it on that. Let's just move it. Let's move the conversation. Let me play you a video clip. Let's just do that. Let me play you a video clip for you to react to.
We say I purposely come open this place. Now charger head what they find. Charger head. See where madam they throw my money. They throw money they put for house. See where madam they throw money they put for house. See house. See house. See everywhere. Under bed. I just make I find my charger head. See where madam they throw money they keep. When they tell madam say bring money make we use cook soup, because you know the money no day. I don't have money. See where she pack money. She they throw money under bed. See and now they don't accept currency.
All right. That was actually different from what I had anticipated. But look at the treatment of the Naira notes now being swept up.
Well, we don't know where that video is coming from. A lot of things will be thrown on the internet and social medias just to generate viewership or the traffic on their what do you call it? Their social media page. So it doesn't. I don't know. It's what it is. Nigerian banking system does not even make it attractive for people to bring their money to bank. So, except people that live in the village, people that live in the cities, people that live in rural area, they have no cost to take their money to bank. They trade within themselves. They make the money and they use that money, to carry on their daily activities. So. It's just unfortunate that the country that used to work doesn't work anymore for anybody. So, but this video to me, I don't know. It could be some kind of
I did not actually. I did not actually watch it before I brought it on because I don't like to watch it sometimes. But no, let me move you on from there strictly. That didn't actually add anything. Court grants Labour request to block MC Oluomo from transporting election materials for INEC. So this seems to be the topic generating the most controversy on the platform. But to be honest with you, I've already said it. I have some sympathy for the position of the Labour Party on this one, just because we know the antecedents of MC Oluomo, and you don't even want anything that gives the appearance of untowardness. And certainly, this gives more than an appearance of untowardness. It cannot be acceptable that a known political thug, a hardened criminal, who is a devotee of a leading political candidate, is put in charge of electoral materials. It just doesn't rhyme, Ajanle Koko.
Let me tell you one man. I forgot to say greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, like I said before, I think Peter Obi and Labour Party are just chasing shadow. They are trying to score a cheap political point. And that's why they concentrate. They went to court in Lagos just to score a cheap political point against Tinubu. We know the politics they are playing. But the question we want to ask ourselves is that this guy that they claim that is a Tinubu guy, MC Oluomo, that is a Tinubu guy. That is why they don't want his transport association in Lagos to handle the transportation of, electoral material in Lagos from one point to the other. Let us ask them, those other ones in other states, are they not affiliated to political party? The NURTW, or what do they call it? Are they not affiliated? Yes, they do. But as long as we have it in Nigeria that during the time of election, it is NURTW in each state, that the INEC in each state will work with for the logistics, the transport this thing around, with the escort of police officer. This is the way it has been. This is the way it's been done. This is not, they're not.
Does that make it right?
Look, hold on. This is the way it's been done. Even during the time of election that brought Obi to governorship. That is the way it was done in the state. And while he was there, all elections that were conducted, presidential elections that were conducted when he was the president, the NUWRT in the state, they were politically affiliated to him during his own time. But does it mean
that's
that...
a lie. Please, that's a lie, please. Just say the truth, please.
Hold on.
They weren't affiliated to Obi.
Hold on,
and please,
man.
don't just bring up lies, please. If you want to say the truth, say the truth. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. So, does it mean that INEC or Nigeria is doing the right thing? Is that the way it should be? When it is obvious to everybody that NURWT are affiliated to a political party, it is not right. But this is the way it's been done because we don't have logistic, we don't have other logistic companies that can handle this huge and voluminous tax during the time of election. We don't have it in Nigeria.
So, but this is the way we've been doing it. Police are attached to it, to escort them from the local government headquarters of INEC offices around the world. The local government headquarters of INEC offices, that is where the transport business, all these transport that will take these people to various wards and various police units, that is from that point they take them around with police escort. Now that we even have beavers, it's going to be very, very difficult to say any rigging or any electoral manipulation can be conducted while they are doing this. It's going to be very difficult now. We all agree that Beavers he has come to rescue us to eliminate electoral fraud. We saw what happened in Oshun.
We all don't agree, Ajale Koko.
You don't agree?
No, Beavers is not the wonder magic. It's not going to do a wonder magic.
But you obedience are saying that you believe in Beavers. What are you talking about?
Maybe it's some. I mean, I'm not obedient. I've said it. I'm not obedient. But
I'm talking about the obedience. So, they really believe in it. That this is what
we saw the shenanigans that played out in Oshun State that you're trying to refer to. Just
but
go on.
It is Beaver that came to the rescue.
Wow. But then how could they have allowed it?
Rescue.
How could they have allowed it?
Able to point out at the end when they run that pivot, it came out with the accurate figure of those that voted and the overvoting. He highlighted them and they subtracted them from the real voters, and it came down to what is the name of the former governor as the winner of the election. So
you're right on that one, but they still also found out that the APC guys did the same thing in some.
Yes, all of them.
They're going to settle it in the Supreme Court, I believe. You're right on that one. I'm not just trying to. I'm just
both of them. Look, what happened was that both of them rigged. When they run the Beavers brought out how they rigged from both sides. And when they subtracted the overvoting out of this thing, they got to know who was the winner. And, Oyetola was declared the winner by the tribunal. But let us even forget that. But the point of this matter that we are discussing now is that MC Oluomo, transportation district in Lagos, there is no way that he can how do I say it? There's nothing he can do to influence the election result. There is nothing that he can do to influence the election result. And look, let me tell you the way this thing is done. Overnight before the election day, INEC will move material. Maybe overnight or 2 days before the election, they will move the material to the INEC headquarters in every local government. And security will be put in place there to secure that place before the election day. A day before the election day, overnight before the election day, all the electoral officers we assemble at the local government offices in preparation to be transported on election day to the various units where they are going to carry out their assignment. So they're already there in the local government. So early in the morning, these appointed transporters will come to the local government at appointed time as early as possible to convey them with materials to various wards, to various voting units in the various wards in that local government. Their own is just to transport with police escort. And after transportation in the evening, they will always also transported back to the headquarters of the local government. So how will what is going to how will the
can I tell you
election
one?
result be influenced?
Can I tell you
Particularly
one?
when we have technology running this election now, how would it be fair? What is the fear of the obese? What is the fear of
Let me tell you one. Let me tell you one. Let me tell you one. Just one. One way they do that is the delay of election materials
It is
in
not
certain
possible. Let me
areas.
hold on. A
It
lot of
is.
things
It
that
is.
hold on.
It is
Let me
possible.
tell you.
It is
I
possible.
have this
What are you
experience,
telling
and
me
I want to
now?
tell
Have you not seen elections that
hold
at
on.
4 p.m.?
Hold on. I want to tell if there's going to be any delay, it is not the transportation that causes the delay. It is INEC.
No, it's not. It's
INEC
not
of
true. It's
listing.
not true.
Have you participated before? I have
I have.
participated in this thing. I know the way it runs. Anytime there's delay in material getting to the polling unit, it is not by the transporter. It is by the INEC.
Sometimes INEC have said in the past too
That is
that they
not true.
cannot find
That is not true.
what are you
That
telling
is
me?
not true. Because let me tell you, they have no cause to delay. The moment they are given the material with the police escort, they are moving. Because on that very day,
They will
there's no
not show
movement of
up.
vehicle.
They
There's no
will not
movement of
show
vehicle.
up. That's the thing. They will not show up. And
Oh
okay, it has
God!
happened in the past.
You see,
It
this
has happened in the
propaganda that
past.
you
Or they
people
show up
run
late.
sometimes.
They show up
This
late.
kind of
What's the
this
problem?
kind of this
I
kind
gotta
of
go. Can I just quickly say something to you? You see, I don't like overflogging something because sometimes it's making me sound ridiculous when I start overflogging. But the point is this: that in a sane society, it doesn't make sense that a party person will be allowed, be given a contract. Now, this is what I just want to quickly say, and maybe after that, maybe if I have the chance to speak on on this, this is what I want to say. I mean, I don't understand why INEC is allowing this at this point. They should have done all this logistics a while ago. They could have made an expression on a newspaper inviting people who can transport to bid for it, rather than give it to a party man. Give it to individuals. Coordinate. I mean, relate directly with people who have that logistics or who have like for me now, I can call you. I can do a paper advert on the paper. It's okay. We are looking for X number of people to transport for so place. I mean, tender your expression for a bid or whatever. Make it so simple that even illiterate can even apply for it and they can transport it rather than give it to one man who is a party person, and you're like expecting to be doing this, to be coordinating and having subcontractors for him to be doing that for an independent electoral body. It makes no sense. So we can flog it in any way. They might delay, they might not delay, they might hijack it at the point, steal some beavers out of the thing. We can all say all of this, but the point is this: let's call a spade a spade. It is wrong on INEX part to do this kind of thing at this time, knowing that the person that they're giving this contract to is an APC man, a person who is even renowned for violence in Lagos. What are we talking about? Let us stop the spinning of all this.
Look,
Just say the way it is.
rational mind. I don't know what you know. What I mean, these use of word that you guys have been
Babaja, can
using
you give me a second, please, if you don't mind? Babaja, just a second.
Yeah, I will give you 1 minute. See,
Okay.
you guys have been saying this guy is notorious. The other NUW in other states, they are not notorious,
Are we
right?
doing what about here right now? Is that what we do?
No, just hold on. Just hold on.
When we say this, are we doing what about?
It is always good to be objective and be balanced when we are presenting issue. You've been describing this guy as notorious. So the leaders of NURWT that are the leaders of Agbero in other states of the Federation, they are not notorious. I mean, what are we talking
I've not
about?
said that. And that is not the purpose. Hold on, that's not the purpose of what we're talking about here. The point is, let us talk about what is happening in Lagos.
It's not only in Lagos, it happened like
definitely
that.
we
They
shall see
did
how
the
that plays
same
out.
thing
You
to
don't know if
other parts of the
don't
country, other states in around.
Babaja,
hold on.
what you
But
mean,
you
what
heard
you
what somebody
fail
said.
to understand, Babaja, what you fail to understand is
the case in court was by the governorship of Lagos. I mean, the governorship candidate in Lagos who happens to be a Labour Party.
The subject matter, the subject matter is they've been using this similar, route, similar system since 99 in all the states. Now in all the states of the federation, including Ondo State, Father Gary is the leader of NURWT in Ondo State. Currency, so why is it now, after over 24 years, that there've been seamless cooperation between the Ministry of Transport in all the federations of each of the states with NURTWT or whatever do they call it, their names? But all of a sudden, because it is Lagos State, MC Oluomo should be held responsible. MC Oluomo is the DG of the Parks Management in Lagos, a subdivision under Ministry of Transport when NUTRWT had issues with NUTRWT in Lagos. So instead of leaving Lagos Parks just like it used to be pre-99, they have to find a way to subsume them, actually to make them a branch. But now MC Oluomo, take MC Oluomo out of the equation now. In Ondo State, in Oyo State, in Ogun State, where this similar operation or all the federation will be happening, the equivalent of Oluomo in all those states, why are they not challenging those equivalents of Oluomo in all those states? Why is
Because
it
they're not violent. They are not as violent as
no?
Oluomo. Why are you getting it wrong?
One of the most in between 2010 2007 8 9 10 11 12 13. Go and check the activities of the NURTW in Anambra State or the whole of Iweka. When you are coming
So
down
what happened? What happened? You tell us what happened.
You tell us what happened.
Not an Anambra person. Since all of you are focused
No,
on
no, tell us now.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? Tell us what happened.
Are you guys
Oh
not
God.
You see,
Oh
this is
God.
what you do a lot. You
You
say,
know
go
all
and
the
find
information.
people.
Hold on.
The
The problem is that you guys know all the information about Lagos, but you'll be asking us to tell you information
You
about
see,
that state.
you see, when we do this, it's not fair.
Put
It's
that
not just fair.
energy, put that same energy to
No,
get that
don't tell me to
information.
put any
The same
energy. I'm
energy you are
asking. We
using
ask you. You put something forward in
concentrate
front
on
of us here,
Lagos,
and we are
to
questioning
find
you.
information
You're telling
about
us to go and
Lagos.
find out what kind of
Use that
talk
information to
is
get
that?
information from those states too.
God.
That's what you should do.
You know, people are listening to us all over the world.
Don't ask me
You
that.
can't just come
The
here and
same
just spew
energy
out
that you
things,
are
and then you just say
dissipating
things
on
that is
Lagos.
so inciting, and then you just. I mean, goodness sake.
Is Lagos the only state in
God.
Nigeria? MC Oluomo's replica
Why
is
the
in all
fixation
other
on Lagos?
states of the
I mean,
federation.
what's your fixation about Lagos?
What is your fixation about Lagos too? What is your fixation
No, there's
about
no
against
fixation here.
Lagos?
What we're saying here is that there's a. I mean, I'm not the one
telling
who
you
instituted
again. You
I'm
are
not the
asking
one
me
who
to tell you
instituted
what
the
happened in
suit.
Anambra State. Can't
There is a
Did I
suit
tell you what happened in
saying
Lagos?
that MC
Did
Oluomo
I tell you
cannot
what
carry
happened in
anything.
Lagos? If I'm not
And
telling
you
you
just
what
come
happened in
here and you
Lagos,
started turning into
if
Igbo
you
matter,
can
Igbo things.
dissipate energy to get everything in Lagos, dissipate same energy
What
to
is
get
you live
everything
in
in other
Southeast?
states.
You say you have properties there, and then you come in here and you're spewing this hatred on this on
And
platform.
has businesses in the southeast, businesses too.
What is your hatred for Tinubu too? What is your hatred
I don't
for
have any
Tinubu?
hatred.
What is your
I
hatred
said
for
it.
Yoruba people?
Rabali,
Are you
I
not
will
a
tell
gay
you.
person? Are
Who
you
is
not
talking
a
about Yoruba people? Who is talking about Yoruba people?
Ajale Koko, back to you.
Are you not an Okitiupa man from Ondo State? Don't we know you guys?
You're telling me I hate Tinubu? Who tell you
All
I
right,
hate
I'm gonna
Tinubu?
mind.
I'm not hating. I hate his politics.
Don't you know you Okitiupa people how you guys behave?
It's now is that down to Okitiupa? Look at that. Ijebu, all this Ijebu
I understand you.
people.
Ìwà Igbo wà lára ẹ̀.
Look at that. Are you not? Hold on. Okay. All right. So sorry, I muted you at Rational Mind, and I'm muting Enigmatic as well, just so we can hear Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, after all of the criticism that only Waibo Walare, look at that. That is it. Oh God, I don't know, man. It's just sometimes maybe we take tomorrow off just to cool ourselves off. But Ajanle Koko, you were talking us through then this lawsuit by the Labour Party, and you are saying it's somewhat disingenuous.
Yes, it's totally nonsensical, and Obi know quite well what he's trying to do. He's trying to score a cheap political point. He's scored it already, and that is what is responsible for this controversy that we are running here now. He has achieved what he's going to achieve, but what I know is that he cannot stop the INEC and the transport
organization, whatsoever they want to call it, whether NURT or this thing, he cannot stop them from running, doing what they have to do. I don't believe that the court will terminate whatever they have already agreement and whatsoever they've already had with the organization in Lagos. Even though that MC Oluomo is the head of Lagos State Transport Park, but is he going to be involved physically there? And those people that are going to be responsible to move this material are private vehicle owner. They just happen to be registered with Lagos State Agency, where MC Oluomo is the head. So they have to go to court and go and explain it very well. They have to fight it out at the court. So it is just an injunction, but what is going to happen? We just have 2 days. How many days to the election? So which alternative? Where is the alternative they have? So they're just trying to cause confusion in Lagos because they don't even want election to hold in Lagos anyway, so that Tinubu will lose Lagos, and if that is subtracted from whatever vote that they are going to have in Lagos, so it's going to affect Tinubu on his way towards winning the election. So that is what they are trying to achieve. Trying to cause confusion. They're trying to make it impossible for election to hold in Lagos because they know it's a stronghold of Tinubu, and you know, it's just politics. Do you want to blame Obi for doing that? But it's politics. It's playing politics. But he wants to score a cheap political point. He has scored it. We are discussing it. He has won now. But what effect? I mean, what is the end game? What is the end game? I don't think he can achieve the end game. The end game is for election not to hold in Lagos. But will election not hold? No. Election will surely hold. Will he be able to stop these people from transporting or having this affect the contract they already enter into with INEC? Will he be able to stop them? I don't think so. Because stopping them, we don't have any other alternative as to how INEC will be able to move their material around. So I don't see how they are going to achieve anything. So, but let's wait and see. Let's see what is going to happen. But I believe the court is very sensitive to what is going on too. They won't want to deliver any ruling that will disrupt the election or make it impossible for election to hold in Lagos. So it's just a chase of their own shadow and an effort in futility. As far as I'm concerned, it is the same system that is operated across the country. Why should the one of Lagos be of exceptional? Why should NURT, what do you call it? Affiliated organ or another organ that is responsible for transportation in Lagos? Why can't they conduct the same thing that NURT is going to conduct in other states? I think it's an effort in futility. One man. Let's just move on.
All right, brilliant. So to this eulogy, let me represent this Ajan Lekoko so you can respond to it, and just for the benefit of our people joining us as well. And by the way, can people push the like buttons up? We have consistently had at a certain level of viewership, and if you look at the like buttons, nothing near. I suspect they won't do it now or haven't been flogged by Enigmatic on D. But Enigmatic, thank you for people. If you don't like Enigmatic on D, click on like. So we do it that way. If you don't like Enigmatic on D, so that'll be the. I'll put that as a poll in the something. Maybe we have got into that. Ajale Kokwabi. Should I try that? If you don't like Enigmatic, click on like. So we monitor that.
That's right.
Yes. If you don't like Enigmatic, click on like. So let me bring you this. It says how we pressurized Tinubu to join presidential race. So it is Segun Oshoba speaking. Former Ogun State Governor Aremu Olusegun Oshoba and other political leaders in the Southwest have revealed how the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu was pressurized to vie for the president of Nigeria. Oshoba and other political leaders in the region revealed this while speaking at the Yoruba and Southwest Leaders of Fourth Summit in Lagos State. A chieftain of the APC and convener of the summit, Prince Tajuddin Olusi, in his welcome address, also revealed how late Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, initiated the summit before his death to rally support for Tinubu's candidature. Olusi disclosed that all Yoruba traditional rulers were involved in the project to make Tinubu the president of Nigeria right from inception, noting that the monarch's involvement was the reason Tinubu is accepted by the majority of the Yorubas and other ethnic groups. Oshoba in his address said, Oshoba in his address said Tinubu joining the presidential race was not his own making, but the making of prominent and progressive politicians from the Southwest who pressurized him, Tinubu, in 2007 to join the race for the president. The former Ogun State governor said the idea of Tinubu, that should be that, Tinubu. Also, the former Ogun State governor said the idea that Tinubu should aspire for president of Nigeria was mooted at a dinner organized for him when he ended his tenure as governor of Lagos State. So it goes on and on to give us a description, but it really takes us down memory lane as to when the permutations were already in play for now, where Tinubu now finds himself. So this is not a story of he woke up 2 years ago. Tinubu essentially, when he downed his pen as the governor of Lagos State, he immediately picked up another pen and a notepad and started to strategize towards this position. So how deep is it? It goes as deep as 2007. This is where this ambition has been coming on, Ajanle Koko.
Look, one man, I think Tinubu have been nursing for dreaming and nursing for that position of president since he fell out with Afenifere during the time he was in Alliance for Democracy. And he was able to have, after he fell out, he was able to have some governors like Oshoba, like Baba Bisi Akonde, and some other governor in AD on his side, and that was how he started his he started spreading the tentacles of his political empire outside Lagos to other parts of Yoruba land. Remember, Tinubu participated in Third Republic, aborted Third Republic. He was a senator during the in SDP, Social Democratic Party, and he was one of the members in Yaradua political camp in Lagos then, and he saw the way that the politics was played by those. Yaradua himself that contested for the position of president. He went through the primary that Babangida cancelled, and after then, Abiola came in. He was participant. He was part of the team that was supporting Abiola. So he went through. He saw the way the presidential politics was played, and I believe that might have influenced his decision to say, look, that might have opened his eyes for that position, that must have given him some the knowledge on how he can go about it. And then when he became governor in this Fourth Republic, he was able to build a very strong political power around himself in Lagos. And when he fell out after with Afenifere, he was able to spread his political power outside Lagos and across Yoruba land. And got so good for him, he was able to form a political party they call, is it ACN or one party he formed first? Maybe ACN or something like that. So when he formed ACM, he was able to get like 3 states to 4 states and then 5 states. That was when he fully, established himself and he started spreading it to other parts of the country, sponsoring people in some other states in the north, in the east, and that was how he started. So, and when they formed, what do you call this party?
APC. Yeah.
APC. That was when he, with the vast experience that with his strong political connection around the country and the vast experience he has garnered for years, he was able to put it into use in APC, and we saw how far he has gone now, where he has brought him as the flag bearer of the party. And so what Baba Osoba is telling us, he was just trying to tell us that, look, this man have been pursuing this thing for a very long time before he got here. He didn't wake up overnight. He didn't jump into it. It passes through a rigorous, a process that enabled him to build, team across the country, and we can see how it's working for him. So it just Baba Osoba was just telling us that it's a dream come true for him, and we just hope that on election day, that dream will finally come true. So they're becoming a long way, and he's just trying to tell people that his friend, a very reliable friend, Tinubu, that he has known for years, he has been in this thing for a long time, and he believes that yes, is the moment for him to how do I describe it? To harvest what is sold for a year, or reap the fruit of his labor, long time investment, to get the return of a long time investment. So it's Baba Osoba is just telling us that yes, he worked hard for it, and it's yielding good results for him, and that at this on election day, people should come out in their large number and vote for him, and let him be the president that can turn things around for the better for Nigerian people. That's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. So brilliant, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, criminality is always one step ahead of law enforcement. That is universally the case. Criminality always one step ahead of law enforcement. Family of kidnapped Nigerian asked to pay 10 million CFA as ransom amidst Naira scarcity. So the kidnappers are, rather than that are betting, they've just gone international with their financial demands. So what are you then making? This was in Yola State. What are you then making then of the Adamawa State criminals sophistry asking for monies in Cameroonian currency?
It's unfortunate that we found ourselves in this situation with that is happening in Nigeria. It means that it has this this idea of asking for foreign currency that have just started by these people. It tells me that it won't stop, even when we get our financial situation stable, our currency stable. They might decided not to even take Naira again. There might be force family of whoever they kidnap to get them foreign currency. And the reason would be that if this policy that Emefiele introduced, if it work out well, it definitely going to make it impossible for them to keep large sum of Naira in their custody. So what is the alternative? Alternative would be to get their ransom in foreign currency, dollar or CFAs. So it's unfortunate that Nigeria has opened up a better opportunity for criminals instead for law-abiding Nigerians. But they open a more sophisticated way for kidnappers to make foreign currency for their criminal business. It's just begun, and I see that is the way it is going to be for many years to come, until these people are exterminated and we can have our country back and we can live in peace in our country. But the way it is now, one man, I'm telling you, this is a new order. This is a new way of their this is a new way for them to make their illicit fund. So they will continue like this. They are not going to be accepting Naira anymore, because attempting Naira, how would they be able to take it to bank? What would they be able to do with it? It's going to be very, very difficult for them. So it is better they have it in foreign currency, CFA or dollar, and they can use it to do what they want to do with it, and that never expire. That cannot be changed. They can't redesign it. It's a reliable currency, unlike our Naira that they want to redesign and repackage all this nonsense. So, but it's just unfortunate that the government have created an opportunity for these people to continue to, flourish in their business, to continue to grow in their business at the detriment of Nigerian people. That is the most unfortunate. So it's sad, one man, but
it's a real tragedy. But like you said, that seems inevitably the future direction.
Yeah,
kidnapping is not going to stop. They are just going to ask for, unfortunately, they're just going to ask for You might imagine that they've now brought the bureau de change
Yeah.
business into.
Business,
So you have to get your
kidnapping.
naira, go to bureau de change, and then go to the. It's unbelievable.
It's and you know, and I might tell you, and when it comes to that, when it comes to a situation when it started to go well for them, it will encourage other terrorists from the neighboring country that that uses safer in their country to come to Nigeria for such a business, because they know CFA is what they are, is the currency to pay for ransom. So criminals can come from neighboring country to come and kidnap people here. So this will make it attractive for criminals from the neighboring country to come in, kidnap our people, because they know Nigeria will be able to go around to save their own that is under captivity. They will go around to go and look for that silver. They will get paid in silver. They will go to their country and be millionaires in their country. They will come to Nigeria, come and commit crime, make money, and go back to their country rich, run a big life in their country. So it's unfortunate that it's only in Nigeria you will see bad thing. We start, and then we continue to grow, and then we grow to high heaven right in our eyes. It has started now, just like nothing, but I guarantee you guys, this will continue to grow, and it will continue to grow, and we attract more people from other to come and commit this atrocity in Nigeria, get rich, make money, and go back to their country to live a fantastic life. That is where we find ourselves in Nigeria, and only God can save ourselves. We don't know how we're going to get out of it. The situation is getting bad every day. If somebody asks me that, do I see any hope or any positive whatsoever for the future of that country? I don't see it. It's just we are not getting it right at all. We are not getting, and we don't want to get it right. That is the most unfortunate aspect of it. We don't want to get it right. We want to continue running our tribal politics, and we are continuing to, divide ourselves along tribal line and tribal politics, and it's unfortunate. Instead of coming together to look at the problem, forget about all these people that have, run this country down, look for new set of leadership. But we don't want to do that. We want to continue to line up behind some of these criminal. Some people will say one is a lesser evil, one is a small evil, another one is big. It is better I go. One of my friend, his name is Rational Mind. He will say it's better I go for a lesser evil than go for the big one. So you see, that is the politics we play. So my friend Rational Mind maybe is somewhere listening to me. Well, I'm just saying it the way you have said it. That my friend, he live in America. He might be listening to me now. So
are you talking about your friend that uses the kerosene laptop? The kerosene laptop.
My friend Rational Mind. I would prefer to go with lesser evil. So, but it's just unfortunate, one man, that another ground is another opportunity is already open for terrorists. It will attract them. They will come from various countries around the country because they know they can make their safer, and they go back to Niger, they go back to Cameroon, they go back to Republic of Benin, whatever. They come and make the money in Nigeria safer, easy, and they will go back. And That's the way. I will leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So for time, let's go on from your Ajanle Koko to Joel of Nashville. And just to remind the comment section, that super chat space is still open. So let's see more activities there. But we don't want to see activities from Ayo anymore. So any name other than Ayo can avail themselves of that super chat space. I think Ayo has done his bit for today. So let's go to you, Joel of Nashville. So Joel of Nashville, then I suspect that you especially want to speak to the Labour Party lawsuit looking to seek that MC Oluobo is not anywhere near electoral materials. Joel of Nashville.
Thank you very much, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. So one man, the issue here is about the MC Oluomo. Like I said, as a person, I don't have anything against what he's accomplished, the way he accomplished it. This is Nigeria, where the violent are rewarded and the level-headed are trampled on. So that is who we are as Nigerians. We support the trampling of the weak and upholding those that have shown us. So that is why you see the presidential candidate of APC, what's his name? Asari Dokubo, president of Asari Dokubo. So these are the issues we have here. MC Oluomo, his past. Even in the United States, you go to apply for a job, they look at your past. Your record really matters. We cannot continue to reward people that have cost us so much hurt, that has cost us so much pain during the times of election. The question is just simple. The NURT in Lagos is not the one. It's not the national. It's like I understood. They have broken away from the federal, so it becomes even more localized. So that is the problem. He has a criminal past. We have seen it happen. People were saying, so the enigmatic was saying stuff like, "Don't call MC Oluomo." Who is MC Oluomo that they cannot call his name? Who we see? He is like every other Nigerian. Just like you telling me calling my name.
Here you go again, Joel.
Please, can you allow me just finish, please?
I will, but when you start to say MC Oluomo has a criminal past, where are the facts to you? Where are the facts? Where are the facts? Have you searched any registry to see the criminal?
Hold on, please. Let me tell you, I stay in Lagos State, and I've been in Lagos State for the past elections. It is not hidden. His boys are there. It is not something that is hidden. So let's not come here and act like.
You just mentioned the show that is broadcasted worldwide. That MC Oluomo is a criminal.
No, because he has a criminal past.
What you just said. What is the criminal past that you can prove?
I am open to be sued. You think that's why I put my face on whatever I'm saying? Don't you? Have you not paid attention? I put my face to it so that I can be sued.
So speak to the facts of what you know. Tell us what his criminal past is that he was sued, that he was, prosecuted for.
I don't know who is calling me. The last time it happened, right in Lagos, it was huge. They went up to the.
We can't hear you. Can we hear you?
Your voice has dipped. Joel.
Even one of the guys that was beaten up.
I wonder if he.
On the street.
Joel. Your voice has dipped. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Your voice dipped. Carry on. We can hear you now. Carry on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but better. Carry on.
Okay. So that is the issue that we are having. The issue there is that the boys there went to the Festac area in the last election And they snatch the ballot boxes. Thank God this time you cannot be able to do that. They snatch the ballot boxes for the people there. In fact, one of them was almost lynched. When he was lynched, people were, didn't you hear about it? Didn't you see it in the last election? It was there. So when people, the residents in that area, are telling you, we do not want this guy, what is wrong there? There are other people that can be, there are other logistic company in Lagos State. I just came back from Lagos.
Can I
other
push
logistic
back?
companies in Lagos State that can, look, let me tell you, is it the Uber? Is it the boat? You can make do with all these people. Is it even the what do they call them again? I have forgotten that this particular one that I know that they have riches.
Joel, let our snowman push back a little bit.
Okay,
I think he wants to push back against what you're saying. Snowman.
Yeah, because we try to bring facts to this place, right? And I think that's what gravitates most audience here, because when most of us speak, we speak on the facts on what we know.
Mm-hmm.
You have called MC Oluomo a criminal.
Yeah.
Facts that you do not have.
No, I do have the facts. It is an open secret.
What criminal? Of what? So please, could you let us know what crime he was convicted of?
This is what I want to tell you. This is what I want to tell you. He controls the boys that causes this mayhem.
I asked for facts. I asked for facts.
Let me tell you, the only reason why MC Oluomo has not been arrested.
Now you're giving me a narrative that suits your. You're giving me a narrative.
Government. If it's not for the Lagos State government, people like MC Oluomo should not be in the M's of affairs in anything that is doing.
Joel, what Snowman is? What Snowman is asking you is Snowman is asking you is, do you have anything factually criminal that this guy has done, or is it just the anecdotes that wrap around his name that you are going by?
No. In the 2015 elections and in the 2019 elections, it was so much violence. That was when we started hearing about it for some of us. It was so much violence.
So what I've heard you say on a worldwide platform is what you said was hearsay.
No, it's not hearsay. It is
nothing factual.
It was recorded. You see it there live and direct.
Where he was committing atrocity, a criminal act, where he was part of criminal atrocities. His boys just said. You and I believe in America. You just said his boys.
Please. Sorry. Let me hold on. Joel, hold on, please. Snowman, sorry. Please, we should calm this thing down. It's getting too emotional, and I think it's going to obsession. But anyway, what you're saying, Joel, let me add to Snowman. I think Snowman does not live in this. Has not been living in Nigeria since 2019, so he doesn't know. 2019 election, Solomon and his dog was attacked on a live TV. He almost died. They stabbed him on the stomach. He was flew to London.
Okay.
On a live TV. Please just thank you that you just made that statement. You said MC Oluomo was attacked, so he was a victim.
We are proving here. He and Agbaje boys were fighting. They stabbed themselves. He was stabbed. He was on the road.
So, just again going back to your narrative, you said he was stabbed, meaning he was a victim. Are you forgetting that these people also have?
Hold on. He was actually on the field, right? He was, I think he was one of these Maulud,
at a rally
Maulud Day in Lagos. I think it was in Agege. He was stabbed. He was attacked. He was the victim. So everybody, if you have the video, go back and check the video. So you can hold on. MC Oluomo. I think why the narrative of MC Oluomo is gaining momentum in some certain cultures is because, and I always say it, people like to they have their own pegs in their own eyes, but they like to concentrate on the pegs of other people's eyes. What I'm saying now is this guy that is speaking now in his own state, can he bring out the version of his own MC Oluomo and let us even see what happened in the last election?
Enigmatic. I will
In Edo
not give you
State,
that honor. I will not give you that honor
who is
today.
the version of MC Oluomo in
I
Edo
will
State?
not give you that honor today,
In
Enigmatic.
Delta
I will
State,
not give you that
who is
honor.
the version
Just
of MC
say what you
Oluomo in
want to
Delta
say,
State?
and I will continue.
In
I will
Oyo
not.
State,
Enigmatic, you ought to
in Oyo
apologize.
State?
You ought to apologize to me for
So
calling me an
once
immigrant
again,
to my
why
own
is it
country.
always Lagos
And
and
right now, you want to come.
Lagos?
You want me to do what to you? To respond to what?
That is the question. I'm not talking
I'm
to you.
asking
I'm just
you.
making.
You
I'm
called
making
me
general. I'm making general.
enigmatic. You called me an immigrant in my own country.
You say
While you
what?
are living in the United States.
You say
You
what?
called me an immigrant in my own country.
Did I say Joel? Did I say Joel? You're an immigrant in
No,
Nigeria.
but you affirmed it.
I
You
call
said they
your
were
name.
immigrants.
Did
You
I?
said they were immigrants.
If you take it
And
like
you could
that,
not.
if you
And
take it like that,
Adele Koko is an elderly person in this
if you take it like that, Joel,
in this panel.
I did
And
not call
Adele
your
Koko
name.
could not call you to caution.
I did
He
not call
could
your
not
name.
caution you.
Hold on. I did not call your name. But if you take it like
He
that,
could not
so
caution
be
you.
it. So
He could
be
not
it.
caution you.
So be it. If you take it like that, so be it. But I never mentioned your name.
Anyway, that's
Hold
the
on.
reason why we want. That's the reason why we want
Joel.
people above 50 years old to
So
leave us alone, so that we can fix our country.
I've not been listening. Hear my name now. I'm at the middle of something. What's going on?
Hold on. Let's hear from Ajale Koko. Yeah.
I've not been listening. No, I'm at the middle of something. I've been busy doing something. You calling my name. What happened?
Okay, Ajale
He said
Koko,
I called his
I am
name.
trying to tell you.
I called him an
Can I
immigrant
finish?
in Nigeria. Can anybody state the time and the minute that
Let Joel speak. He has the floor. Joel has the floor. Joel of Nashville.
Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Are you listening? So I was pissed today, but I wanted to calm down. That a citizen of Nigeria will call a citizen, a fellow citizen, an immigrant in his own nation. Saki father came up here and made up a statement, and I brought up the statement that the Residential Commissioner made when he was asked about the people that could not get their PVCs. He referred to those people as immigrants, right? And Elimati came and said something like, "Of course they are." I was like, "Wow." Enigmatic. I mean, I know that you always speak with hatred in you, but today you took it to the next level. That is why I am saying, Ajale Koko. That is why I was thinking that someone like you will call him to order because you're an elderly person.
I did not mention your
in
name.
Nigeria, what the problem of Nigeria is that the elderly people in Nigeria are not saying the
I
truth.
think that is wrong. I mean, Nigeria
It's
cannot
not
be
saying
an
the truth.
immigrant in
If
his
you
country
take it
now.
personal, so be it.
guys.
Once again, if you take it personal, so be it. Because I never mentioned your name.
And Magic,
if you
is
take
it
it
true
personal,
you
so
said
be
that
it.
you confirm what do you call the INEC official that called this? Is it true that you affirm that yes, they are immigrants?
Absolutely, I said it.
But in what context did that person even call some Nigerian immigrant? Why would they call Nigerians immigrants in their country?
Well, to the best of my knowledge.
Sorry, I think that space. I think that space actually lended itself more to the word migrant than immigrant. So because what he was saying was that people were migrating from the eastern spaces to come into Lagos en masse to come and double register for PVCs, and that is where some of the problem is. So maybe the intention was more migrants rather than immigrants.
But migrant is supported the immigrant part.
Are you mad at that, Joel?
You understand what I'm saying? Enigmatic affirmed the immigrant part.
Let us
enigmatic. Are you mad at that?
Excuse me, enigmatic. I think it is good for us to lower this thing down. I think the emotion is too high.
They are the one coming for enigmatic anytime. And every statement I make, want to scrutinize it.
Please, just shut your trap.
Once again, Joel.
What do you call this?
I'm sorry.
Jewel of Nashville.
Okay. Let Ajale Koko wrap. Enigmatic. Let Ajale Koko speak now. Let Ajale Koko wrap up that space, and then Joel, you leave it once Ajan Lekoko has wrapped it up and give
No
us your
problem.
comment and go
No
back to
problem.
Obe's lawsuit. Yeah.
No
Ajan
problem.
Lekoko,
Let's let us cool it down. I mean, the emotion, we all love our candidate. We Obedient love their candidate. The Batifier love their candidate. But we shouldn't take it to, a situation where we'll be passing some bad words and everything against each other. So I think let us give ourselves that respect by allowing each other to air their view and then not talk over each other. So I think our brother Joel of Nashville is speaking now. So let us just let him air his own view without no interruption and any other person after him, because we don't have no more time. As a matter of fact, one man wanted to end this thing
I
within
wanted
4
to do
hours.
4 hours. Yeah, I wanted to do 4 hours.
You see the way we are enjoying each other.
Yes.
You see where we come here, anybody will come, we will still come back. The next day we will still come back. You see the way we love each other. We still come back the next day. So please,
I mean, I get
just
it.
let us give Jewel the time. It's his own time. Let him run his own time, and we don't have time anymore. Please, thank you, everybody.
All right, back to you, Joel. Just as Ajan Lekoko said.
Yeah, okay. I will just keep it brief. So, one man, it is just because of the past of MC Oloma. Like I said, I don't have anything against them, against MC Oloma as a person, but it's just because of his past. And if the people have a fear, that that he's not going to do right by them, I think that he should just step aside and let another person take over from it. Look, there will be logistic problem in this election. It has happened in the past. This one is not going to be different. But what I'm just looking at this is, if someone is okay to say this is a logistic issue, but if people have the perception of violence from that same person, then it becomes impossible. So let us just leave it the way it is. If the court decides, the court is going to decide on it. I believe they decided, but if they've not, they should just decide on it. And if they say he should still continue with the distribution, let's just see. If he does good, fine. If it doesn't do good, then it becomes a story for another day. But in Nigeria today, we have to start getting things right. It's important that we start putting things right in the right place. Let us take away everything. If anybody wins, the person wins. If Tinubu wins, Atiku wins, Obi wins. It does not really matter at this point. I am for Obi. I am supporting Obi because I believe that Obi can deliver. But if the Nigerian people says differently, who am I to say no? But the issue is that there will be life after elections, and we're still going to live our lives after elections, with or without our candidates winning this election or not. So, one man, that's where that's what I have on the MC Olo page. And please, so Ajele Koko, the issue that you made a statement like that the idea is for elections not to hold in Lagos State. I think that's quite off the mark. Come on now, how can you say that we don't want elections to hold? We just don't want elections to hold in Lagos State. Why? We
have some few days to the election day, and if they are granted what they are asking for from the court, definitely election will not hold, because they won't get any alternative transportation to.
No. There are. No. The idea, whatever thing the Labour Party is doing, is not to stop any election in any part of the country. Not even one word.
No.
Let me tell you why.
It may not be. So sorry, Ajande Koko. It may not be the intention, but it could be the consequence of their actions. That's just it, isn't it?
Let me tell you. Let me substantiate better. Look, Labour Party is a young party. They've never been tested before in terms of a big election like this. PDP is there in Lagos. PDP never challenged that how do I say it? This system, the way the system is run, as per I mean the way they contract this logistic to this transport Oluomo transport, this thing, the way you want to call it or people want to call it. PDP has been in existence in 1999. They participated in every election in Lagos, local government, state election, federal election. They are always there. They know the way it is run. They never take them to court. Why do you think PDP never take them to court? Why the obedient?
Because it was
at
under
the time, at the
99th
minute.
it was under NUWRT back then.
Look, okay, why is the PDP not taking them to court now? Do you want to say that Labour is more stronger than PDP in Lagos?
You had one man read to us that Atiku, one of the spokespersons, also said something about it, that it's not right.
But they can say that it's not right, but they know there is no alternative, and they didn't take them to court. Why is obedient taking them?
For the fact that anybody has not done anything in the past does not make it right.
Well,
for the fact that somebody has not done something in the past has not
exactly.
Right.
Look. Sorry to interject. This matter did not just start yesterday. It has been on this media space since 2 weeks now. I've been following it, and this question was raised not even by Labour. I think it was by PDP.
Boala.
Lagos chapter that they should not allow.
Why didn't they take them to court? That's what I'm saying.
He has been also with. Listen. I've been following on media space. At one time, INEC backtracked. Just recently, again, they came back on the same subject again to continue that narrative. Continue with this thing. I've been following this space since.
You didn't answer my question. My question is why PDP not take them to court
because at one time INEC backtracked. Didn't you hear my language?
What do you mean by backtrack? Backtrack
they said they were not going to use them when they raised this thing.
Yes, they said no. They denied it.
They denied they're not going to use them. They just came back now to affirm it. Okay, now they will use them. That's why they're taking to court.
So that's why they're going to court.
I've been following the situation. I went to raise it at the platform.
Why PDP not take them to court? Why obedient taking them to court?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Whoever that goes to court.
Okay, the reason why they are taking them to court at this 99 hours is because it's all in an effort to disrupt election in Lagos, ensure that election does not hold in Lagos, and that will affect Tinubu. We know the politics. Don't let us hide. Don't let us look. Politicians know how to play that dangerous game. Outsiders will not know. That is what they are trying to. That's what they are trying to achieve in Lagos. Let us push it. Let us use the implementation of the law to make sure that election in Lagos will not, even at all, is going to hold. There will not be. It's
so
not
whose
going
advantage
to be.
is that going to be? I mean, I get a good point. If it doesn't hold, the numbers that Obi is relying to get from Lagos, it's not going to get it there. So how is
Obi, what? How you sure? What is? Obi is not focusing to win Lagos.
Oh, really?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Of course, I'm not saying
do you
win
believe?
Lagos.
Hold on, rational mind. Let me ask you a question. You believe that Obi will win Lagos? Is that your belief? Rational mind.
Well, I'm not saying he's going to win Lagos. I don't believe
Okay,
that.
so if he cannot win Lagos, what does Lagos matter to him? It doesn't matter to him now. It's better he disrupt that election so that
he needs the number he can get.
Babaja, this is the last leg. He's trying to score cheap political points. That's what he's trying to score. Something to put him on the board. You know that we're still in the race.
Why
we know who is in the.
Also feel threatened then if you know it's just what you're saying.
Yeah, why you attacking his? Why you attacking his members?
If APC as a party felt that this was relevant, you know, they would have probably joined the suit. It's not. You know, if I would ask Joel, since he said he's been in Lagos since 2019, could you profile an alternative to, NURTW, being, sharing the logistics and taking materials that are led by policemen, to the wards and the units? What would you, what is the alternative?
That is the problem. There is no alternative.
Joel, what's the alternative?
This is, can I, you asked the question, right? Can I answer?
Yes, please. I will even mute.
Thank you. All right. If the NURT, if the lawsuit is not against NURT, right? The lawsuit is against MC Olomo supervising or watching over the distribution of the materials. So let's get it still right. I don't think that the problem was against the NURT TW. The problem is against MC Olomo being in charge. Thank you. Can I continue my stuff now?
All right.
So MC Olomo,
go on.
So MC Olomo being an employee of Lagos State right now, if they appoint a new person who's not a known card-carrying member of APC, you'll be fine with that. Is that what you're telling us this night?
I think they should be fine. Yeah.
They should be, or you should be, because I am not
the one in the suit, so I don't know the
look at that. Hold on. We are in the illustrious. Is it illustrious, or how do you say? We're in illustrious.
The issue.
No, hold on now. Hold on. I'm just acknowledging Rudolph, who's passing by and saying hello. So I'm just So yeah, Rudolph will say you. Good of you to acknowledge us. But back to it.
Yeah. So, woman, I think I've addressed that issue of SL. I wouldn't want to go back to that. I have said it. It's about the personality of the and the character of the person we are talking about. Every person knows him, right? So everybody knows M. Solomon. You know what he does. He doesn't have a company that's is seated somewhere. We all know. So I am not against his hustle. I am not.
Maybe we should also go back to the character of people.
Please, I don't want anybody's issue.
Who uses supposed family company to buy shares in the brewery that he brought to Anambra?
No, they don't want. They don't. Curiously, they don't want. Curiously, they don't want to hear that. Anytime you try to bring up Peter Obi's records, they slaughter you. I tried to, much to my chagrin, the last time when I was at Rudolph's place. They just slaughtered me. When I was trying to say,
Joel, what you're doing this night is very selective.
There's no record that you have. Hold on, please. There's no record that you have. One man, right? That a Soludo does not have. That an Obiano does not have. So if they're not talking, if they are not bringing it out after attacking him, telling him that he's not going to win, when we went for the Soludos and all the goons, they could not bring out anything. Do you think today, if Soludo has something against Peter Obi, he's not going to bring it out? So let us leave all this matter. We know who we are supporting. We know who we are presenting to Nigerians, and we know he is Peter Obi, and he is going to do a good job. He has a wonderful past, and we are hoping that he's going to apply that on a larger scale in Nigeria. So that is what we are looking at. We are not selling. One man, you remember there was this guy, this pastor in a church, one man, that asked his church members if they would. I think you guys talked about it on this show. If they're going to they asked them if they're going to vote. They raised up their hands, and he also asked them, okay, can your child be like the person you are trying to vote? About many of them brought their hands down. Obasanjo made reference to that, and he was talking about the wickedness. He said that if you cannot wish the person you're supporting to be like your child, or your child to be like the person
hold on. What? That's just. I'm not sure. Okay, let's look at somebody like Tinubu. He's educated, he's successful, he's supremely rich, and is about to achieve one of the greatest positions a human being can aspire to. Who would not want his child to be like that?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you want your child to be like Tinubu?
Never.
All right.
God forbid.
So successful, educated, high achieving,
and a drug baron,
at the top of his profession.
And a drug baron.
Okay. Well, I don't know if he's a drug baron, but hold on. Don't hold on.
Money.
Okay. Would you want your child to be like Peter Obi?
Yes.
All right. That says it all. All right. Round it off.
One man, it's not only Peter Obi. There are other people that there is this guy I admire so much from Kaduna State. I don't know. I was thinking that guy will come out for any governorship.
Shehu Sani.
No. That's somebody Abubakar Omar. He used to.
He's a colonel. He's a colonel. Colonel Omar.
Yes. I'll be following that guy. I was thinking that guy will come out for something, maybe like the presidency or something. That guy was the former governor of Kaduna State, and that guy corruption record was like squeaky clean. He does not have anything. Those are the kind of people I would like my child to be with, to be like. I wouldn't want my child to go in and oppress the poor or take away from any place. Whatever job he's going to do should be a job that he's going to do that is worth it, and they're going to pay him for it. But going to take money or steal money from government, no. My child shouldn't be that kind of person.
All right, thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. So I'll be taking people's contributions as closing remarks now, because I did want to do 4 hours like Ajanle Koko said. Now I'm nearly, thank you, Joel of Nashville. So we go on from Joel of Nashville to Ola. Let's see if Ola is still with us. Ola, are you still there? All right. I think Ola is bored with us and it's disappeared. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to John Smart. John, are you still there? All right. I think we lost John Smart as well. So thank you, John. So from John Smart, let's go on to Saki Fada. Saki, are you still there?
Yes, one more. Can you hear
me? Brilliant. Yeah. So good to have you, Saki. Another day, another session. Just we cycle around all of these things, and I wonder if we ever land at a conclusion. But not the Peter Obi really, but the Labour Party suit against the INEC to have MC Oluomo removed as a transporter for INEC materials. How are you positioned on that?
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong in that. No matter how Ajanle Koko spinned it around, I don't see anything wrong with that. It's if we are in a contest and I feel that the presence of somebody might somehow affect my chances, I will not be comfortable. I have to take a seat. So the questions we should ask is, following the law, following the law to tender his fears. Is it wrong? Is it something wrong? It's not wrong. It is within his fundamental right to go to the court and say, I don't think I'm comfortable with this. So I don't think there is anything wrong in that. No matter how we want to approach it, necessity is the mother of invention. I think INEC should learn how to be an umpire that doesn't rely heavily on certain things. They should plan their logistics very, very well. There are other companies that one can use. DHL is there. GIG is there. God is good is there. DHL and all these courier services, they are still there. They can employ those kind of people that don't have any affiliation to any of the candidates, because I think in law they will always say nemo iudes in causa sua. No one is a judge in his case, so you can't
Fada.
tell.
Look at that. You need the dictionary anytime he's around.
You can't tell a judge to preside over the case of his or her son. You understand what I'm trying to say? So there will be some kind of bias, right? So I don't see anything wrong in people trying to show their concerns, As the question Angelica asked, do I believe that Obi can win Lagos State? It's experimental. All we are asking in this election, let it be free, fair, and credible. Let it be seen by everybody to be free, fair, and credible. I'm very happy that Buhari is deploying the military heavily, especially in certain areas. I saw in Rivers, I saw in Lagos, I saw in Southeast. When I saw in Southeast, I was very confident. This is what I want to see in the Southeast for this election, And I saw that there
So
was
you want to see another Python dance be in the
no,
Southeast?
not Python dance. This what do we call it? This what's the name of that guy? Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa has been really creating a lot of scenes in the southeastern zone. People are afraid. So the option now is to deploy the military and assure the people that no worries. This election you'll be highly protected. And the news I'm getting from the southeast is really very good for me. I think in 3-3 in Onitsha, I think Jewel of Nazareth should know where I'm talking about. In 3-3 Onitsha, they gunned down 6 people that came to threaten people on this issue of sit at home. 6 people were killed and 2 were caught. 2 were caught alive. They were not killed. And those 2 were saying that they came from Akwa Ibom State, something like that. Then this morning again, about some of them also attacked a police station in Awada. Awada is in Onitsha too. And they tried doing something, but they are still gone down. So with these things we are seeing, it will be sending message to someone like Simon Ekpa that it is not business as usual. So that is the kind of thing I want to see. Let people have assurance that they are protected when they come out to vote. So let the competition be based on credibility, fairness, and free. Like, let people move freely and do their voting without any kind of intimidation. So when that is done, everybody will always accept the result. So that's my point.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So thank you, Saki. So Saki, 4 time. Let me go on from you to World Peace. So World Peace, you've been you've been quite keen to have commentaries on the MC Olomo space. So to that space, then your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Waman. I disagree with Ajalikoko, my friend Egmatic and Snowman, that's trying to portray a different narrative about that NC Olomo space. Again, not just because of earlier NC Olomo, but sometimes there's certain things we do here, we just feel we live in our own world. But Nigeria is not for a certain region. Nigeria is for every person is in Nigeria. If we allow this to fly, sure believe me, that the one they will do in the north in next election will be worse, and we cannot say anything. Then we hear that Shishbab is going to distribute materials. Of course, it's going to be one way. So we should not allow certain things happen because we are desperate for certain things. Giving NCOMO the access to distribute electoral material things is just one-sided. It's just it will call for suspicion. Call for alarm. The opposition will cry. People that don't like someone will conclude. And if at the end of the day the election goes the other way, otherwise, or the way they think it went, like APC won, they'll just conclude that SLMO stole this thing, And again, SLMO is no longer a member of a National Road Union, whatever. So giving him the opportunity to do that, it will be a lot of problem. If it's national, it's still national, part of national, there is nothing anybody can say because it's national. INEC and the national body are saying, all federal institutions are saying. But since he has moved away from the national, it's not state. So people will always suspect that move, and if not be right, like giving the goat the yam, putting the yam and the goat in the same place. Of course, NCMO is the open APC card carrying member. Even the former commissioner of police in Lagos is now a deputy to NC Olomo in that national space. So what are we not talking about? It's not fair. That is not a fair policy at all. Whoever is thinking that, whoever brought that idea up, I think it's just they did it to spite everybody in Lagos. Of course, people must cry out. People will cry out. You understand? So I've been following the space for like 2 weeks. When I think they were testing the water to see how people will react. When they said the people reacted, the kick against it so hard, and they have to drop it. Like no, they deny it. Like they are not giving it to national whatever in Lagos. But now they have come out to double down to affirming they're going to go ahead and they are going to court. Okay, court in Lagos, are they going to win? I doubt. But is it right for the obedient in Lagos or the governor candidate of LP Lagos to go to court? Yes, it's right. He has the right to go to challenge it. You cannot give Eshelomo the ballot box to share. And somebody was laughing at me when I said they can give it to Night Post. I wonder why people are so fast, or I think it's emotional. They just react and forget they're intelligent. You know, every year, budget, national post on whatever it's called, even though it's not performing, every year they allocate money to them. They have a budget for vehicles and everything.
When last did you see the president of NIPOS? Where have you
it's
seen
not
their
about the
presence?
last. It's not about the last time.
No,
they
no.
have
When
it.
where do you see their
No.
presence in present Nigeria?
If we say we should go about we should go with what's happening in Nigeria. Everything in Nigeria is being catered for. True or false?
What I'm saying, where
It's not
do
what
you
you're
see
saying. What
their
you're saying does not
presence?
matter in this case.
Where do you see the presence of NIPOS in Nigeria today?
Oga Ajale Koko. What you
when
are saying?
has letter or mail delivered at your address? When last did you receive mail in your address?
Does not
Where
matter.
you live in Nigeria? When
Niger
was the
is
last
saying,
time?
hold on, Oga Koko.
I'm asking you a question. You are saying something.
No, you cannot ask me question with question because we are being clever
Can I
about
say
how.
something to you?
Yeah.
Can I say something to you real quick?
I'm
Just
listening.
I think what we're about is why people were laughing when you said about NIPOS was that NIPOS is not functioning. How do you expect them to even
It
get
doesn't matter. That's why I would say people are very quick to laugh.
In a normal setting, in a normal climate.
There's nothing normal about it. You go
hold
according to what's on the book.
Hold on. The point
every
is
year, hold on, before you come. Every year, there are money budgeted for NIPOS to buy vehicle and logistics every year.
We know.
So, and then I said that if they listen to my submission, and I said if Anna decide to use Nice Post, there's nothing anybody can do about it. It's first of all, what we are arguing about right now is not a policy. I hope you guys know that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a policy. It's not a policy.
It's not a policy.
It's
just a practice for the and decide choose who they use or may not use. It's just it's a practice. So we are so much on it. Like, oh, it must happen. If it doesn't happen, you are trying to stop the Lagos election. No, they can use AirPeace. They can use anybody.
All right, bring it to me in a couple more sentences.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that we should not do things that will start making us saying things that do not make sense. Just certain things we don't just. I don't know why. I've not seen APC supporting the move. Of course, I understand that they're distancing themselves from it. If it happens, it's a plus for them. If it doesn't happen, it's not a minus for them. That's what people have to understand. It's not a minus for APC or Tinubu. Don't make it sound like it's a minus for Tinubu. They also share their ballot paper that day. They can use the military, they can use the police, they can use anybody they want to use to share the ballot box. At 1999, a national whatever didn't share ballot boxes. They did not. It was different bodies that shared ballot, the voter, whatever. Anyway, all these court cases too much. If they want to let SMO share it, let it share. They don't want to share it. They should quickly come up with the alternative instead of delaying election papers that day with that stupid excuse. That is how I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, let's go on to actually let me acknowledge the super chats that did come in. This one from Thomas. 400 billion was found in Bola Ahmed Tinubu's house by Obedience. So I think he's laughing along from that newspaper we just found. George Blue Shell, one man, you take the blame for enigmatic insult. All right, so okay, I take the blame then if you feel insulted and offer you apologies. So let's go on to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, you're up next. The OB space and the lawsuit.
Well, I think I've overflogged that point. I think my position is clear about that. Can you just bring me another topic real quick so that I just talk about it? I think that one is during my interjection with people, when people were speaking. I think my position is clear as to where I stand on that matter, so I don't need to overflog it. Just give me another topic real quick.
All right, and the kidnappers now asking for ransoms in foreign currency. So crime always ahead of justice.
I mean, this is not the first time we've been hearing this. I think about a month ago, when this new Naira policy came in, I think that very first month, I think Sahara reporters and some other media outlets reported that Boko Haram and the other people in the northwest in Sokoto, they were already getting ransom in CFA and CFA. They get it in CFA, and I mean it's not news. Now that we're hearing about the Central African Republic CFA, I don't know how that's really is a news. So I think it's been in the news for a long time. Immediately after when they announced this new Naira policy, the kidnappers. We even hear that somewhere in Funtua, is it in Borno State area, or was it this Castina, that the local farmers and herders were paying their taxes in CFA. They were paying it to these Boko Harams and these insurgent groups in CFA. So why is it news now? I mean, so you see, like we argued here yesterday. Quickly, let me just quickly say this is one of the reasons why when El-Rufai was saying what he was saying, that would be wrong. That anybody can bring the money and give it to you, and you go and change it and bring the money back to them. How could you trace? I mean, it doesn't work in a sane society like that. I mean, we have people who have this money illegally, or they've kidnapped people. They could act like these guys, like ordinary people, ordinary folks in the village, and bring out their money so that they could really use that means to change that money and get their money changed into the new currency. So that is why CBN has that implementation that you must bring it with your BVN, you must fill forms and all of that, so that it could trace you. Find out, you must declare how you get those money if you have to bring it to the CBN. So when one person carry all the money and go and give it in their own BVN or the state government BVN, how do you connect it to who has this money? If they bring like 20 billion naira to CBN and they change it on the name of the state government, so how do they trace who has like 1 billion or 2 billion? How did they get that 2 billion? So that's why I'm saying we need to understand that there are certain things that are not done. It's against norm. It's against it doesn't even make sense. So for me, I think this is one of the reasons why CBN has to use that policy of you have to prove how you got that money. So if they can't prove it, then that money they forfeit it, and then it goes into the federal government's purse. So woman, there's a lot I can say on that. I just let you just put it at that because I know it's past that hour for us to allow you to go.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for doing that, Rational Mind. I know you've been here all day, but it goes like that sometimes. So thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, let's go on to Enigmatic on D. But let's usher in Enigma, since he's going to be speaking on the MC Oluomo space. Let's usher Enigmatic on D in properly, because this is how he's going to present it. So let him have his own theme music.
Ẹlẹ́yìn ọ̀gá, àjẹ́rìí sílẹ̀, ọkùnrin
And there it is, enigmatic Hondi, Ipade Dojo Igbo, but Peter Obi is still in the court. So to you, just speak freely, enigmatic
Yeah,
Hondi.
one man.
Yeah.
First of all, let me just appreciate everybody on the platform that regardless of their comprehension of my thoughts, most of the time, I do not expect them to align with me, how I think or how I speak. You know, some people can be so diplomatic with the fact, but there's something they call res ipsa loquitur. This fact speaks for itself. There is no way, there are no alternative facts.
You know what, enigmatic? I don't want to apologize to anybody. If you cross the line, I will weigh down on you. So if I'm not weighing down on you, and Ajanle Koko is not weighing down on you, because I don't want to stifle your voice or your style of delivery, and I'm not going to do that. So carry on, speak freely.
Yeah. So what I would say is, and I want to say it instructively now. I'm going to be saying something now. I'm not going, and I want anybody to listen carefully. If I will call anybody's name on this platform, or if I will directly refer to anybody's name on this platform. Just like we already understand the fact that these are politicians who are presenting themselves to be our president, regardless of who you are. I care less a huge. And then if somebody has to take it personal, then I care. I don't care about whose else is God. Let's take it into proper perspective now. When we are saying this is happening in this place, and then when you say it's happening in another place, and they tell you no, woman, you know the history of the road transport workers all over the federation. It's a national organization or national union that they have their branches in all the states of the federation. And then when you start questioning the juxtaposition of ideas, as we are speaking right now, woman, as we are speaking right now, there is a massacre going on in the same Okuzu, right? Federal SARS in Anambra State. You are not hearing nothing about that. They are not blowing it up. They are not saying anything about that. They are quiet. It's all over the place. They see it. It's on Gislova, it's on all over the place. The IG of the police has already waded into that, right? Soludo himself, the chief executive governor of Anambra State, he has made a statement and they are already launching their own, statewide investigation. But you are not hearing that because it is not Lagos. Imagine if that has happened in Lagos. Now, when they say the situation that happened when Peter Obi was governor, he was the chief executive governor, he was the chief security officer in Ezu River. A lot of Anabrarians, a lot of people were killed in that place, right? Through this FSARS Okuzu again. They said no, he had no hand, he's a this, but then you bring the same scenario, one man now, to Lagos State. Then they want to tie a civilian, a Tinubu who is just an ordinary civilian, and then tie the governor to it. Can you see what I'm saying? Can you see the hypocrisy? Can you see the double standard? In Anambra State, no, Peter Obi is just an executive governor. He does not have power over FSARS. He does not have power. But when it comes to Lagos, someone who is the executive governor, he should have power. Tinubu, who is a private citizen, he should have power. He should have this. He should have that. So put 1 + 1, put it together. Because people will come here tomorrow again, they will say, I'm abusing them. Have I said anybody's name now? That's by the side. Number 2, when we are talking about Lagos State and the fixation and obsession about the whole system in Lagos, have you forgotten that Lagos has an institution? It's an institution already that is already running itself, right? The NRTW in Lagos State is run better than any of the branches in the federation, to the point that the national body wanted to take over, the NUT, the branch of Lagos, because they've seen the coordination and they've seen, the IGR they are making as a body. So when we go to each of the states too, and you are saying the same thing that is happening now on Saturday or whatever, the INEC that they are talking about, they will be using the same NRTW through the Ministry of Transport, collaboration with the state government, right, to do the same thing that they are trying to stop in Lagos State. They've been using this system since 1999 in Lagos, up until the last 2019 election that Peter Obi was a running mate to Atiku, a national political party. Why is it that for those years, PDP has not taken a matter up in that space? Why is it that it is now Peter Obi and his Labour Party and his governor and their goons are doing the same thing? Must they change everything because of him in Lagos State? So when we are saying Lagos, Lagos, and we are saying this, they will say, oh, it's a tribal bigot. Now, one man, I want to call your attention now. Go onto the Twitter space, go everywhere. Go and Google Pastor Paul Adefarasin. Go and see the way they are doing that man. If that man is your friend, if you are close to that man, I want to feel how you will feel for him. Simply because he made a statement that he's not supporting any candidate. Articles, people, they don't care. APC, they don't care. Tuore, they don't care. But these people, they are the one attacking this man since morning. And that's why they be doing to everybody. So when you call all these things together and people want to help you and say you are attacking them, I want to understand how you are attacking them. When you are attacking the fact, they should bring the authorities of the fact if it's actually the same way. So we cannot be lying to ourselves that we want to take Nigeria back from wherever we did not take Nigeria to, and then we are presenting the fact to you. But because of the fact does not look like the color of your own fact, yeah, you want to change the narrative to bigotry. Who is actually doing bigotry? Because side by side now, and I gave an example yesterday. If anything happens in Lagos, it's all over the news through these people, through this medium. All of them. Any small thing in Lagos is all over the place. Are you aware of the fact, right? They are saying godfatherism exists in Lagos, where in Nigeria, I made an example of Anambra, of Abia State yesterday. The people who were in government in Abia State in 1999, they are the one who are still running the show in the state now. Orji Uzor Kalu was the governor. The current governor, incumbent governor, was a commissioner. The deputy governor, Abaribe, is a senator now. Then flip it otherwise now. I mean, Theodore Orji, who is a senator now, incumbent senator, right? He was the chief of staff to Orji Uzor Kalu. Then flip it aside now. The incumbent governor was the former commissioner, who is a governor now, who is going to the Senate, and they will vote for him, the kerosene governor. No achievement, nothing for all the years. Now, Orji Uzor Kalu is going back to the Senate. Theodore Orji is in the Senate. Theodore Orji's son is the Speaker of the House of Assembly in Abia State. Theodore Orji currently is being investigated for 550 billion. That's why he's not going for another term in the Senate, right? So, and then that is just one state. When you go to each of the states, you will bring similar examples, right? It was indeed in that same state that you see the governor's son, who was being heralded into a party like a state ESCO person. So when you want, and you see some people who are saying they are from the Southwest, and then you allow them to paint a narrative, I'm not going to stand like that and be laughing, because it is the same thing that we can put the ideas together, juxtapose the ideas. Why are you guys saying everything is worst in Lagos? And then when we bring it back to the narrative of, side by side, you guys cannot take it. Why? So something has been going on, a system that has been running perfectly. MC Oluomo is not going to be on the field that very day. He's not even going to call the show. There's a commissioner of transportation in Lagos under whose MC Oluomo will be taking an instruction from. But because of the coloration of MC Oluomo, everything is MC Oluomo. When you want to describe Lagos State, they say Agbero State. Do you not have Agbero in your own state? Don't you have motor park people in your own state? And I've been challenging everybody. One man, I think I'm not supposed to say this, but in the next 2 days, I'll be in Nigeria and I'll be in Southeast because I have families over there. I have business over there. And I have a lot of things to take care over there too. So when we speak, we are not speaking because we don't know what we are talking about. And I tell you over here, if you know this man that they are packaging, it's a package fraud that they are packaging for Nigeria, you stone that person that is packaging for you. Because we know the place. I just gave you an example now. That is flying under NSAS, quote and unquote, under his leadership as governor, Ezu River, why he was called to make his appearance during the NSAS panel. During the NSAS panel had a very successful outing in Lagos State. The same panel was instituted in Anambra State. This Obi, he was called. He rushed to the court to apply for ex parte injunction so that he wouldn't go to the hearing. The same thing he did to James Nwafor. Go and look at his relationship with James Nwafor. There are petitions that anybody can find online from Anabrarians accusing him of what he did. So we cannot be going back and forth about these people. But you came over here, you will call people criminal, you will call them thieves, you will call them every libelous names that you can call. But when they tell you, give me, Snowman was asking him, give me an indictment, you can't provide it. You are running squares. But when they say the same thing about your man, everybody will come back from wherever they are. They will say, oh, he hates us. He hates. How can you juxtapose that? How can you reconcile that? So we are all Nigerians. If you can play a game, everybody can play the game. What is good for the goose is equally good for the gander. You cannot be rubbishing people in a certain area, and then when they try to give you the juxtaposition of this same idea, you can't take it. So you can say as much as you want to say, enigmatic is this, enigmatic is that. After the election, I'll be in the Southeast, I'll go see my family, I'll go see my business, I'll eat, I'll do everything, and I'll come and tell you if the situation is still the same. And I'm telling everybody, I challenge everybody, when you go back to Nigeria, go and visit the Anambra State and the Southeast, and you understand what I'm talking about. So when they are rubbish in Lagos, you understand how to defend Lagos. Good night, one man. Thank you.
Sorry, I was speaking. I didn't even know I'd muted myself. So brilliant. That was enigmatic on D. That, of course, that was how can it be anybody else but enigmatic on D? So that was enigmatic on D, and that has been the session. So the final word now is going to go to the man that we have discussed the most, which is MC Oluomo. So MC Oluomo is going to have the final word on this session. But before MC Oluomo has his final word, let's acknowledge, as we always do, people who have been generous towards the platform. Kicked off by Engineer. Engineer even just left this super chat long before the session even started. In fact, I was going to abandon the session, but then when they are super chatted, I felt like I was going to be a fraud if it's super chats and I just canceled the thing because of course it was super chat. So that's Engineer. And then Butcher Car for who does that to insert a particular line into the conversation. Kulata came in, and this is Rotimi Olu Davids. He used to be, now Rotimi Senior. Kulata again. Kulata rolls through, but then Ayo seizes the space. Just as he has dominated the coffee space, he sits in charge of the super chat space as well. So that's how you're doing, as he often does. Play Summer does, as he sometimes does. A new name to the super space, Lord Raiden. Lord Raiden. That sounds like a Twitch name, probably a gamer of some sort. And then Thomas comes in, and then George Blue Shell rounds off that space. So, of course, we have to also pay acknowledgement to. We have to acknowledge Ayo twice in two spaces. So One Man Went to Mo as sponsored by Ayo. So he does the coffee as he, I was going to say as he often does, but really it is as he always does. So that's Ayo doing as per regular. So Ayo does as per regular, and as per regular, we round it off. So I will just say peace now, but I'll give the final words to MC Oluomo. So I'll leave it here, and peace, and to MC Oluomo.
Adé sílẹ̀, ọkùnrin bẹ̀rù ní. Ọ̀gá tí a